Chapter 59. The Mysteries of the Flesh. Hello. Lin Yuan said with a smile. At the same time he looked at the other person with a hint of curiosity. Lulanhe's exposed personal information was scarce. Besides his name, there was only his place of residence. Thunder Rain Star Region? It was a high-level star domain very far away from Qikuan's star domain. Lin Yuan didn't know much about it. However, to pay 100 million civilization coins just for an hour of guidance. This Lulanhe, surely he was either rich or noble. How does Elder Lin plan to guide me? Lulanhe asked. You've paid the money so you make the call. Lin Yuan said very politely. 100 million for an hour. That's nearly 30,000 civilization coins per second. The few words that Lin Yuan had just spoken had already netted him hundreds of thousands of civilization coins. Then let's spar. My father once said, a powerful evolutionary path surely wouldn't lack combatability. Lulanhe took several steps back, his gaze growing sharper. Be careful, Elder Lin. Although this body of mine hasn't undergone specific cultivation, it's naturally strong, not inferior to most second-rank evolvers, Lulanhe warned. Come on, Lin Yuan said, his eyes calm. Lulanhe didn't give him a sense of danger. Whoosh. Lulanhe's figure disappeared. In the next instant, he appeared beside Lin Yuan and slammed a punch down. Such quick speed. Lin Yuan was somewhat surprised. He could tell that this was purely physical speed without using any other powers. Facing Lulanhe's downward punch, Lin Yuan raised his right hand, blocked the punch, then the Tao of Taiji operated, borrowing the power from that punch and directly blasting it onto Lulanhe's body. Bang! Lulanhe's figure flew backward, slamming hard into the ground dozens of meters away. He immediately got up from the ground, his eyes wide as he looked at Lin Yuan. What kind of technique is this, so soft and weak? How come the punch I threw ended up hitting me? Lulanhe was somewhat annoyed. If had been thoroughly crushed by sheer strength, he would have accepted it. But the feeling that he was just a bit short of victory made Lulanhe feel like he could win. Again. Lulanhe's figure disappeared once more. Lin Yuan smiled slightly. The Tao of Taiji, the transformation of yin and yang, was best at using the opponent's force against them, the classic 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds. An opponent like Lulanhe, who only knew to use strength and speed without any technique, was simply naturally countered by the Tao of Taiji. Although it's said that sheer force can overcome any technique, at the moment, Lulanhe was far from that level. Aya! Lulanhe roared loudly, his speed increasing again as the mysterious patterns on his forehead faintly lit up. This time Lulanhe had learned, not attacking Lin Yuan right away, but rather approaching Lin Yuan's blind spot from behind before making his move. Bang! As expected, Lulanhe flew backward again. I don't believe this. Lulanhe stood up with a whoosh. If this had been the real world, Lulanhe's body by this point would have been seriously injured. But this was the virtual world, and with just a thought, his body was restored to its original state. Shoo! Lulanhe rushed in front of Lin Yuan and punched him in the shoulder. But for some reason, Lulanhe felt as if there was a vortex inside Lin Yuan, into which all the external forces would merge, only to be sent back out unchanged. Bang! Lulanhe crashed 100 meters away. Don't rely solely on your strength, Lin Yuan reminded him. If it had been a real fight, an opponent like Lulanhe wouldn't have even been able to get within 100 meters of Lin Yuan. But now that Lulanhe was paying a hefty sum for Lin Yuan's guidance, it was naturally not the same treatment. Lin Yuan tried his best to advise the other party, allowing him to experience up close the vortex of the Tao of Taiji that transformed others' strength. Even to give Lulanhe a deeper understanding, Lin Yuan deliberately suppressed his own strength to the first rank level. Lin Yuan had to make Lulanhe feel that his money was well spent. Boom, boom, boom. Time after time. Each time Lulanhe was sent flying back, coughing up blood. This made Lulanhe feel extremely frustrated. Why every time? He was just that little bit short. Just that little bit short. In the end. Stop. I'm done fighting. Lulanhe sat down on the ground with a thud. He then had his intelligent assistant analyze the footage of their fight. Are you saying Elder Lin from start to finish only used first-rank strength? Upon detecting this through the intelligent assistant, Lulan he was instantly shocked. He was clearly aware that his physical prototype came from an extremely rare special species deep in the universe, exchanged at great cost by his father. Having a body replicated from such a special species held tremendous potential and terrifying aptitude, reaching the level comparable to that of a second rank without any cultivation. And Elder Lin was just using first-rank strength to beat him up? Elder Lin, is this the martial path evolutionary path? Lulan he immediately jogged to Lin Yuan's side. Indeed. This is the way of Taiji. Lin Yuan gave a slight nod. The way of Taiji is not the way of strength. It leans more towards the grand momentum. Lin Yuan began explaining patiently. Lulan he seemed to understand yet not quite grasp it. This way, by injecting a wisp of the power of Taiji into your body, it can last for a month. If you ponder this wisp of Taiji power regularly, it will help you in cultivating the way of Taiji, Lin Yuan said with a smile. This method was similar to perceiving the essence of Taiyang and Taiyin in the true martial sword. However, with Lin Yuan's current strength, the power of Taiji would have difficulty existing outside the body for a long duration. But for Lulan he, it was enough. Okay. Lulan he nodded. At this moment, he developed a deep interest in the martial path evolutionary path. Lulan he also wanted to be as dashing as Lin Yuan, standing still and sending the enemy flying. Too cool. Seeing Lulan he's agreement, Lin Yuan placed his right hand on Lulan he's shoulder. A wisp of Taiji power, formed from the combination of the power of Taiyin and the power of Taiyang, slowly entered Lulan he's body. As the power of Taiji entered Lulan he's body, Lin Yuan's perception naturally spread within. What is this? Lin Yuan's pupils slightly contracted. Lulan he's physical body appeared similar to that of a normal human, but its essence was completely different. Lin Yuan noticed that the countless blood vessels within the body intertwined and combined to form certain special patterns, and at the deepest regions of his organs, at the cellular level of the microcosm, myriad runes were flowing. All of this formed a kind of perfect balance, all confined within a single body. Perfect. Truly perfect. Lin Yuan started to become captivated. Your perception is against the natural order, observing an unknown physical body. Should you gain enlightenment? Your perception is against the natural order, observing an unknown physical body. Should you gain enlightenment? Your perception is against the natural order, observing an unknown physical body. Should you gain enlightenment? Countless spiritual lights surged into Lin Yuan's mind as he began to comprehend Lulan he's physique. Lin Yuan had the feeling that if he fully understood this body, he could improve the essence of his own physique. This had tremendous special significance for Lin Yuan. In the short term, improving the physical endowment of his body in the main world would enhance the foundation of his strength and speed in the future. In the long run, every time Lin Yuan traveled through the door to the myriad realms and his consciousness descended upon a new body, each one could benefit from this understanding. During the second passage, if Lin Yuan could fully understand the essence of such a physique, it would be impossible for him to be thrown out into the wild and face a life and death crisis immediately after birth. With this kind of body as a prototype, Lin Yuan would only need a few hours to complete the transformation of an infant's body. By then, not to mention tearing apart tigers and leopards with his bare hands, he would at least not be much weaker than an adult. Teacher Yuan, are you all right? Lulan he, seeing that Lin Yuan had not yet removed his right hand from his shoulder, became somewhat puzzled. I'm fine. Your physical body is somewhat special. It needs some time. Lin Yuan casually found an excuse, looking towards Lulan he's body with even more intense fervor in his gaze. This made Lulan he somewhat nervous, but recalling Lin Yuan's strength from when he had soundly defeated him, he obediently stood still. After half an hour, Lin Yuan reluctantly lifted his hand. All done. Lin Yuan let out a light sigh of relief. Although he hadn't completely penetrated the secrets of Lulan he's body, Lin Yuan had memorized all the structures of the body. What remained was nothing more than continuing to ponder back home. Okay. Thanks, Teacher Yuan. Lulan he also felt the power of Taiji within his body. When the time comes, I'll seek advice from Teacher Yuan again if I have any questions. Lulan he felt he had gained a lot. Little did he realize that Lin Yuan had seen through to his very core. Shuiwei Residential Complex. Residence number 32. The underground training facility. Lin Yuan's consciousness disengaged from the virtual world. His mind was still filled with the many mysteries within Lulanhe's physique. Truly, an excellent gift from heaven. Lin Yuan couldn't help but sigh. Using the door to the myriad realms, he had traveled twice through time, spending 100 years to step into the second layer. Meanwhile, this body had naturally grown into the second layer shortly after birth. Simply monstrous. This body, it must not be purely human. Lin Yuan surmised inwardly, during his perception. He vaguely sensed an ancient and vast meaning contained within. Nevertheless, as long as I comprehend it fully, it will be mine. Lin Yuan closed his eyes and continued his contemplation. In the time to follow, Lin Yuan divided some of his focus on comprehending the third rank, intending to comprehend the mysteries of this particular body, striving to fully understand this kind of physique before his third traverse, so that if his consciousness descended into the body of an infant again, he would not be as helpless as during the previous passage in dealing with extreme situations. 2 months went by in the blink of an eye. During this period, Lulanhe sought out Lin Yuan twice more, paying 2 billion for the guidance. Lin Yuan seized the opportunity to take another careful look at Lulanhe's physique, getting ever closer to full comprehension. One day, Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, ending his seclusion for the day, because the tournament on Kanglin's Star had begun. Chapter 60. Don't panic, we still have Mr. Lin. The tournament was not only popular on Kanglin's Star. It was one of the hottest and most followed events across the entire Cosmic Human Alliance. After all, those who could participate in the tournament were evolvers, and specifically young evolvers under the age of 100. These evolvers were the future of the Cosmic Human Alliance. They naturally had a certain star effect. In the era of interstellar travel, the general public had long stopped idolizing those little fresh meats who were incapable of fighting. It was the powerful evolvers who attracted the attention of all citizens. Virtual World Kanglin's Star. Tournament Area. A huge arena resembling an ancient Roman Colosseum, surrounded by seats that ascended from low to high, packed densely, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. At the top of the arena, on a high platform, the figures of Mr. Liao, Lin Yuan, and others appeared. This is the arena of Dongning City. The upcoming matches, if drawn to be in Dongning City, will be held here, said Mr. Liao. Actually, he was mainly speaking to Lin Yuan. Zhong Bai, Chao Rong, and others had already participated in more than one tournament, and were clear about these matters. Understood. Lin Yuan looked down at the arena below, nodding as he spoke. You all need not be nervous, just perform normally and don't feel too pressured, comforted Mr. Liao. The tournament was about to begin, and adding pressure now would backfire, so it was better to offer some comforting words to help them relax. Mr. Liao, I wonder who our opponent from Dongning City will be this time. Have you had someone predict it yet? Lu Shiguang suddenly asked in a low voice. As soon as this was mentioned, the eyes of Chao Rong and Zhong Bai immediately lit up. Knowing your opponent in advance could give you a huge advantage. After all, most evolution paths had their strengths and weaknesses, and if one could know in advance and target them accordingly, one could at least gain a significant initiative. In cases where the strength level was similar, the outcome depended on who understood the other side better. How can you predict with so many cities on the eastern continent? Mr. Liao rolled his eyes. If it were the later stages of the tournament, when the number of participating city contestants had decreased to a certain number, it might be possible to make predictions based on past patterns. But the tournament had just started, and with nearly 10,000 cities on the eastern continent, it was simply impossible to predict. Of course, it was not possible to precisely predict which opponent it would be, but it was possible to determine a rough range. The initial opponent in the tournament was selected based on past performance. To put it simply, the strength of Dongning City's opponent could not be much stronger than that of Dongning City itself. All right. You all go get ready. In 2 hours, the tournament will begin and the opponent will be announced, Mr. Liao said. The start of the tournament was a grand event throughout Kanglin's Star. Although most citizens could not enter the virtual world, They could watch the matches live through broadcast. Wow, 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 Mom, Dad, come quick and watch the tournament, Linny said while sitting on the sofa, surrounded by 4 virtual screens displaying the arena scene. All right, coming. Lin Xiaoqing and his wife Lu Qiong approached with smiles on their faces. They were evolvers and had the right to enter the virtual world, but since Linny was not, they couldn't just leave her behind and enjoy the virtual world themselves. The couple and Lin Yuan were all evolvers. Having only Lin Yi not being an evolver had already caused her much discontent. And if they treated her differently, she would turn the whole house upside down. Where's brother? Lin Yi kept looking around. Lin Yuan was also participating in the tournament, and as a representative of Dongning City, Lin Xiaoqing and his wife were naturally aware of this. He'll probably appear when it starts. Lu Qiong smiled and said, I hope big brother will put in more effort. Lin Yi clenched her fists as she spoke. In this tournament I must perform well to show father and let him know I am not much weaker than Lin Yuan. In the virtual world, within the tournament area, Lin Yan's figure appeared, having made his decision. A year ago, at the Lin family's family banquet, his father, Lin Hao, had planned to give the advanced training spot to Lin Yuan. As a result of his speaking out of turn, the atmosphere had turned awkward. Ultimately, one influential figure after another arrived to pay respects to Lin Yuan, indirectly embarrassing his father, Lin Hao. Lin Hao was disappointed in him, thinking he was not living up to expectations. Now that Lin Yan had become an evolver, could this spot still be given away? Was it not because Lin Yan was not competent enough to become an evolver that Lin Hao had thought this way? After returning from the family banquet, Lin Hao had severely reprimanded Lin Yan all night, and had even personally beaten him up. With this experience, Lin Yan finally became an evolver several months later. To this day, although he had not yet advanced, he was qualified to participate in the tournament. The scope of the tournament was all evolvers. The city representatives would face representatives from other cities, whereas freelance evolvers would face other freelance evolvers. Although Lin Hao knew that his current strength was still far inferior to Lin Yuan's, after all, the reason Mr. Liao personally visited during the banquet was something his father, Lin Hao, had later come to understand fully. But now, at least Lin Yan had the possibility to look up to Lin Yuan. If he could look up to him, then in the future he could surpass him. Has the tournament started? Hurry up and take a look. One doesn't know what achievements Dongning City will garner in this tournament. Ha, just better not end up at the bottom like last time. Citizens of Dongning City, one after another, opened the live broadcast and watched intently. Virtual World Kingland Star, Tournament Area. It's over. Our opponent this time is Zijing City. As the tournament officially began, and upon learning who their opponent was, Chao Rong suddenly felt anxious. Lu Shiguang felt the same. Zijing City was the least desired opponent among those they had anticipated facing. In the last tournament, Dongning City ranked 9,985, whereas Zijing City ranked 7,652. The difference between them was over 2,000 ranks. It was said that the strongest evolver in Zijing City followed the giant evolution path. Once fully exerted, his stature could surge to a whopping 5 meters. Although his strength was also at the first rank 12th segment, his real combat power was almost close to the second layer. For a typical second layer evolver, defeating this giant was not an easy task. If they were outdoors, Chao Rong and Lu Shiguang might have some confidence. After all, if they couldn't defeat him, they could still run away. Evolvers of the giant evolution path were known for their lack of speed. But how could they run in a tournament? The arena was only so big. Where could they run to? Furthermore, the official administrators of the virtual world, to prevent evolvers from deliberately stalling, would reduce the arena size after a certain time during the match. In the previous tournament, the reason Zijing City achieved a rank within the top 7,000 was thanks to this evolver of the giant evolution path. A giant, Lu Shiguang sighed. This evolution path required innate strength and a constitution stronger than ordinary people for the evolvers intending to practice it. It is indeed somewhat troublesome. Zhongbai, who had been silent up until now, frowned. Clearly, he also found the situation challenging. However, Zhongbai seemed to think of something, and his brow relaxed slightly. But don't panic, we still have Mr. Lin. Chapter 61. Rapid Promotion. The city competition, consisting of individual and team battles. Individual battles were easy to understand. Team battles were 4v4. A struggle between 4 evolvers and another team of 4 evolvers. Therefore, team battles tested the coordination skills between members more heavily. At Dongning City Arena, the host Sunbin made his appearance. As a well-known local host, Sunbin could be called a regular at the arena over the years. His ability to do so came from Sunbin's own capabilities. Having an in-depth understanding of many evolution paths, he often could explain the battle situation in real time and provide his judgment. Combined with his humorous and unhackneyed speech, his status as an arena host was naturally unshakable. Next to Sunbin stood a young woman, who was also a host of the arena competition. It had always been customary for Dongning City to have 2 hosts for the competition, 1 male and 1 female. This female host was obviously commenting on the arena competition for the first time, and her expression was slightly nervous. Today marks the beginning of the arena competition, and our Dongning City will welcome opponents from other cities. I believe that this time, the representative evolvers of Dongning City will surely surpass previous performances. Sunbin spoke with enthusiasm. Regardless of whether they could surpass the past, they couldn't lose in momentum. Alright, let me introduce them now. Our representatives from Dongning City start with Zhongbai, a familiar face to everyone, with first rank 12 segment strength. I believe Zhongbai is now very close to reaching the second layer. The second one is Chaorong. The third is Lu Shiguang. The fourth one. Sunbin paused deliberately at this point before continuing. The fourth representative is participating in the arena for the first time, but since he can stand here, he must have extraordinary qualities. Next, host Sunbin also introduced the 4 representative evolvers from the opposing Zijing City. Ultimately, the host started to wrap up. The opponents are strong, and everyone is aware of Zijing City's past records, but I have greater faith in the 4 contestants from Dongning City. Sunbin declared loudly. Now let the battle begin. Brother, good luck. Lin clenched her little fists, cheering for Lin Yuan. I see everyone's mood isn't very good, saying things like Dongning City is sure to lose, Zijing City is too strong, without a shred of chance of winning. Lu Qiong looked at the bullet screen that kept flying by and couldn't help saying, they also say that it was already tough to win, and now they've added a newcomer, aren't they mocking our Xiao Yuan? Zijing City's strength is indeed very formidable, especially that giant team captain. As a veteran viewer, Lin Shouqing objectively remarked, from the records of past competitions, the chances of Dongning City winning are very slim. One might even say minimal. Having said that, Lin Shouqing noticed Lu Qiong's frown and hurriedly explained, but this has nothing to do with Xiao Yuan. Even if Xiao Yuan didn't participate, with the lineup Dongning City has had in past arena competitions, we couldn't have one anyway. These people just like to shift blame. Our Xiao Yuan hasn't done anything, yet they've already slapped a label on him. Can't you say something good about Xiao Yuan? Lu Qiong glared at Lin Shouqing. I have a lot of confidence in Xiao Yuan. Lin Shouqing immediately laughed apologetically. Yes, I too have a lot of confidence in our Xiao Yuan. With Xiao Yuan here, Dongning City will win for sure. Lin Shouqing's face was full of flattery. In the center of the arena, Lin Yuan, Zhongbai, and the other 2 appeared on one side. Mr. Lin, how should we play now? Zhongbai quickly asked in a low voice. He was well aware that, under normal circumstances, they had no chance of winning against the 4 from Zijing City. Lin Yuan was their only hope. Therefore, without even thinking, Zhongbai and the other 2 immediately decided to center their strategy around Lin Yuan. Lu Shiguang and Chaorong also watched Lin Yuan intently. How should we play? Lin Yuan pondered for a moment. You guys go first. Just crush them head-on. Lin Yuan spoke. Okay Zhongbai agreed without hesitation. Then he realized what he had just agreed to. We go first? Zhongbai glanced at the 4 from Zijing City across from them. Especially the towering figure standing right in the center, over 2 meters tall. He couldn't help but swallow. If Lin Yuan didn't go first, and they did, far from crushing the opposition, they would probably be the ones crushed. Lu Shiguang and Chao Rong also looked puzzled. Evolvers specializing in the giant evolutionary path were best at taking head-on confrontations. The three of them go straight in? Wasn't this playing to their disadvantage? Just do as I say. Lin Yuan's tone was calm. Okay. Zhongbai gritted his teeth in response. After all, this was the virtual world, and even if they died, their bodies in the outside world wouldn't be affected. At worst, they'd just lose this arena competition. When Zhongbai learned that their opponents were from Zijing City, he didn't have much hope anyway. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Zhongbai, Lu Shiguang, and Chao Rong charged directly at the four evolvers from Zijing City. Meanwhile, inside Lin Yuan's body, the Taiyin and Taiyang forces formed a Taiji, with the Yin fish and Yang fish slowly revolving, transforming into an invisible force that spread in all directions. Taiji Field. This was an ability Lin Yuan had comprehended when incorporating the origin force into the Tao of Taiji. Within the range of the Taiji field, he could easily suppress his opponents. Lin Yuan could also use the force of the field to closely observe everything about his opponent. In fact, as early as in the Dragon Tiger world, Lin Yuan had already had an inkling of the Taiji field, which was perfected only after contemplating the force evolution path. Elsewhere, the four evolvers from Zijing City were also sizing up Lin Yuan, and the others from a distance. When they saw Zhongbai and the other two charging at them without hesitation, a look of astonishment appeared on their faces. Courting death. The burly figure leading them sneered coldly. If Zhongbai and the others had relied on their speed, he might have been somewhat concerned, but now they were charging straight at them? Come, let's crush them together. The burly figure's body suddenly swelled up by a large margin, reaching a height of 5 meters as he strode towards Zhongbai and the other two. Behind him, the other three evolvers from Zijing City also had smiles on their faces. In their opinion, the evolvers from Dongning City were giving up on themselves, making a suicidal charge. That was it. Let's see what methods the contestants from Dongning City will use to face the four evolvers from Zijing City. This is my god, Zhongbai, Chao Rong, and the others are leading the charge, heading straight for their opponents. What are they planning to do? Even the host Sun Bin was surprised by this scene. Having commented on who knows how many arena fights, he had never seen such a tactic before. When facing giants who are evolvers on the path of direct confrontation, there indeed is a strategy of direct suppression, but that is the choice of evolvers who are also proficient in head-on collisions. Yet at the moment, whether it was Zhongbai, Lu Shiguang, or Chao Rong, none of them were the type of evolvers who faced their opponents head-on. And as for the newcomer Lin Yuan, he was even hiding behind without making a move. It seems that our contestants from Dongning City feel they cannot win and have decided to end this match in the most heroic way possible. The host Sun Bin slightly shook his head, feeling it was all right. At least they showed a fierce spirit, rather than fleeing in panic, and in the end being crushed by that giant in a more spectacular fashion. No, what is this? Sun Bin turned his gaze to the arena, originally thinking it was a one-sided situation, but when the two sides came into direct contact, he suddenly widened his eyes in shock. Zhongbai and the others, who should have been torn to shreds by Zijing City's giant right off the bat, miraculously didn't sustain any injuries. Instead, the four evolvers from Zijing City suddenly became somewhat restrained. They were actually being suppressed by the former. How could this be? On the arena, Zhongbai, Chao Rong, and the other two were utterly baffled. In close combat, they realized that the four evolvers from Zijing City had drastically declined in both speed and strength, especially the giant opponent, whose full-force strike was easily dodged by Zhongbai as if it was nothing. What's going on? Zhongbai could see that the expressions of the four opponents were equally shocked and somewhat frustrated. Clearly, they also did not understand why this was happening. It's Mr. Lin. In the blink of an eye, this thought flashed through Zhongbai's mind. As an evolver, one's mind may not be brilliant, but it is certainly not foolish, taking into account Lin Yuan's instruction for them to engage directly and the current performance of their four opponents. Firstly, it rules out the possibility that their strengths had increased. Thus the only explanation could be due to Lin Yuan. Did Mr. Lin make his move, suppressing them? Is this the ability of a field? Zhongbai speculated in his heart. The power of a field is a form of control over a certain range or space. Only a few special evolution paths delve into such abilities at the second or third rank. Your against heaven's understanding is profound. You observe the giant evolution path up close, continuously perfecting your martial path evolutionary path. Your against heaven's understanding is profound. You observe the fire evolution path up close, continuously perfecting your martial path evolutionary path. Your against heaven's understanding is profound. You observe the psychic master evolution path up close, continuously perfecting your martial path evolutionary path. Your against heaven's understanding is profound. You observe the bloodline evolution path up close, continuously perfecting your martial path evolutionary path. Through the Taiji field, Lin Yuan was akin to touching the four evolvers from Zijing City at close range, thereby helping him to meticulously understand the strengths and weaknesses of their respective evolution paths, which was far more comprehensive than merely watching videos. For instance, Lin Yuan deliberately intensified the field's force towards the giant's chest, thereby causing a series of responses in the evolver, which with against heaven's understanding, could provide Lin Yuan with vast amounts of substantial inspiration. In addition, the continual attacks from Zhongbai and the others were causing various reactions from their opponents, all of which also fell within Lin Yuan's perception. In an instant, Lin Yuan's understanding of the martial path evolutionary path was rapidly improving. Chapter 62 Third Rank. This is a domain. The power of a domain. Only 4th rank and 5th rank evolvers can master this power of a domain. The host, Sun Bin, seemed to have thought of something, and said excitedly, in theory only 4th and 5th rank evolvers are expected to master it. However, there are always exceptions. Certain special evolutionary paths and the personal encounters of an evolver could also lead to an early mastery of domain power. Of course, these prematurely mastered domain powers are still in their initial states and cannot compare with the true domain power of 4th and 5th rank evolvers. Even so, for 1st, 2nd, and 3rd rank evolvers, mastering domain power prematurely is tantamount to cheating. With a domain, you can perceive everything in advance and then implement suppression, basically sweeping through anyone from the same rank. I never thought that this year's ring competition in Dongning City would produce an evolver who has mastered a domain. The host, Sun Bin, was full of emotion. His gaze then fell on Lin Yuan, who stood at the back, seemingly never having joined the battlefield. Now he could also see that this newcomer, Lin Yuan, was the evolver who had mastered a domain. Deploying a domain takes a great deal of energy, and Zhongbai and the other two were fighting with all their might, which obviously made this impossible. Only Lin Yuan, who had been at the back from the start, had the capability to deploy a domain. Meanwhile, the citizens watching the ring competition were also stunned, and immediately started to boil with excitement. So powerful, suppressing 4 evolvers from Zijing City on his own and forcing them to use only a fraction of their strength. This is simply, an evolver exclaimed in a low voice. Who is this newcomer? Whose offspring is he from our Dongning City? Yay, brother is so awesome. Though Lin Yi did not understand, she immediately cheered upon hearing the host praise Lin Yuan. A domain. Our son, does he really have the ability to defeat Zijing City? Lin Shouqing muttered to himself. He had only been flattering his wife earlier, thinking it was just wishful thinking. On the battlefield, the fight was still ongoing. The 4 evolvers from Zijing City were in agony from the suppression. They also realized that all this was because of Lin Yuan, but they had no solutions. Under the omnipresent Taiji field suppression, every step they took was extremely difficult. An evolver who specialized in speed did try to approach Lin Yuan. However, the closer he got to Lin Yuan, the greater the pressure he endured until he almost knelt to the ground. What exactly is going on? The giant team captain panted heavily. He vaguely sensed that the pervasive power of the domain could surpass his limits at will. But why hadn't they been thoroughly dealt with yet, and why was it being dragged out? Could it be that he is playing with us? The giant team captain felt extremely stifled, but he did not know what to do. Surrender voluntarily? He could not bring himself to do that. Time slowly passed. More than half an hour flew by. The area of the battlefield was gradually shrinking. The rule of the ring competition was to reduce the size of the ring after half an hour. This measure was to prevent some evolvers who were proficient in speed from purposely dragging out the fight without engaging directly. It's about time. Lin Yuan slightly intensified the Taiji field. Instantly, the 4 evolvers from Zijing City, facing the onslaught from Zhongbai and the other 2, died one after another. With Lin Yuan's strength, once the Taiji field was deployed, a single thought could crush his opponents. However, he had delayed it until now because it allowed him time to comprehend the evolutionary paths practiced by the opponents. The martial path evolutionary path. A completely new evolutionary path created by Lin Yuan. The position that Lin Yuan stood in was the peak, the limit, while ahead of him was an unknown territory. He needed to slowly explore and create. During this period, it was necessary for Lin Yuan to absorb various advantages and disadvantages of other evolutionary paths, integrating them all, and pushing out the old to bring in the new. This couldn't be achieved just by shutting oneself away in closed-door training. Of course, with his against heaven's understanding, even if he shut himself away in isolation, he believed he could gradually perfect the martial path evolutionary path. But that would definitely take much longer than now, and the subsequent developments of the martial path might lack the comprehensiveness that comes with integrating hundreds or thousands of evolutionary paths. Did we win? Even though they had expected it, Zhongbai and the others felt as if they were dreaming at this moment. They had truly defeated opponents who were previously unbeatable. After a moment's pause, Zhongbai, Chaorong, and the third person respectfully approached Lin Yuan. They knew in their hearts that their victory was entirely thanks to Lin Yuan. Without Lin Yuan, with their own strength, they would have been directly crushed by that giant team captain into the ground. For this ring competition, no matter how far we reach, all the rewards we receive will be given to Mr. Lin. Zhongbai thought about it and then said, one should be content with what they have, considering the strength Lin Yuan just displayed. This time, they are not just talking about breaking into the top 5,000, but even the top 3,000 or 2,000, which is highly likely. The top 3,000 in the tournament receive official rewards, and Zhongbai felt unworthy of them. If he had contributed even a little, Zhongbai would have had reason to convince himself, but just now he was merely a puppet on a string, doing whatever Lin Yuan said. Any other evolver could have done the same. Therefore, regarding the official rewards, Zhongbai felt he didn't qualify. So do I. Chaorong and Lu Shiguang exchanged glances, saying likewise. In the following 2 months, the tournament continued. Besides the team competition, Lin Yuan also participated in the singles competition. As for the results, he naturally narrowly won each game. There was no choice. Lin Yuan certainly could finish his opponents quickly, but that would defeat the purpose of participating in the tournament, prolonging each battle to carefully comprehend the path of each evolver, then refining it into his own martial Tao, discarding the dross and selecting the essence. That was what Lin Yuan wanted. The evolvers in the tournament all had considerable strength, especially as it progressed. Each one could be called a genius. The top 500 evolvers were basically at the second layer limit, and occasionally, a few at the third rank would pop up. Soon, Dongning City's team broke into the top 100 on Kanglan Star. In a devastating struggle against competitors from Central Mainland, they lost the match. The opposing team was from Lanyue City, one of the most prosperous cities in Central Mainland. Among their 4 players, 3 were at the second layer limit, and 1 at the third rank. Moreover, the evolutionary paths they pursued were extremely powerful ones, especially the third-rank evolver who practiced the dream evolution path. Thus, as soon as the match began, Zhongbai and the other 2 hadn't even reacted. They were plunged into a deep dream by a single glance from that dream evolver, and were eliminated from the match. Only Lin Yuan was left. Nevertheless, Lin Yuan, under the frenzied assault of the 4 evolvers, managed to hold out for half an hour by leveraging the Tao of Taiji. In the end, even as the arena's size diminished, Lin Yuan could still endure. If not for the team competition rules, which decided the match in the end based on the number of remaining evolvers if no winner emerged, Lanyue City had 4 evolvers left. Dongning City only had Lin Yuan. Thus Lanyue City won. I never expected our Dongning City to break into the global top 100. Mr. Liao said, as if he were dreaming, a position he had never even dared to imagine. Not just him, but even putting together all previous presidents of the Evolvers Association. None would have dreamt of reaching this rank. It's all thanks to Mr. Lin. Just relying on us. Zhong Bai and the others also present immediately spoke up. If it were just the top 3,000 or 2,000, he might still dare to claim some credit in front of Mr. Liao. But the top 100, that was terrifying. Top 100 in the global tournament. Every evolver, even those specialized in support, could easily sweep through all evolvers in Dongning City. Zhong Bai, thick-skinned as he was, didn't dare claim this merit. It was Mr. Lin. Mr. Liao nodded in satisfaction. He was no fool. Having watched the matches firsthand, he naturally saw that it was always Lin Yuan who controlled the turbulence. Zhong Bai and the others were no better than accessories. Where is Mr. Lin now? Mr. Liao asked with concern. Since losing to that team from Lanyue City, Lin Yuan had withdrawn from the virtual universe. Mr. Lin said he needed to seclude himself for a while. Zhong Bai honestly stated. Lin Yuan had indeed told him this before leaving. I see Mr. Lin must be tired. Mr. Liao nodded in understanding. After all, the opponents from Lanyue City were too powerful. Especially that rare third-rank dream evolver whose strength, if unleashed to the fullest in the real world, could plunge nearly 1 million civilians in half a city into sleep simultaneously. To contend with such a terrifying opponent indeed exhausted one's mental strength. Shueihua Residential Complex. Residence number 32. Underground training facility. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Dozens of matches in the tournament, witnessing hundreds to thousands of different evolvers. Critiquing countless evolutionary paths in his mind while integrating them with his against heaven's understanding. At some unknown moment, Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. A taiji pattern of interlocked yin and yang flashed within the depths of his pupils. Third rank, Lin Yuan exhaled softly. The aura within his body began to change swiftly. The third rank of the martial path evolutionary path had finally been achieved. Chapter 63 Fourth Level Citizens. Is this the third rank? Feeling his body rapidly transforming, a smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. After the second shuttling ended, Lin Yuan was already at the peak of the second layer. Lin Yuan pondered the Force evolution path, and was nearly one step into the third rank. Even so, Lin Yuan was still not at the third rank. Other evolvers at the peak of the second layer had traceable paths to reaching the third rank. Their own evolution paths would also provide detailed guidance. How to step into the third rank. What conditions are needed to be met? After meeting the conditions, what should be done? But as the opener of an evolutionary path, everything for Lin Yuan was unknown. Even with his against heaven's understanding, if it hadn't been for the past few months fighting with many evolvers, and closely perceiving many evolutionary paths, Lin Yuan's step into the third rank would have been greatly delayed. Evolver of the third rank, also known as City Destroyer grade, can penetrate half a city with a full force strike. The third rank of my martial path evolutionary path covers several miles with the taiji field. With a mere thought, everything within its range is annihilated. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, the taiji field faintly spreading, covering the entire Shueihua residential complex. One could say that at this moment, the lives of everyone in the Shueihua residential complex hung on Lin Yuan's thoughts. In the entirety of Kanglan Star, among evolvers below 100 years old, there are definitely no more than 20 who have reached the third rank, Lin Yuan thought to himself. As a middle-grade life planet, Kanglan Star had a resident population of over 50 billion. Such a huge population base would inevitably give birth to some extraordinarily talented geniuses. Like one of Lin Yuan's opponents in this arena competition, whom he held in high regard, born during a thunderstorm, struck by lightning at birth. Thousands around him perished under the thunder, but he alone survived. Not only that, his physique was baptized by the thunder, naturally possessing the thunder attribute, extremely fast, and he could even transform into thunder. Thus, other competing evolvers referred to him as the Thunder God. The power of thunder, extreme in its rigidity and yang. Although Lin Yuan had yet to face Thunder God, he felt that his Taiji field would probably not be able to trap the opponent. Evolver like Thunder God belonged to the unique type of evolver, individually powerful, but unable to be generalized, only suitable for him alone. Goddess of Wisdom. Lin Yuan pondered for a while, then connected to the Goddess of Wisdom. Respected citizen Lin Yuan, please state your request. The solemn and cool voice of the Goddess of Wisdom came through. Now that I have stepped into the third rank with my martial path, am I allowed to reveal my full strength in the upcoming arena competition? Lin Yuan inquired. The Goddess of Wisdom had previously reminded him not to reveal his identity as the founder of the martial path evolutionary path, as it could draw the attention of those different species, and possibly lead to being added to their assassination list. Please rest assured, exceptionally powerful evolver talents are not noticed by different species until they break into the star domain ranking. The Goddess of Wisdom explained softly. The territory of the Cosmic Human Alliance was far too vast, and its population extremely large. Just Kanglan Star had 50 billion citizens. And Kanglan Star was just one middle-grade life planet that belonged to the Chikuan Star domain. For the Chikuan Star domain, life planets like Kanglan Star numbered over 1 million. Even a flourishing star domain like Chikuan was just one among many that were governed by the realms of human civilization. The different species simply do not have the energy or strength to pay attention to the top 10, or even top 100 human evolver talents of a certain planet. Compared to evolutionary paths that can be permanently passed down, individual humans truly seem somewhat insignificant. I see. Lin Yuan nodded, then proceeded to ask the Goddess of Wisdom whether others could figure out that he was practicing the martial path evolutionary path. The explanation given by the Goddess of Wisdom was that it was very hard to tell. To be precise, almost impossible. Nowadays, not a single person practicing the martial path evolutionary path had reached the Grandmaster realm, let alone grasped the Tao of Taiji in the Yin-Yang realm. Without reaching this realm, how could one comprehend the true mystery of the Tao of Taiji? And how could others figure out that Lin Yuan was using the Tao of Taiji? The evolution pathways made public by the Cosmic Human Alliance were as vast as the sea. There were indeed others similar to the martial path evolutionary path, similar to the Tao of Taiji. Unless Lin Yuan himself spoke up, how could others guess it? In the arena competition, Lin Yuan knew many opponents' evolution paths because that information was disclosed by the individuals themselves. As long as Lin Yuan didn't blurt out that what he practiced was the martial path, others couldn't possibly guess the exact path. At most, they could determine a vague range. Keep in mind that the evolution path is an extremely personal matter. Once your evolution path is known, one can specifically target the weaknesses of that path to exploit the evolver. Therefore, unless they were very confident evolvers, normal evolvers would not advertise the evolutionary path they were on. I've taken the opportunity to upgrade my citizen level. Lin Yuan's thoughts shifted slightly, and he directly spent merit points to upgrade his citizen level. Half a year ago, just after finishing his second shuttle, the merit points Lin Yuan received from submitting the further developments of his martial path evolutionary path were enough to upgrade to 4th level. However, it was to freeload on the loan limit from the Human Civilization Central Bank that Lin Yuan decided to delay it until now. Beep! As the merit points were spent, Lin Yuan's citizen level officially upgraded to 4th level. A 4th level citizen could already be considered among the elite of Kanglan Star, only matched by the citizen levels of the ruling officials. The privileges of a 4th level citizen were updated and went deeper than those of a 3rd level citizen. An added privilege was that if Lin Yuan felt his life was threatened, he could now directly command the battleship fleet of Kanglan Star to protect himself. In addition, Lin Yuan's loan limit at the central bank had reached 1 billion, and Lin Yuan had received a transfer of 20 million from the central bank. To upgrade to a 5th level citizen requires 50,000 merit points. Lin Yuan frowned. No wonder there were no 5th level citizens on the entire Kanglan Star. The merit points required to upgrade to a 5th level citizen were more than the total for all the previous 4 levels. Take it slow. Lin Yuan wasn't in a hurry. Now that his martial path evolutionary path was only at the 3rd rank, It had already brought him so many merit points. One day in the future, when he reaches the 5th or 6th rank with this evolutionary path, will there be any shortage of merit points? Just having a theoretical potential for the 6th rank had already earned Lin Yuan 20,000 merit points. If the martial path evolutionary path truly became a 6th rank evolution path, the merit points Lin Yuan would receive would certainly far exceed 20,000. Mr. Liao has been here 3 times? Lin Yuan glanced at the visitor log. I've been in seclusion for 3 days. Lin Yuan got up and sent a message back to Mr. Liao. I'm fine. During the breakthrough to the 3rd rank, both Lin Yuan's physique and soul underwent transformation, so it took a bit longer. No sooner had Lin Yuan sent his message than Mr. Liao instantly replied. If there's anything wrong you must tell me. That Lu Meng has attack methods that can penetrate dreams and the soul. And even in the virtual world, you can't be completely isolated. Mr. Liao's tone was filled with concern. Lin Yuan's last match before going into seclusion was against that 3rd rank evolver of the dream evolution path. Mr. Liao was worried about whether Lin Yuan had been affected. After all, the tournament fights in the past few months made Mr. Liao fully realize Lin Yuan's incomparable evolutive talent. With just the strength of the 2nd layer in the 12th segment, Lin Yuan had held his own against a 3rd rank evolver for half an hour. If it wasn't for the time limit, perhaps he could have continued holding on. Such potential, even across the whole eastern continent, was among the cream of the crop, the kind that wouldn't emerge even after dozens of tournaments. I'm really fine. Lin Yuan pondered for a while, and then sent another message. I'm already at the 3rd rank. Stepping into the 3rd rank couldn't be hidden for long. During the upcoming individual tournaments, when facing those 3rd rank opponents, Lin Yuan would certainly show his corresponding strength. Dongning City Evolvers Association. Mr. Liao sat in his seat, staring blankly at the virtual screen in front of him with the reply on it. Especially at those 6 words. I'm already at the 3rd rank. It left Mr. Liao's mind completely muddled. It took quite a moment for him to barely come to his senses. 3rd rank? Lin Yuan had stepped into the 3rd rank? His Dongning City had actually produced a 3rd rank evolver? There had been thousands of tournaments held in Dongning City, and at its peak, there were just 2 or 3 2nd rank evolvers. As for 3rd rank evolvers, Mr. Liao didn't even dare to think about it. One of the conditions for the tournament was being under 100 years old. There had indeed been 3rd rank evolvers born in Dongning City, but with the additional condition of being under 100 years old, it was truly unprecedented. Even across the entire eastern continent, let alone the whole Kanglan Star, evolvers meeting this condition were few and far between. Now during the tournaments, there were just over a dozen evolvers who had clearly demonstrated 3rd rank strength. My Dongning City has birthed a dragon. Mr. Liao's eyes reddened as he murmured to himself. Chapter 64, I am the thunder soon. The group competition in the arenas of Kanglan Star had ended. Dongning City, thanks to Lin Yuan's overwhelming force, astonishingly secured the 100th spot. It should be noted, this was a ranking across all of Kanglan Star. Kanglan Star is divided into 5 continents: the Eastern Continent, Western Continent, Northern Continent, Southern Continent, and the most powerful, the Central Mainland. Over 20,000 cities participated. To snatch a spot in the top 100 among so many cities, something that made countless cities green with envy. Everyone could see clearly that Kanglan City had achieved this rank only because of Lin Yuan. This evolver, who was to a certain extent comparable to those of the 3rd rank, was the core of Dongning City's team. As for the other 3, calling them accessories would be a compliment. If our city had an evolver like Lin Yuan, we could probably have made it into the top 50, one said. Indeed, an evolver who controls a domain's power is suitable for taking control of the entire field. Such an ability is very rare. Who knows what kind of dumb luck Dongning City stumbled into? In the previous arena competitions, we never even heard of this city, and now it suddenly popped up. Right, does anyone here know this Lin Yuan? Countless spectators were quickly discussing. In the group competition, the most dazzling without a doubt was Lin Yuan. His prominence even eclipsed those over a dozen 3rd rank evolvers. After all, with 2nd layer strength, Holding off a third-rank evolver for over half an hour had been a rare sight in previous arena competitions. The individual competition is coming up next. No idea what rank that Lin Yuan could achieve. In my view, at least in the top 50? I believe in the top 20, only below those dozen or so third-rank evolvers. The hype around the arena competition intensified. After all, the individual competition attracted even more attention than the group competition. The Dongning City Arena. The individual arena competition would occur a full half-month after the group competition. Thus, it was only after the group competition ended that the individual competition began moving toward the top 500 rankings. Lin Yuan was standing on one side of the arena, quietly waiting for his opponent in this match. Meanwhile, the surrounding seats were filled with spectators. After hundreds of matches, Lin Yuan had also garnered a huge number of fans. Especially in the last battle of the group competition, where by himself, he held off one third-rank evolver and 3 second-rank pinnacle evolvers for over half an hour. Eventually, it was only because of the arena competition rules that he lost, thereby gaining countless fans. So now, each of Lin Yuan's matches drew a large number of spectators. These spectators coming from all over Kanglan Star. Even billions of ordinary citizens watched through live broadcast. I didn't expect that in this arena competition, I could have made it this far. Host Sunbin was deeply moved. As the host of Dongning City, Sunbin naturally only commented on Dongning City's matches. If all of Dongning City's participants were eliminated, there would naturally be nothing related to him. In the past arena competitions, the most Sunbin had ever commented on was one match, decades ago, but naturally, it was nowhere near what was happening now. It should be noted, now in the arena competition, they had reached the top 500, signaling that it was nearing the final stages. Sunbin felt like he was dreaming. Wrong, even in his dreams, Sunbin dared not dream such a thing. Alright, now our player Lin Yuan, who has created miracles all the way, has arrived. Sunbin generously praised Lin Yuan, then began to introduce Lin Yuan's opponent. This match's opponent is Sima Yun from Haiyuan City, also a second-rank pinnacle evolver, who has chosen the water element evolution path. Looking around at the seats filled with spectators, Sunbin's voice became vigorous. In terms of historical performance, Lin Yuan definitely has a higher chance of winning, but one shouldn't underestimate Sima Yun. On the field, Lin Yuan looked towards the distant opponent who had appeared. Sima Yun was a woman with blue pupils. Looking at her was like looking at an ocean. Water element evolution path. Lin Yuan's face showed interest. The water element evolution path, one of the elemental paths within the overarching element evolution paths, which include the 5 mainstream paths like metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and other special paths like shadow and ice. In earlier matches, Lin Yuan had encountered some evolvers of other types of element evolution paths. But the water element evolution path was indeed rare. Soon, the match began. Lin Yuan was about to deploy the Taiji field. Time to closely examine Sima Yun. Just then, standing opposite Lin Yuan, Sima Yun raised her hand without hesitation. I concede. Sima Yun looked deeply at Lin Yuan. If it were any other opponent, Sima Yun would have at least tried to resist. She wouldn't have conceded directly. But with Lin Yuan, Sima Yun had been watching Lin Yuan for a long time. She knew Lin Yuan's way of fighting. Opponents facing Lin Yuan often held on until the very last moment, during which they would be toyed with and tested by Lin Yuan. Whether facing a first-rank opponent or a second-layer one, it was the same. Over time, Sima Yun realized something was amiss. So she chose to concede directly. After all, Sima Yun felt that she absolutely could not last more than half an hour against a third-rank evolver. If Lin Yuan could do it, it proved he was more powerful than her. Rather than being toyed with after engaging in combat, it was better to concede outright. Conceding. Lin Yuan was slightly startled. He sighed. Lately, the individual competitors who lacked ambition like this were becoming increasingly common. Before leaving, Sima Yun, curious, asked Lin Yuan one thing. Are you also after those 10 spots like them? 10 spots. Lin Yuan didn't answer. When he returned to the lounge, Lin Yuan fell into brief contemplation. As an evolver who could advance into the top 500, Sima Yun's words must have some basis. 10 spots. The top 10? Or something else? Lin Yuan stroked his chin. He began connecting to the goddess of wisdom. I want to know about the arena competition's 10 spots, Lin Yuan asked directly. Rather than painstakingly scouting for information about the 10 spots, it was better to ask the goddess of wisdom directly, who knew everything that human civilization should and shouldn't know. Access granted. The so-called 10 spots refer to this year's Kanglin Star Arena competition being observed by the Chikuan Star Lord. The top 10 individual arena competitors have a chance to catch the eyes of the Chikuan Star Lord. The solemn and calm voice of the goddess of wisdom slowly emerged. Chikuan Star Lord? Lin Yuan looked a bit surprised. This was the supreme figure who ruled a star domain. The Chikuan Star domain included 8 major star systems, all within this Chikuan Star Lord's realm of influence. Kanglin Star, Central Mainland. In a private space, a male figure with the shadow of thunder in his pupils was sitting on a sofa. This man merely sat there, and the surrounding void subtly flickered with fine strands of lightning. This is the list of competitors to watch out for in this competition, along with detailed information. Thunder God, you might want to take a look to avoid any issues during the contest. Next to the man with thunder in his pupils stood a middle-aged man who gently pressed on a virtual screen in front of him, dismissing it in front of the sofa. The list mostly consisted of evolvers who had reached the 3rd rank, with a few exceptional cases of 2nd-layer peak evolvers, and Lin Yuan's name was among them. I don't need these. Thunder God's face remained calm. Since his youth, when lightning had struck and killed thousands of people around him while he alone survived and his body was transformed into a body of thunder, he randomly chose a pathway of evolution related to thunder and rapidly advanced, reaching the 3rd rank in just a few decades. With regards to combat power, he had swept through the ranks, commanding thunder, mastering thunder, and incarnating as thunder, giving him an overwhelming advantage against other evolvers. Analyzing opponents is the behavior of the weak. I do not need it. Thunder God slowly stood up and walked to the window, his eyes slightly fervent as he said, the competitors in this arena competition, I have never considered them worthy of attention. Because they are all commoners and I am the thunder. Thunder God stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, his tone measured, filled with immense confidence. Chapter 65 Ancient God Evolution Path Rest Area. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. A holographic screen appeared in front of him, flashing through the profiles of various evolvers. These evolvers had all made it into the top 50 of the tournament. Even if they weren't 3rd realm, they weren't far off, and each had their own trump card. Lin Yuan watched carefully, even pulling up videos of these evolvers' previous battles. With Lin Yuan's Against Heaven's understanding, even viewing battle videos could give him a certain degree of sudden enlightenment. Of course, compared to a real battle, these videos were just appetizers. Battle videos similar to the NPCs in old games. All their moves and techniques were already fixed. How could they compare to the vast insights brought by real-time battles and immediate feedback? Feng Qing. Lin Yuan's expression was slightly solemn. He looked at the information displayed in front of him. The subject of the information was a young man. He looked harmless enough, but he was a hot favorite for champion in this tournament. So far, no one knew the evolution path Feng Qing had taken. Yet each time Feng Qing made a move, he ended the battle in 1 or 2 moves. Even against 3rd realm evolvers. This was the opposite of Lin Yuan. In the eyes of most spectators, Lin Yuan particularly liked to play with his opponents. Even against a 1st rank evolver, he would drag it to overtime. This induced innate fear in many evolvers towards Lin Yuan. Aside from Feng Qing, there were several other evolvers Lin Yuan needed to pay attention to. Take Thunder God for example, who could summon and command thunder. Lin Yuan was not too worried about him. Only the incarnation as thunder. Becoming thunder meant energy transformation throughout the body, which could immunize against most physical attacks. There was also a 3rd rank evolver, who followed the poison evolution path. The poison evolution path was a very niche path. Evolver who practiced this path were extremely rare and scarce. However, once someone achieved something on this path, The techniques they mastered would trouble all evolvers of the same or even higher levels. Poison did not merely damage the body. It also affected and could suppress the soul and spirit. A third-rank poison path evolver, if willing, could effortlessly wipe out a city of millions, even tens of millions of citizens. Time passed. Before long, half a day had drifted by. The virtual world tournament invited Lin Yuan to participate in the match. At this point in the tournament, they were down to the top 50 competitors. Each contender was either a third-realm evolver or a second-layer evolver with special techniques. Ordinary second-layer evolvers had been eliminated early on. Currently, among these 50 evolvers, 19 were confirmed third realm. In the rest area, Lin Yuan accepted the official invitation from the tournament. Whoosh! Lin Yuan's figure appeared in the center of the arena. The moment Lin Yuan appeared, cheers like a tsunami suddenly erupted from all directions. So many people? Lin Yuan looked around and saw that nearly 10 million seats surrounding him were already filled. The tournament had now moved to the most prosperous city arena in the central mainland. As for the number of matches, it had gone from 8,000 matches a day when the tournament began, to just 5 matches today. This convergence of spectators resulted in nearly 10 million at this match. Keep in mind, the audience capable of attending in the virtual world were either evolvers or citizens of the second rank and above. As for the ordinary citizens watching the live broadcast, their numbers were likely over 10 billion. It couldn't be helped. Now there were only 2 matches a day, timed apart. Audiences wanting to watch the tournament could only opt for this match. Lin Yuan appeared in the arena. This caused a huge cheer from the audience. Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan has arrived. The tormentor King Lin Yuan. All kinds of cheers. Though it wasn't a live match, the virtual world completely replicated reality. Everyone's voices carried through the air, deafening. Before long, Lin Yuan's opponent also appeared. He was a tall man with a cold gaze, and a strange chill spread from where he stood. Third Realm Evolver Bingyan. Following the special elemental evolution path of ice. Previous contenders against Bingyan almost all ended up as ice sculptures. Bingyan's arrival further incited the surrounding spectators. Although Lin Yuan had broken into the third realm, up to now, he had never shown his full third realm power. Most of his previous opponents had surrendered voluntarily, and those who did not were not strong enough to make Lin Yuan exert his full strength. Therefore, in the eyes of the spectators, Lin Yuan was just a special second-layer evolver. And Bingyan was indeed a third-rank evolver. On Kanglan Star, there were no more than 20 individuals who could step into third rank by the age of 100. Bingyan was one of them. I've seen your match videos. I admit you're strong, but meeting me means this is as far as you go, Bingyan said in an even tone, seemingly devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Up to now, Lin Yuan's most notable achievement was that he had managed to last more than half an hour against a third-rank evolver. But that third-rank evolver was a rare dream evolver, skilled in soul and spirit attacks. If Lin Yuan had some accomplishments in soul and spirit, enduring that long wouldn't be surprising. Based on the analysis of the advantages and disadvantages of normal evolution paths that specialize in soul and spirit inevitably have weaknesses in physical matter. The ice evolution path, which Bingyan specialized in, was best at freezing everything, including the physical body. That was why Bingyan was very confident. Up in the spectator stands, at a middle seat, there sat a young man who appeared gentle and harmless. He looked down at the battleground below with a somewhat bored expression. Teacher, these 2 contestants, one has yet to reach third rank, the other follows an ordinary evolution path. Watching their match isn't as good as spending more time cultivating in the rest area, he said. The young man was named Fang Qing, and he was a popular favorite to win this tournament. Fool! A palm-sized, white-bearded old man appeared on Fang Qing's shoulder. This white-bearded old man was ethereal in form, visible and perceptible only to Fang Qing. Have you failed to see the special aspect of that Lin Yuan evolver? The white-bearded old man glanced at Fang Qing. Special aspect? Fang Qing was slightly taken aback. The embryonic form of a domain? Fang Qing ventured a guess. The strongest technique Lin Yuan had displayed was the embryonic form of a domain. This power was something 4th and 5th rank evolvers hoped to master. Yet, the embryonic form of a domain was enormously difficult for other evolvers to access. But to someone of the ancient god lineage like him, it was just SOSO. If Fangqing wanted, he could also quickly master the embryonic form of a domain. It's not the embryonic form of the domain that's special, but the power that evolves it. The white-bearded old man rolled his eyes. Furthermore, our old master once dominated dozens of star domains, overlooking everything. It was only in the end that he was surrounded and killed by a different species plot because of his arrogance. As the successor to our old master, even though you follow the ancient god evolution path, if you continue to be complacent and underestimate your enemies, you will eventually follow in the old master's footsteps. The white-bearded old man couldn't help but say. Once upon a time, the old master was glorious, but he died like a snuffed-out candle, and everything ceased to exist. I understand. Fangqing's expression became serious as he began to watch the fight below intently. If my guess is right, that Lin Yuan has probably already reached 3rd rank, the white-bearded old man continued. Already 3rd rank? Fangqing looked alarmed. On the battlefield, as soon as the host announced the start of the match, Bingyan immediately took action. Though confident, he did not take the slightest chance and exerted his full strength right away. A terrifying chill spread rapidly. But in the next moment, an invisible fluctuation enveloped the area. The Taiji field at the 3rd layer level, being more refined, imposed greater constraints on the enemy. Facing an opponent at the 3rd layer, Lin Yuan had no intent to hide his skills, and he used the Taiji field to suppress his opponent. What is this? Bingyan's expression changed slightly. In previous matches, Lin Yuan had also displayed the Taiji field, but it shouldn't have been this powerful, otherwise he wouldn't have been overwhelmed by that 3rd rank dream evolver. Have you already reached 3rd rank? Bingyan's expression grew solemn. Such a level of suppression could only be achieved by the embryonic form of a domain at the 3rd layer. However, defeating me won't be so easy. Bingyan charged towards Lin Yuan, transforming almost into a 1,000-year iceberg, crashing down fiercely. Despite being restrained by the Taiji field, Bingyan's speed reached an astonishing level, approaching 1,000 meters per second. Boom. The two clashed fiercely. See that? That Lin Yuan isn't simple, is he? The white-bearded elder sitting on Fangqing's shoulder observed the battlefield below with interest. Indeed, he's not simple. Fangqing nodded slightly. He could see that the power Lin Yuan wielded was not just of one kind, but two completely opposite forces. These two diametrically opposite forces, in Lin Yuan's hands, had reached a certain balance and fused perfectly together. If I were to fight Lin Yuan, I reckon I'd use the ancient god True Body, then suppress him within 10 moves, and defeat him within 200 moves, Fangqing reasoned. The reason it would take 200 moves was because Fangqing could see that the combining forces Lin Yuan mastered were particularly adept in defense, capable of converting an enemy's attack into his own. Fusing powers, that's something 6th rank individuals have the capability of doing. Without relying on the ancient god evolution path, under the same conditions, you aren't as good as this Lin Yuan. The white-bearded old man glanced at Fangqing. Chapter 66 The Third Shuttle. It's unbearable. At this moment, Bingyan felt somewhat withdrawn. He felt as if the Taiji field around him was a spider web, and he was a bug trapped within it. Every move he made was severely constrained. After the initial burst, Lin Yuan had easily blocked his attack. Bingyan realized he no longer had any chance of victory. The following time seemed exceedingly lengthy. Under the coverage of the Taiji field, Bingyan was even unable to call out "I give up." He could only be mercilessly toyed with by Lin Yuan for over half an hour before the battle ended. Meanwhile, the surrounding audience let out an earth-shaking cheer. Before the match, a majority of the audience believed that Bingyan had better odds of winning. After all, 3rd rank against 2nd layer, even if the latter had an impressive record of holding off a 3rd rank for half an hour. But as the match began, as Lin Yuan demonstrated his 3rd rank strength, the atmosphere of the match reached its peak. Initially, it was 3rd rank against 2nd layer, so Lin Yuan didn't stand much of a chance. Now it was 3rd rank against 3rd rank. The gap between the two was gone. Especially during the battle, Lin Yuan completely suppressed Bing Yan using the Taiji field. This caused countless spectators to get caught up in the excitement. A third-rank evolver is a city destroyer-grade existence, able to destroy a city in no time if unleashed. Now, having two third-rank evolvers clashing before them was an unparalleled experience. Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan is invincible. Lin Yuan, can you come torment me? Among countless cheers, Lin Yuan's figure disappeared. He returned to the resting area. Phew. Lin Yuan breathed out gently. Ice attributes power. Countless insights flickered in Lin Yuan's mind. In the exchange with Bing Yan, his opponent freely displayed a myriad of ice-based techniques. To other evolvers, these would be terrifying trump moves. But in Lin Yuan's heart, they were revelations related to this power. The ice of all things freezes everything. Lin Yuan opened his eyes deep in thought. Second-rank ice-type evolvers merely manifested basic uses of ice power. Third-rank ice-type evolvers, however, could slightly delve deeper into the essence of ice. Not bad, not bad. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Half an hour of trading moves with Bing Yan was quite beneficial for him. It was comparable to the time he battled with a dream sequence third rank. But Lin Yuan's expression suddenly became solemn. As he rose in the rankings of the arena, Lin Yuan also felt a certain pressure. In the battle with Bing Yan, Lin Yuan had to reveal his third-rank strength. Though he hadn't played all his cards, Bing Yan had forced Lin Yuan to consider him seriously. Bing Yan was already tough enough. What about the higher-ranked third-rank evolvers? Keep in mind, among the 19 third-rank evolvers, Bing Yan's strength wasn't even at the forefront. Could Lin Yuan still afford to be as easygoing if he faced one of the top-ranked third-rank evolvers? Just as Lin Yuan was feeling the pressure, a flicker passed through Lin Yuan's mind. His consciousness entirely plunged into the depths of his mind. There a majestic gate stood. At this moment, the gate's peripheral area was completely illuminated. Can I travel now? Lin Yuan's thoughts wandered. Unnoticed, more than 10 months had passed since his second interdimensional travel ended. The door to the myriad realms, having accumulated energy over this period, could now facilitate Lin Yuan's third journey. I wonder what kind of world will this journey take me to? With a thought, Lin Yuan began to extend a wisp of consciousness toward the depths of the door to the myriad realms. The prior two travels involved investing his entire consciousness. But this time, Lin Yuan tried to invest only a wisp of consciousness. This thread of consciousness only possessed 1/10,000th of Lin Yuan's total mental capacity. Even if he were to suffer a devastating blow, it would hardly affect Lin Yuan, who could recover in just an hour or two. Buzz. As Lin Yuan's thread of consciousness probed deeper, in a trance, Lin Yuan seemed to see a vast world. This grand world was magnificent, and at a fleeting glance, Lin Yuan saw a weapon as large as a mountain in shadow form. Is that a weapon? Lin Yuan's expression was one of astonishment, and then his consciousness returned to his main body. At the same time, Lin Yuan also received some information about this journey through worlds. Dwell time, 160 years. That world, it's a higher tier than the Dragon Tiger world. As for the flow of time, 160 years there, probably 2 to 3 days here in the main world? Lin Yuan speculated in his mind. This trial had prepared Lin Yuan somewhat. At the very least, he wouldn't be as clueless as he was during the first 2 teleportations. In half a day, I have another match. After that, it's the finals for the top 10, which will be held in half a month. Lin Yuan decided to teleport again in half a day. This interval would not delay anything. During the wait, Lin Yuan wasn't idle. Instead, he went to watch the matches of other evolvers. First up was the one named the Poison Path Evolver. This evolver's opponent was also a third rank. But from the start of the match, the opponent's face turned from green to purple. Obviously, he had been poisoned severely. Then, after more than 10 minutes, his body completely rotted away. During this time, the Poison Path Evolver only put up a symbolic defense, then watched as his opponent collapsed on the ground. Next, Lin Yuan watched the match of the one known as Thunder God. It was still a match between third-rank evolvers. Thunder God controlled the thunder, and finally even transformed into thunder, directly crushing the third-rank evolver. Thunder God's match was basically without suspense. No matter how potent the opponent, the moment Thunder God chose to embody thunder, the match was over. Lastly, Lin Yuan watched the match of the one known as Feng Qing. Feng Qing's opponent was not weak, ranking near the top among third-rank evolvers, just behind Thunder God. However, even this potent third-rank evolver couldn't withstand 5 moves against Feng Qing. At the 5th move, a majestic figure suddenly appeared behind Feng Qing, its ancient and vast aura pervading the arena. The opponent's spirit was shaken, and he was directly smashed into a pulp by the imposing figure. Ancient God Evolutionary Pathway. Lin Yuan exhaled softly. This pathway was extremely rare, and was well known not only in the Qikuan star domain, but also in surrounding star domains. Images of the majestic figure behind Feng Qing emerged in Lin Yuan's mind, leaving him feeling weighed down. Truthfully, even if he deployed all his cards, Lin Yuan lacked any confidence in defeating Feng Qing. After watching Feng Qing's match, Lin Yuan heard another piece of news. An evolver at the pinnacle of second layer broke through in bloodline during the match, stepping directly into third rank. This top-tier third-rank evolver was a bloodline evolver, who was initially thought to have just an ordinary third-rank bloodline. But after the bloodline breakthrough, it was revealed that this third-rank bloodline concealed a 6th-rank lineage. 6th-rank lineage. This was a lineage that belonged to offspring of fallen star-level beings. With the bloodline awakening, this evolver instantly became the most favored candidate for the championship, nearly pushing down ancient god evolutionary pathway Feng Qing. Half a day later, the match ended. Returning to the resting area, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. His expression conveyed solemnity. The stage of the matches had reached a point where no evolver was easy to contend with. Thunder God had a unique constitution, able to transform into thunder, a talent unmatched. Feng Qing practiced the ancient god evolution pathway, with a massive background and predecessors paving the way. The evolver whose bloodline reached 6th rank had ancestors who were fallen star-level powerhouses, leaving behind a legacy sufficient for him to dominate among the third ranks. Compared with them, Lin Yuan seemed rather inconspicuous, with an ordinary background and no notable lineage. On the path of evolution, background, resources, and lineage are indeed important, but not absolutely necessary. I, Lin Yuan, even without any remarkable background, resources, or lineage can still rely on my efforts to achieve successes equal to anyone else's in the future. Lin Yuan disconnected from the virtual world, his body laying in the nourishment pod, eyes closed. Door to the myriad realms, allow me to travel through. Chapter 67 New Identity in a Daze. Lin Yuan opened his eyes. Where am I? This was Lin Yuan's first thought. Have I not been born yet? This was Lin Yuan's second thought. Indeed, at this moment, Lin Yuan was still in his mother's womb. Warm amniotic fluid flowed all around him. Why do I get smaller with each transmigration? Lin Yuan felt a bit of a toothache, although he didn't have teeth yet. The first time he transmigrated, Lin Yuan was a little monk over 3 years old. The second time, Lin Yuan had just been born. Now for the third transmigration he was directly in the womb. Even though Lin Yuan knew that the transmigration through the door to the myriad realms was completely random, he couldn't help feeling speechless. But this might not be a bad thing. After quickly adapting to his current situation, Lin Yuan began to ponder. Before transmigrating, Lin Yuan had studied the body of Lulan He from the Thunder Rain Star region. As an offshoot of a major figure in the Thunder Rain Star region, Lulan He's original body came from a highly rare special life form deep in the cosmos. With his parents' genes as the carrier, the core genes of this special life form were mixed in. The body cultivated from this combination had potential, and in many other respects, far surpassed that of a normal human. Lulan He's body, even without any cultivation, could rapidly grow to a second-layer strength. In the main world for half a year, Lin Yuan, apart from contemplating the subsequent path of martial path, evolutionary path, devoted all his remaining energy to comprehending the mysteries of such a body. With his against heavens understanding, Lin Yuan had already comprehended a complete set of body transformation techniques. This technique allowed the body to transform slowly and achieve the effect of enhancing the life essence. As for the efficiency of life essence transformation, the younger the age, the better. Lin Yuan's body in the main world was already mature, with his physique fully developed. The progress of practicing this technique was slow, with only 1/10 completed in half a year. However, now Lin Yuan had not yet been born. Every aspect of his body was in a nascent state. It was simply the best time to practice this body transformation technique. In fact, Lin Yuan had specifically set aside part of his energy to contemplate this body transformation technique, to prevent the scenario that occurred during the last transmigration, when he was born and immediately faced an extreme situation with no ability to resist. Transforming his body in this way, at the very least, would give Lin Yuan the power to protect himself ahead of time. Let's not rush the body transformation. Let's see what the status and background of my parents are in this life first. Body transformation requires energy. And since Lin Yuan had not been born yet, naturally he couldn't gather energy on his own. So, once Lin Yuan began body transformation, he would instinctively absorb the energy of the mother's body. This would manifest as the mother developing a huge appetite, needing to consume all sorts of nourishing supplements. If this were a poor family, such a situation would definitely be adding insult to injury. If that were the case, Lin Yuan would have no choice but to faithfully wait until after birth to make plans. Compared to body transformation, Lin Yuan was even less willing to perish prematurely. Body transformation techniques could be practiced even after birth, absorbing the yin and yang energies of the heavens and earth, with effects evident within hours. It was absolutely unnecessary to shift the risk to the mother's womb. Time passed by. Before long, half a month had gone by. It seems I'm off to a good start this time, Lin Yuan thought to himself. During this time, he faintly sensed that just the servants tending to his mother numbered dozens. What average family could boast such treatment? Moreover, Lin Yuan could also feel that his mother ate expensive supplements every day. This fact was confirmed by the energy transferred from the umbilical cord. In this transmigration, my identity must be that of a prince, my father the reigning emperor, my mother a noble concubine, and my maternal grandfather a highly esteemed senior official. Lin Yuan thought silently to himself. Over the past half-month, Lin Yuan often heard conversations from outside. These conversations, naturally not anticipating that Lin Yuan would eavesdrop, touched upon many secrets. Initially, Lin Yuan didn't understand the language of this world. He couldn't understand it. But after listening a lot, he naturally learned it. That's what against heaven's understanding is. For the same sound, others might need to hear it hundreds or thousands of times before they could remember it or barely understand it. Lin Yuan only needed to hear it once to roughly understand. Then, combining the tone of voice when the sound was spoken with the reactions of others, he generally understood the meaning. After listening to a few more sentences, he pretty much got the hang of it. To learn a language was just that simple. Within the 100 Flowers Hall, a palace maid hurried in. "Your Highness, I've inquired with the imperial physician. This time you're definitely bearing a prince." The palace maid spoke excitedly, but carefully looked around, afraid of being overheard by others. Wang Shangfeng didn't seem to care much. "Whether it's a son or a daughter, it's a child of His Majesty and me, and he'll be happy regardless," Wang Shangfeng said with a gentle tone. "Oh my, Your Highness, how can you understand so little?" The maid spoke anxiously. "Now that His Majesty has yet to have a prince, if Your Highness gives birth to a prince in the future, there are some things you're not allowed to say." Before the maid could finish, Wang Shangfeng's expression suddenly turned icy cold as she calmly looked over. Yes. The maid's face turned pale as she tremblingly knelt on the ground. "It seems that my mother in this life," inside the womb. Lin Yuan quietly listened to the commotion outside, and he held a rather high opinion of his mother in this life. She at least knew how to keep a low profile. This won't do. In the depths of the palace, it's easy to dodge a known threat, but an unseen arrow is hard to guard against. I must hasten the transformation of my physical body. A sense of urgency surged in Lin Yuan's heart. It was a feeling that had been lingering ever since he realized he was in the imperial palace, particularly after learning that the current emperor had no princes. The urgency grew even stronger. Even palace maids were aware that what Wang Shangfeng carried might very well be a prince. Were the other consorts oblivious? Especially the reigning empress. If she harbored any other thoughts, Lin Yuan would be in danger. Of course, Lin Yuan's transformation was entirely based on Wang Shangfeng's reactions. He would not absorb energy indiscriminately, instead using the gentle energy formed by the transformation to nourish the mother's body in turn. As Lin Yuan began the transformation of his physical body, Wang Shangfeng instantly felt a sense of hunger. It was as if she hadn't eaten anything for 3 days and nights. Luckily, she was in the imperial palace and had a strong background herself. She hardly lacked any substantial nourishment, so no problems arose. 8 months later, Wang Shangfeng caressed her belly. "You little rascal have eaten so many tonics from your mother." Wang Shangfeng sighed. If one word could describe the past half-year, it would be eat. An ordinary person might only consume a strand of 100-year-old ginseng. Wang Shangfeng could eat half of one in a single bite. Not to mention the variety of spiritual and precious medicines from the deep mountains. Wang Shangfeng never stopped consuming them. If it weren't for the support of her maternal family, secretly covering the expensive costs, this matter would have likely alarmed the entire palace long ago. After all, being able to eat is good, but eating too much is peculiar. Even so, there were rumors within the palace about Wang Shangfeng's appetite. Even Emperor Lu Shi had heard of it, but he did not inquire further. After all, Wang Shangfeng was a strong cultivator before entering the palace. What's wrong with eating a little more during pregnancy? However, if Emperor Lu Shi knew Wang Shangfeng's actual appetite, he would not think so. It's almost time. My days of suffering are about to end. Wang Shangfeng faintly felt the movements of her child in her stomach, occasionally kicking her. Counting the days, it was time for her to give birth. The Greater Yan Dynasty. Inside the Qingtian Hall of the Imperial Palace. Emperor Lu Shi of the Greater Yan was sitting at his desk, dealing with political affairs. Your Majesty, Consort Wang has given birth. Consort Wang has delivered. Right at this moment, a little eunuch hurried over, speaking respectfully. Oh, another daughter, right? Emperor Lu Shi asked casually without even lifting his eyelids. Since his ascension to the throne, Lu Shi had favored many consorts, yet none had borne him a son. To be precise, not a single prince was born. As for princesses, there were plenty, but without a prince who would inherit the emperor's seat in the future. Could it be that he would have to adopt one from another branch of the imperial clan? Lu Shi was naturally not willing to do so. He had struggled hard to seize the throne, and he intended for his own son to inherit it. But unfortunately, no matter how hard Lu Shi tried, all of his offspring were princesses, without exception. Counting the number, in the past 20 years, Lu Shi had already conferred the title of princess to more than 60 of them. Having ascended the throne for over 20 years, and without a single prince, rumors spread everywhere within the court and beyond. If it were not for Lu Shi's ruthless methods, his position as the emperor might not be secure at this moment. Could this be the punishment from my ancestors? Lu Shi's eyes lost their focus. In those years, to ascend to the throne, he had killed all of his several brothers. After becoming emperor, to reclaim the great power, he even put those uncles who were princes under house arrest until their deaths. As Lu Shi's thoughts wandered, the eunuch's voice trembled as he spoke. Your Majesty, it's a prince. Consort Wang has given birth to a prince. I know, wait. Emperor Lu Shi waved his hand but suddenly paused. What did you say? Lu Shi's eyes suddenly revealed a trace of sharp light. Staring straight at the eunuch, word by word he asked. What did you say? Your Majesty, this servant is saying Consort Wang has given birth to a prince. The eunuch's scalp tingled, fearing that he had angered the emperor, and quickly spoke. A prince. Ripples arose in Lu Shi's heart. He had indeed heard the imperial physicians say that it was very likely that Wang Shangfeng was carrying a boy. But Lu Shi had heard many such claims before, and more than half of his dozens of daughters were born under such claims. Only he had not expected that this time it would be true. Your Majesty. After a moment, the eunuch did not hear a reply and summoned the courage to look up, only to find that Emperor Lu Shi, who had been sitting at the desk, had already left. Outside the 100 Flowers Hall, The 100 Flowers Hall was Consort Wang's palace. At this moment, the Greater Yan Emperor Lu Shi stood outside the hall. "I have a son?" Lu Shi did not immediately go in but hesitated instead. "Your Majesty, this is a prince." At that moment, a plump imperial physician came out, holding a newborn infant, stopping in front of Lu Shi. "Your Majesty, this servant just examined him, and the prince's physique and innate strength are extremely powerful. He is an exceptional child that our Greater Yan has never seen since the founding of our dynasty." The plump imperial physician, excited, was trembling as he held the infant. "An exceptional child? My son is an exceptional child?" Emperor Lu Shi was momentarily stunned. Simply the fact that Wang Shangfeng had given birth to a son had already thrilled him beyond expectation. And to think that this son was also an exceptional child? Emperor Lu Shi glanced at the imperial physician. Noticing his sincere expression and the same exhilaration surging deep within his eyes, without any flattery, he instantly believed him to be 7 or 8 parts truthful. As thoughts churned, Emperor Lu Shi gazed at the infant, Lin Yuan, his hands trembling slightly. But in the end Lu Shi still took Lin Yuan into his arms, cradling him in his hands. "Congratulations to your Majesty on the birth of a prince. Congratulations to your Majesty on the birth of a prince. Congratulations to your Majesty on the birth of a prince." All the eunuchs and maids inside and outside the 100 Flowers Hall knelt down, shouting loudly, "I have a son? I, Lu Shi, finally have a son. And he's an exceptional child." Emperor Lu Shi laughed heartily, carefully lifting Lin Yuan gently up high, as if he were lifting the entire Greater Yan dynasty. Chapter 68 Heaven Blesses Great Yan. The birth of Lin Yuan seemed to transform Emperor Lu Shi into a different person. He even became much more diligent in attending court. After all, before Lin Yuan was born, Emperor Lu Shi once doubted whether he could ever have a son. Eventually, the imperial throne, however reluctantly, would have to be passed to another's hands. Even though this person would certainly be adopted under his name, be one of his descendants, and worship him as if he was their natural father, not having his own flesh and blood as heir always seemed a bit odd. This led to a lack of motivation in Lu Shi's handling of state affairs. What was the point of all this effort if the kingdom would end up in someone else's hands? But now everything had changed. Emperor Lu Shi had a son. He had produced an heir to inherit all that was his. Moreover, this son's constitution and innate talent were so strong that upon examination, Lu Shi found it unbelievable. With such a constitution and innate talent, the boy might well be able to tear tigers and leopards apart with his bare hands by the age of 2 or 3. Of course, while Lu Shi was delighted with this, he was well aware that martial prowess alone was not enough to be a good emperor. More importantly, political acumen was needed. Today's world was divided among the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms, and Greater Yan was merely a dynasty located in the southern Central Plains, one among the 36 kingdoms. It was not the weakest, but it had nothing to do with being the strongest either, especially since in this generation, as the most crucial foundation of the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms, a divine weapon master had yet to be cultivated. This made Lu Shi feel extremely troubled. Without a divine weapon master in place, Greater Yan always seemed a cut below when facing other nations. Of course, with the foundation of Greater Yan, there wouldn't be any serious problems in the short term, even without a weapon master. In Emperor Lu Shi's plan, he aimed to cultivate a weapon master for Greater Yan during his reign. By the time he passed the throne to Lin Yuan, the Greater Yan dynasty would be a peaceful and stable nation, both internally and externally. At that time, Lin Yuan would be able to execute all his political aspirations. Be it reform, or a change in laws, it would all be up to Lin Yuan to decide. But all this was based on the premise that Lin Yuan knew how to be an emperor. If he knew nothing and acted only according to his whims, wouldn't Emperor Lu Shi be handing Greater Yan over to a foolish ruler? Because of this, as soon as Lin Yuan turned 5, he was made the crown prince, and began his training as the heir. Lin Yuan did not disappoint Lu Shi's expectations, being able to read and write at the age of 3 or 4. By the time he was 6, he had silenced with his reasoning the grand tutor specially chosen by Emperor Lu Shi. You must know that Lin Yuan's grand tutor was extraordinarily learned, Not just a top graduate, but also from a family that was a famous literary household within the greater Yin dynasty. Such a person could lay down a dynasty's cultural foundation and leave a name in history regardless of the era. Yet he was bewildered by Lin Yuan, a mere child of 5, and could not respond for a long while. If this were to spread, it would surely stun the multitude of scholars who regarded the Grand Tutor as their mentor. Inside Qingtian Hall, the Grand Tutor, wearing a helpless expression, complained to Emperor Lu Shi. "Your Majesty, I really can't teach him anymore." The Grand Tutor looked at Emperor Lu Shi seated on the dragon throne and couldn't help but speak up. "What happened? Did Yuan make you angry again?" Emperor Lu Shi asked with immediate concern. He had gone to great lengths to persuade the Grand Tutor to teach Lin Yuan. After all, threatening a scholar's life is certainly futile. For most scholars, they very much aspire to be executed by the emperor because at least in this way, they can leave their name in history. And the emperor, probably, would have to bear some infamy. Furthermore, behind the Grand Tutor stood the support of the majority of Greater Yan's literati. A single move could affect the whole. If a forceful approach was ineffective, then a gentle one must be tried. After various promises and enticing prospects put forth by Emperor Lu Shi, the Grand Tutor finally agreed to teach Lin Yuan. But what Emperor Lu Shi had not anticipated was that, not even a year into the job, the Grand Tutor was planning to quit. "If it were just a matter of making me angry, that wouldn't be much of a problem." The Grand Tutor sighed lightly. He had lived for decades, and what kind of student hadn't he seen? His mentality was already extremely calm, confident in his ability to correct even the most stubborn of students. But Lin Yuan was not the least bit stubborn. Not only was he the opposite of stubborn, but he could also be described as astoundingly exceptional. All the concepts taught by the Grand Tutor were readily accepted by Lin Yuan without a hint of doubt. This initially left the Grand Tutor, who was waiting for Lin Yuan to raise questions, dumbfounded for quite a while. "You understood everything with just one explanation? Then what do you need me for?" At first, the Grand Tutor thought Lin Yuan was pretending to understand, so he carefully prepared several questions, aiming to expose Lin Yuan. But what the Grand Tutor had not anticipated was that Lin Yuan not only explained his question once, he also used the example to deduce other aspects that even the Grand Tutor had not thought of before. And for the Grand Tutor, the nightmare was just beginning. In the following lessons, the Grand Tutor completely became a tool. He only needed to read out the contents of those classical books. As for how to understand them, he didn't need to say a word. Lin Yuan would understand the meaning after just one listen. Besides, sometimes Lin Yuan would sense the Grand Tutor's confusion and would reinterpret the more obscure content. After hearing these interpretations, the Grand Tutor would have an epiphany, feeling like the decades he spent studying were in vain. Thus a very strange scene occurred. In front of the study desk, the aged Grand Tutor resembled a student, mostly listening attentively, while the mere child Lin Yuan talked eloquently, his knowledge spanning ancient and modern times. Most crucially, the Grand Tutor actually found Lin Yuan's points to be very sensible. The wisdom of countless sages throughout history, in Lin Yuan's words, now showed many aspects unknown to others. The Grand Tutor, although obsessed with this sensation, immediately realized that he could not go on like this. If he continued to stay with Lin Yuan, he feared he would be unable to resist taking Lin Yuan as his master. Even if he suppressed this thought, what would the passing palace maids and eunuchs think? Was it he who taught Lin Yuan, or was it Lin Yuan teaching him? For these reasons, the Grand Tutor sought an audience with Emperor Lu Shi early in the morning to tender his resignation. He truly had no face to continue. "What do you mean by that, Grand Tutor?" Emperor Lu Shi sat on the dragon throne, scrutinizing the Grand Tutor. At first, he thought the Grand Tutor had come to complain, or perhaps wanted to bargain for something more. But now, after observing him for a while, Emperor Lu Shi realized the bitterness and resignation on the Grand Tutor's face was genuine, from the heart. This made Emperor Lu Shi very curious. What had his son done to make the Grand Tutor, a literary giant, wear such an expression? "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince's control over situations and his approach to major issues far exceed that of your humble servant. Us mortals, what qualifications do we have to teach him?" the Grand Tutor said bitterly. Far exceeds you. Emperor Wuxia blinked. For anyone to receive such high praise from a literary giant like the Grand Tutor would usually be a cause for delight. But for Wuxia, his 6-year-old son? Could you not be more credible in your flattery? Emperor Wuxia immediately felt that the Grand Tutor might be mocking him. If the Grand Tutor wishes to propose other conditions, just speak them. Why the need to? Emperor Wuxia frowned slightly, his tone displaying some dissatisfaction. Upon hearing this, the Grand Tutor managed a difficult smile. If he hadn't experienced it personally, he himself would think he was taking the opportunity to propose conditions. But that wasn't the case at all. The Grand Tutor took a light breath and then solemnly said, with my virtues, I am no longer fit to teach the Crown Prince. In order to make Emperor Wuxia believe what he said, the Grand Tutor had already begun to abandon his pride, directly admitting his inferiority to Lin Yuan. The words the Grand Tutor speaks. Emperor Wuxia was inwardly shocked. One should know that the most valued thing among scholars was their reputation. They argued for a legacy that would last generations, especially for a literary giant like the Grand Tutor. Even if he was unwilling to teach Lin Yuan, he wouldn't admit to being inferior to him. After all, Lin Yuan was but a 6-year-old child. To admit being inferior to such a child would be a great blow to any scholar's reputation, especially for a literary authority like the Grand Tutor. Even in death he would not have admitted such. In the literary world, there is no first place. In martial arts, there is no second. This isn't about who is stronger or weaker. What are you suggesting, Grand Tutor? Emperor Wuxia was silent for a while before finally asking. Our greater Yan dynasty. The Grand Tutor paused for a moment, then said with an inexplicable sigh, will welcome a sage monarch. A sage monarch? Emperor Wuxia could hardly believe it. Since ancient times, the highest praise for an emperor was to be called a sage monarch. Emperor Wuxia had not expected the Grand Tutor to have such high regard for Lin Yuan, to determine him a future sage monarch even before he ascended the throne. Your Majesty, this servant shall take his leave. Seeing that Emperor Wuxia remained silent, the Grand Tutor bowed and requested to be excused. Wuxia did not stop him but silently watched the Grand Tutor's retreating figure. Once the Grand Tutor had completely left Chengtian Hall, Emperor Wuxia waved his hand, signaling the surrounding palace maids and eunuchs to leave. He then sat alone in Chengtian Hall, lost in thought. After a long time, a bout of unrestrained laughter echoed from within Chengtian Hall. Ha 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 ha. My son Wuxia, a sage monarch? Ha 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 ha. May our ancestors bless us. May our ancestors bless us indeed. I, Wuxia, will have a son who is a sage monarch. May heaven bless our greater Yan. May heaven bless our greater Yan indeed. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 69 Divine Weapon? Demonic Weapon? Name, Lin Yuan. Status, Holder of the Myriad Realms Gate, Bound Talent. Against Heaven's Understanding. Current State, Consciousness Descent. Remaining Residence Time, 154 years. In the Eastern Palace, Lin Yuan glanced at the Myriad Realms Gate panel. Without realizing it, he had already spent 6 years in this world. During these 6 years, Lin Yuan could say his life was extremely comfortable, having whatever he desired. Given Emperor Wuxia's indulgence towards him, even if Lin Yuan expressed a wish for the stars in the sky, Emperor Wuxia would probably consider it. After some contemplation, Lin Yuan stepped out of the Eastern Palace. He arrived in front of a wooden tower deep within the Imperial Palace. This wooden tower looked extremely ordinary, but there was a large number of Imperial guards patrolling the vicinity. Lin Yuan didn't stop, walking straight towards the entrance of the tower. Pay our respects to the Crown Prince. Pay our respects to His Highness the Crown Prince. The patrolling Imperial guards immediately bowed in an extremely respectful manner upon seeing Lin Yuan. There was no help for it. As the sole heir of the current emperor, Lin Yuan was enthroned as the Crown Prince at the age of 5. This was extremely rare throughout the history of the Greater Yin dynasty. Even for the eldest legitimate son, it was only possible to be enthroned as the Crown Prince after reaching adulthood and undergoing the coronation ceremony. And even after becoming the Crown Prince, he would still be subjected to the emperor's wariness. The presence of a crown prince certainly stabilizes the court situation, but it also divides the emperor's power and influence to a certain extent. It was not like Emperor Wuxia indulging him. If Lin Yuan were not so young, Emperor Wuxia would probably let Lin Yuan supervise the state, getting accustomed to what it would be like to be emperor. Lin Yuan entered the Wooden Tower. This place was a forbidden area of the Greater Yin Dynasty. It housed the most powerful techniques and secret methods of the Greater Yin Dynasty. Just taking out one of them would incite a bloody storm in the outside world. Years ago, Lin Yuan asked Emperor Wuxia if he could take a look inside the Wooden Tower. Emperor Wuxia agreed without a second thought. Firstly, while the tower was indeed a forbidden area, who was Lin Yuan? He was his son, the future emperor of the Greater Yin Dynasty. What was wrong with entering the Wooden Tower? Secondly, Emperor Wuxia felt that Lin Yuan was simply acting out of curiosity. How old was Lin Yuan at that time? Could he understand the profound techniques and secret methods within the tower? He probably expected that Lin Yuan would lose interest after playing around for a while. Emperor Wuxia could never have dreamed that in just less than 2 years, Lin Yuan had fully grasped and even innovated upon the many techniques and secret methods that the Greater Yin Dynasty had compiled over thousands of years. The cultivation system of this world. Lin Yuan found a corner to sit down at random. His expression fell into a brief contemplation. In the Greater Yin Dynasty, or rather the entire Central Plains 36 kingdoms, the essence of the cultivation system was about the same. Specifically, it was divided into 7 stages: body refinement, tendon refinement, skin refinement, bone refinement, organ refinement, marrow refinement, and finally blood refining. The corresponding realms were martial apprentice, martial master, innate martial master, great grandmaster, and martial saint. In simple terms, body refinement martial apprentice, tendon refinement martial apprentice, skin refinement martial master, bone refinement martial master, organ refinement innate martial master, marrow refinement great grandmaster, and blood refining martial saint. According to Lin Yuan's judgment, the strongest blood refining martial saint, whose blood and qi integrate into one, is equivalent to the second layer pinnacle level of the main world. However, Lin Yuan noticed something amiss. That is, the cultivation system of the Central Plains 36 kingdoms, when traced back to its roots, is merely about tempering the body and strengthening the blood and qi. As for the soul and spirit, there is not the slightest involvement. Not to mention, even the first world that Lin Yuan traversed began developing spiritual supernatural powers at the Grandmaster level. It doesn't make sense for the blood-refining martial saint, comparable to the second layer pinnacle, to not touch on it at all. Weapons master. Lin Yuan muttered to himself softly. The cultivation system from martial apprentice to martial saint is just the cultivation system accessible to the ordinary people. And in this world, there is another set of cultivation systems. That is to become a weapons master. Weapons masters can wield divine weapons. And divine weapons are the most powerful existence in this world. In the Central Plains 36 kingdoms, each kingdom possesses a nation-protecting divine weapon. The power of the divine weapons is beyond human resistance. A wielder who drives a divine weapon, even a mere wisp of its aura, can easily crush 100 blood refinement martial saints. This was also why Emperor Wuxia had been far more excited upon learning that Lin Yuan possessed the potential to become a sage monarch than when showing off his innate physical endowments at birth. No matter how strong one's physical endowments, in the future, one might only become a blood refinement martial saint. And what counts a blood refinement martial saint in the face of a wielder? So long as the Greater Yin Dynasty had a divine weapon standing guard, no number of martial saints could affect the overall situation. However, not everyone could become a wielder. To become one must gain the recognition of the divine weapon. And each wielder does not live long. Rarely does a wielder live to 40 years. This has led the Central Plains 36 kingdoms to always have a supply of wielder candidates in reserve. Even so, occasionally there would be a break in the line of wielders. The Greater Yin Dynasty is currently facing such a predicament. But with a divine weapon standing guard, and the treaty signed among the Central Plains 36 kingdoms, No problems should arise in the short term. The strength of a wielder stems from the divine weapon. Merely leaking a trace of its aura could crush 100 martial saints. The power of the divine weapon is at least 3rd rank, perhaps even borderline 4th rank. Lin Yuan guessed in his heart. With his insight, he naturally saw that these so-called wielders were but puppets. The truly powerful entity was naturally the divine weapon itself. Lin Yuan stood up. He walked to a bookshelf deep in the wooden tower. He took down an old, tattered manuscript from there. It contained bits of information on the divine weapons. This was one of the few channels through which Lin Yuan understood divine weapons. As for asking Emperor Wuxia directly, other matters might be negotiable. But once it came to the divine weapons, Emperor Wuxia would become evasive and deeply guarded. It seemed that he did not want his son to know about the divine weapons so soon. Lin Yuan slowly flipped through the manuscript. Even though he had already committed its contents to memory, it still stirred up ripples in his heart. All 36 kingdoms of the Central Plains have divine weapons standing guard. It appears tranquil throughout the world, but the living sacrifices needed by each divine weapon are enormous. If the requirements are not met, the 36 divine weapons will awaken on their own and seek out sacrifices. When that time comes, it will be a disaster for all living beings. I wonder if these are really divine weapons or the content at the end of the book seemed to be erased. But Lin Yuan, combining the context, easily deduced what had been removed. I wonder if these are really divine weapons or demonic weapons. Lin Yuan closed the book and returned it to the shelf. There were hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of volumes collected in the wooden tower. And since this book was hidden in the deepest part, it was highly improbable that anyone coming in would see it. Only Lin Yuan, with his against heaven's understanding, and having mastered all the martial arts and secret techniques in the tower, would have had the time to find these miscellaneous records. Divine weapons, Lin Yuan's brow furrowed. The origin of the divine weapons was not detailed in the tower's collection. It was only known to be related to the ancient times, over 10,000 years ago. All of the divine weapons were born at that time. As for how they came to be and how they created today's situation, that remains unknown. 10,000 years are just too distant. The main world was fine since it had entered the space age, and everything could be passed down through data formation. But in the world Lin Yuan currently inhabited, just a little war or human calamity could lead to a disruption. This world. A peculiar expression crossed Lin Yuan's face. The living sacrifices needed by the divine weapons were better with abundant blood and qi. And the mainstream cultivation system of this world is purely about physical conditioning and increasing blood and qi. Both aspects looked normal when viewed separately, but when combined, Lin Yuan immediately sensed another layer. The people of this world, it seems, are all raised like livestock by these so-called divine weapons. The Central Plains' 36 kingdoms are like 36 farms, and all the people are the cattle, waiting to be consumed by the divine weapons. Lin Yuan thought to himself. He was almost certain that the cultivation system from martial apprentice to martial saint must have been influenced by the divine weapons. Otherwise it wouldn't be so deformed. Chapter 70. No need to cultivate a war master. Give me time. I will surpass the war master. Weapons possessing spiritual nature did not surprise Lin Yuan. In the dragon tiger world, the true martial sword itself possessed spirituality. However, in this world, the divine weapons started to domesticate humans, consuming them periodically. This was no longer mere spirituality, but spiritual wisdom. The 36 divine weapons were equivalent to 36 nearly 4th rank or genuine 4th rank powerhouses. If they united, slaughtering the entire human race would be a piece of cake. But these 36 divine weapons did not do so. Instead, they planned for sustainable development. They even found their own spokespersons. That is, the royal families of the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms. They supported spokespersons from among the livestock. Then let the spokespersons manage the multitude of livestock. Every now and then, they would select suitable livestock to consume. This had already formed a complete system. From this alone, Lin Yuan had already determined that the divine weapons not only possessed spiritual wisdom, but their spiritual wisdom was not low. However, I am not in danger for now. Lin Yuan thought silently to himself. Even if regarded as livestock for food, there were levels even among that. As a chosen spokesperson of the divine weapon from the greater Yin imperial family, like Lin Yuan, his status was undoubtedly the highest. Even if he couldn't escape the fate of being consumed, he would be the last to be consumed. Power, as long as the power is strong enough, even a divine weapon can be shattered with one punch. Lin Yuan let out a breath lightly and walked out of the wooden building. The cultivation system of the beings in this world was influenced by the divine weapons. No matter how brilliant one was, the endpoint was merely martial saint. In the face of the sublime divine weapons, they were merely a delicious food. But Lin Yuan was different. His cultivation foundation did not originate from this world, and was completely unaffected by the divine weapons. Returning to the Eastern Palace, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Today, I can recover to full strength. Lin Yuan's eyes lowered. Having shuttled to this world 6 years ago, Lin Yuan naturally did not idle away as he consumed various supplements daily. He had secretly almost completely restored his strength very early on. In fact, with the speed of Lin Yuan's cultivation, he could have regained full strength in at most 5 years. However, the cultivation system of this world had given Lin Yuan quite a bit of inspiration. Body refining, tendon refinement, skin refinement, bone refinement, organ refinement, marrow refinement, and finally blood refining, although somewhat abnormal, indeed perfect in forging the body. It allowed every aspect of the body, inside and out, to be tempered. This was exactly what made Lin Yuan integrate this set of cultivation systems perfectly into the martial Tao cultivation system, taking him an additional year more. Almost there. Lin Yuan's eyes slightly closed. Inside his body, a dramatic transformation was occurring. Half a day later, Lin Yuan successfully recovered to 3rd-rank strength. At this moment, his combat power even surpassed that of his peak period in the main world. After all, Lin Yuan had now fully cultivated the physical transformation technique learnt from Lulan He, and he had perfectly assimilated the physically honing methods of this world. In terms of the physical body, he naturally exceeded that of the main world by a lot. Take it slow. Lin Yuan's gaze was calm. According to his estimation, the nation-protecting divine weapons of the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms each possessed at least near 4th rank, or even genuine 4th rank strength. Compared to these divine weapons, the current Lin Yuan definitely fell short. That day, Lin Yuan finished his cultivation only to see his 7th sister waiting for him. Lin Yuan's 7th sister, to be precise, Lin Yuan's half-sister, was the 7th princess of the Greater Yin dynasty. However, the relationship between the two was quite good, and they often met to chat. Xiao Yuan, I am about to go to the divine weapon ancestral grounds with the other sisters. The 7th sister's tone suddenly turned somewhat anxious. Divine weapon ancestral grounds? Lin Yuan's expression remained unchanged. The divine weapon ancestral grounds were where the nation-protecting divine weapon of the Greater Yin dynasty slumbered. As for why the 7th sister and the other princesses were going to the divine weapon ancestral grounds, it must be related to the cultivation of weapon bearers. To become a weapon bearer, one must first be recognized by the divine weapon. This inevitably involves approaching the divine weapon. According to past practice, the candidate for the weapon bearer of the Greater Yin dynasty would definitely be selected primarily from among the clan members. After all, the fact that weapon bearers have short lives is no secret. If the current emperor had a choice, he definitely would not send his own children. But now the Greater Yin dynasty faced a generation gap in weapon bearers. All clan members had been tested, yet none were chosen by the divine weapon. In such a situation, Emperor Lu Shi could only send his own children to try. Of course, only daughters. Lin Yuan, as the crown prince, was absolutely impossible to become a weapon bearer. Because soldier makers did not live long, and needed to stay close to the divine weapons for extended periods, they were destined to have no claim to the throne. There shouldn't be any problems, he said. Lin Yuan offered a few words of comfort. I hope so. His sister's eyes were somewhat reddened. Although no one knew what exactly would happen to a soldier maker. But every 3 to 4 decades, the Greater Yin dynasty would select a soldier maker. It was likely that the previous soldier makers had died. Otherwise, there would be no need to select new ones. Half a day later, his sister, crying, came to find Lin Yuan again. "Brother, I have been chosen." His sister's voice was hoarse, tinged with fear. Shortly after, the Imperial Guard entered. They respectfully bowed to Lin Yuan. Then they took his sister away. She did not resist. Once chosen by the divine weapon, her fate was already sealed. Even the emperor could not change it. Her appearance here was solely to see Lin Yuan one last time. After all, once one becomes a soldier maker, unless you activate the divine weapon, you hardly get a chance to leave the divine weapon ancestral grounds. Do divine weapons prefer people with strong souls? Lin Yuan watched his sister leave, his mind racing. Compared to other members of the imperial clan, his sister's spiritual soul was innately powerful, specifically manifesting as a good memory, and needing only a short sleep to feel refreshed. As for why it prefers them, perhaps because they are tastier, perhaps for the divine weapons. Those cultivators with vigorous vital energy are just ordinary food. But a person with a strong soul is like a feast they want to savor slowly, which is why each soldier maker's life is not long. Lin Yuan's thoughts churned. At this moment, he also guessed why the divine weapon did not simply remove constraints on the spirit within the cultivation system. If both the physical body and soul were cultivated together, there was a chance to give birth to beings surpassing martial saints. Over time, that might challenge the dominant position of the divine weapons. Yuaner, it is an honor for your sister to be chosen by the divine weapon, and it is also good for our greater Yin dynasty, Emperor Lu Shi told Lin Yuan softly. Though this resolved the crisis of a break in succession of soldier makers for the greater Yin dynasty, Emperor Lu Shi was not in high spirits. He was well aware of what it meant to be a soldier maker. If it had been any other royal family member, he might have turned a blind eye. But because it was his own daughter. Even so, Emperor Lu Shi did not regret it. Even if the greater Yin dynasty was short of a soldier maker for a while due to the pact, it would not have caused any dire consequences. But a dynasty with a soldier maker and one without are not the same at all. In dealings with other dynasties of the Central Plains, without a soldier maker, the greater Yin dynasty was bound to be at a disadvantage. Then when facing other powerful dynasties, the greater Yin dynasty would definitely suffer various disadvantages, and might even have to sign some humiliating treaties. A soldier maker could activate the divine weapon, though there was basically no need to, but it also served as a significant deterrent. It might not be necessary to use, but it was essential to have. Now that the seventh princess had become a soldier maker, it was akin to mending the greater Yin dynasty's greatest flaw. For the next 3 to 4 decades, there was unlikely to be any trouble. As for the personal emotions of the seventh princess, as a princess of the dynasty, from the moment she was born she was clothed in silk and precious stones, exalted above tens of thousands. Having enjoyed so much, now that the greater Yin dynasty faced a crisis, what was wrong with making a sacrifice? Yuaner, I know you have a good relationship with Xiaoyuan, Emperor Lu Shi said. But if we can cultivate a soldier maker, any sacrifice is worth it, he comforted. He had specifically come over because he was worried Lin Yuan might be entertaining wild thoughts. After all, he knew about the relationship between Lin Yuan and the seventh princess. Father, actually, Lin Yuan fell silent for a moment. Actually what? Emperor Lu Shi's spirit slightly jolted. He indeed wanted to know Lin Yuan's thoughts on this matter. This was also Emperor Lu Shi putting Lin Yuan to the test in a way. If Lin Yuan was still unable to let go of the seventh princess, then Emperor Lu Shi would be very disappointed. Ordinary people can cherish sibling affection, but an emperor cannot. If an emperor wavers because of personal feelings, it would be a disaster for the entire nation. As the future emperor of Greater Yin, the sovereign of billions, Lin Yuan's perspective should be based on the broader interests of the Greater Yin dynasty. If it could ensure decades of stability for the Greater Yin dynasty's future, not just one princess, even 10, 100, Lu Shi would not hesitate. Actually, there's no need to cultivate soldier makers. Lin Yuan looked toward Emperor Lu Shi. Give me time, and I will surpass a soldier maker. Chapter 71. 20 years in retrospect. Hearing Lin Yuan's words, Emperor Lu Shi was momentarily stunned in place. He had anticipated various answers, the more normal ones, to plead on behalf of the seventh princess, or to widen the selection scope, attempting to prevent the seventh princess from becoming a divine weapon bearer. The more ruthless response would be approval of Emperor Lu Shi's actions. As a member of the royal lineage, sacrificing for the nation was nothing out of the ordinary. But Lu Shi had never expected Lin Yuan's answer to be this. No need to cultivate a divine weapon bearer. Give me time, and I will surpass the divine weapon bearers. It must be known that behind every divine weapon bearer stands a divine weapon, and within the Central Plains 36 kingdoms, divine weapons are heaven itself. To surpass a divine weapon bearer is akin to surpassing a divine weapon itself. Such against heaven's expressions, once spread, would likely make the Greater Yan dynasty the focus of the entire Central Plains 36 kingdoms. At that time, the court would be shaken, and Lin Yuan's position as the crown prince could not even be guaranteed. Of course, Emperor Lu Shi, as Lin Yuan's father, naturally would not let these words escape. Yuan truly has grand aspirations, Emperor Lu Shi remarked with admiration. If Lin Yuan were already in his 30s or 40s, having witnessed the might of a divine weapon, such declarations would surely make one seem ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. The existence of a divine weapon is something those in high positions are all too aware of. But Lin Yuan was merely 6 years old. A 6-year-old child's impractical aspirations, what of it? When Emperor Lu Shi was 6 years old, he too wished to bring down the sun from the sky. However, Yuan, such words should just be said to your father and no one else. Don't ever mention it to others, not even to your closest servants. After his praise, Emperor Lu Shi warned him. As the crown prince, one must be careful with words and deeds, and with the affection Emperor Lu Shi had for Lin Yuan, no matter what Lin Yuan did, there was always room for redemption, the only exception being matters related to divine weapons. I understand. Lin Yuan glanced at Emperor Lu Shi. He clearly knew that the latter hadn't taken his words seriously at all. This was something Lin Yuan had anticipated. He wasn't surprised at all. Following that, Emperor Lu Shi made small talk with Lin Yuan for a few more sentences. Then he stood up and left. Watching the receding figure of Emperor Lu Shi, Lin Yuan's eyes remained calm. With the methods at his current disposal, if he revealed strength surpassing that of a martial saint, it was highly likely that he would earn Emperor Lu Shi's trust. But such an act came with great risk. Mainly because Lu Shi was the emperor of the Greater Yan dynasty, the spokesperson for that nation-protecting divine weapon. Was there some kind of methodology infused in him, capable of sensing something? The moment Lin Yuan revealed his strength, he might alarm that divine weapon, leading to irreversible consequences. It must be known that divine weapons fed on the human race. The stronger the human strength and the more vigorous the vitality, the more delicious they were to divine weapons. Those with innate strong souls were even considered feasts by divine weapons, being bound by the title of divine weapon bearer and savored slowly. And in terms of vigorous vitality and a strong soul, who in the Central Plains 36 kingdoms could compare with Lin Yuan? It could be predicted that once Lin Yuan's aura leaked, it would certainly drive the Greater Yan dynasty's divine weapon mad. And it might not just be the divine weapon of Greater Yan, but the nation-protecting divine weapons of the other 35 kingdoms, which would awaken in unison to partake in Lin Yuan, this feast together. Therefore, ever since learning of the divine weapons, Lin Yuan had been minimizing the frequency of his interventions as much as possible. Even if he needed to take action, he had to do so far away from the divine weapon ancestral grounds, and people like Emperor Lu Shi who had been close to divine weapons. It wasn't that Lu Shi would betray his own son, but some matters were simply beyond his control. Perhaps he was unaware of what had transpired within him. Having fully integrated this world's cultivation system into my martial Tao, my current realm surpasses that of a martial saint. Let's call this realm martial god then. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, silently contemplating. The realm of martial god has already broken free from the shackles of the flesh, and has achieved incredible feats in the aspect of divinity. The Tai Chi Yin and Yang paths transform into grinding wheels, constantly refining one's own divinity. If placed in the main world, the realm of martial god would roughly equate to the third rank's second to third segments. Lin Yuan's cultivation system uses the physical body as the foundation, the way of Taiji as the framework, and the main world's thousands of evolution paths as the flesh. Now, by further integrating the perfect body refining method of this world, it's like drawing upon all the advantages of the cultivation systems across various worlds. However, advancing further from here will not be so easy. Lin Yuan opened his eyes and thought to himself. Having arrived in this world for merely 6 years, Lin Yuan had already stepped into the realm of martial god, mainly relying on the accumulation from before his travels. If not for the time wasted integrating the perfect body cultivation method of this world, Lin Yuan could have entered the martial god realm 1 or 2 years earlier. But these advantages only go so far. The road ahead would require Lin Yuan to continue exploring on his own. Even with against heaven's understanding, future cultivation efficiency could not possibly exceed that of the first 6 years upon his arrival. I have 160 years to stay during this travel, and only 6 years have passed. Take it slow. Lin Yuan closed his eyes and continued his cultivation. The divine weapon is visible, Lin Yuan remains hidden. As long as Lin Yuan does not rashly expose himself, the divine weapon will be unlikely to discover his strength. And Lin Yuan, with his against heaven's understanding, grows stronger every moment. No matter how great the shackles and bottlenecks, it's only a matter of spending more time. As the Greater Yan dynasty cultivated new weapon masters, the situation amongst the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms stabilized once again. In dealings with other nations, the Greater Yan dynasty regained its confidence. With external threats gone, only internal governance remained. Emperor Lu Shi was not a muddled emperor. Furthermore, with Lin Yuan's occasional reminders, the national strength of the Greater Yan dynasty continued to grow. Especially since Lin Yuan took the initiative to increase trade with other nations, opening up many trade routes. The people of the Greater Yan began to prosper. As a result, Lin Yuan also received the support of many citizens. At least Lin Yuan's actions allowed the people to see that the Greater Yan dynasty could flourish for at least another generation. Throughout history, there have been many emperors who were the tiger father and the dog son, leading to great rises and falls in dynasties. And Lin Yuan was clearly quite capable and politically astute. He was fully capable of taking over from the old emperor. The ministers of the court also held Lin Yuan in high regard. After all, the Grand Tutor had admitted in front of Emperor Lu Shi that he was inferior to Lin Yuan. What could he do afterward to salvage his own face? The only option was to praise Lin Yuan enthusiastically. It wasn't that he was incompetent. It was that Lin Yuan was too monstrous. If you're so capable, you try taking over. At first, there were actually a few ministers who objected. What can a child of a few years do to reach the sky? Grand Tutor, you've really grown old. It's time for you to go home and rest. But these few ministers were left speechless in front of Lin Yuan, mocked to the point where they couldn't utter a word. After this incident, and with Lin Yuan displaying some of his skills in front of other court officials and exercising both grace and might on several occasions, his prestige naturally rose. Emperor Lu Shi observed Lin Yuan in silence, the color of approval on his face becoming harder to conceal. When it came to the art of controlling people and maintaining balance, his son seemed to have an innate gift. The work he put into pacifying the ministers back in his day had not been easy. This certainly related to the manner in which Emperor Lu Shi had come to power, but consider how young Lin Yuan still is. Time passed, and so 20 years went by. Chapter 72. My son should be a sage monarch, 1,000 miles from the capital of the Greater Yan dynasty. In an inconspicuous valley, a young man sat cross-legged. In front of him, a large amount of spiritual medicine was laid out. Each of these spiritual medicines was a rare treasure, any single one of which could make a blood-refining martial saint envious. But at this moment, they were piled up in front of him like common weeds. If an official from the Greater Yan dynasty were here, they would find, compared to the spiritual medicines, the young man sitting cross-legged in front of them was even more unsettling. Because this young man was the effective ruler of the present-day Greater Yan dynasty. Not the emperor, but Crown Prince Lu Yuan, superior to the emperor. I have reached martial god full circle and can now break through to the next realm. In the valley, Lin Yuan's eyes were calm as he gazed at the many spiritual medicines in front of him. Over 20 years, Lin Yuan had completed the martial god phase, and with his against heaven's understanding, he had also deduced the specific path for the next stage. However, in Lin Yuan's predictions, breaking through the martial god phase might cause his aura to leak, thereby alerting the divine weapons. That was why he had come to this remote location before attempting the breakthrough. This valley was 1,000 miles away from the capital of the Greater Yan Kingdom, and more than 1,200 miles away from the divine weapon ancestral grounds of the Greater Yan dynasty. Such a distant location was sufficient to conceal the disturbances caused by Lin Yuan's breakthrough. Let's begin. Lin Yuan exhaled slowly. The many spiritual medicines in front of him turned to dust, their essence streaming into Lin Yuan's mouth. Exhale. Inhale. With each breath Lin Yuan took, his body underwent earth-shaking changes, his vital energies transformed, reaching ultimate condensation and sublimation. Buzz. A terrifying aura uncontrollably spread in all directions. For a moment, every small animal in the valley felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation, as if the heavens were collapsing and an ancient godly being was descending. Fortunately, this suffocating feeling only lasted for a moment. Half an hour later, all auras completely converged. Is this the Heaven Man realm? Inside the valley, Lin Yuan stood up, keenly feeling the substantial increase in strength throughout his body. Above the martial god is the Heaven Man. The god in martial god refers to the spirit, an aspect of soul and spirit untouched by all cultivators in this world. While the Heaven Man is a realm beyond the martial god. Taiji field, Lin Yuan's mind stirred. An invisible ripple spread out, easily encompassing an area of more than 10 miles around him. Before his breakthrough, Lin Yuan's Taiji field could only cover a few miles. Now it had expanded several times, covering nearly 20 miles. Moreover, the Taiji field was not only larger in scope. The suppressing and binding force had also increased several times. Now if Lin Yuan faced a third-rank evolver like Bing Yan, just by using the Taiji field, he could suppress his opponent completely, leaving no chance for resistance or struggle. Besides the Taiji field, Lin Yuan's physical soul and vital spirit had also undergone a transformation. This breakthrough has increased my strength. Lin Yuan sighed lightly, a look of satisfaction on his face. It's getting late. It's about time I returned. Lin Yuan stepped out of the valley as he moved, the air subtly distorted, invisible to an ordinary person's view. With the power of the Taiji field, a slight twist in the light rays could make Lin Yuan effectively invisible. Of course, such invisibility had little effect on true powerhouses. Powerhouse perception does not rely solely on sight. Eastern Palace. Lin Yuan's figure appeared silently. Shortly after, a eunuch walked in cautiously. Your Highness, here is what you requested. The eunuch held out a sealed letter respectfully. Lin Yuan took the letter, glanced at it, and it turned to dust. Over the past 20 years, besides further advancing his strength and entering the Heaven Man realm, Lin Yuan leveraged his vision beyond the era to open up trade routes among the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms, and covertly established a massive intelligence network. Even Emperor Wuxia was unaware of this, and within the entire imperial palace, only the eunuch, whose life and death hung on Lin Yuan's whims, knew something about it. The purpose of establishing an intelligence network was naturally to investigate the divine weapons. As the spokespeople for the nation protecting divine weapons, most descendants of the Greater Yan royal family were utterly loyal to the divine weapons, making it fruitless and burdensome to investigate divine weapons using the royal family's power. Only by establishing his own forces and nurturing his wings could he hope to learn more about the divine weapons. Actually, Lin Yuan had no animosity towards the divine weapons since there was no grievance between them. However, divine weapons constantly thought about devouring him. In the eyes of the divine weapons, all people were food, and Lin Yuan was considered a delicacy among meals, setting their positions irreconcilably against each other. Over 20 years, Lin Yuan's understanding of divine weapons had far surpassed that of his first 6 years after his arrival. The first point was the origin of the divine weapons. Most of this was myth and legend, without solid evidence to prove it. The specific rumors were, thousands of years ago, in the ancient times, there were godly beings who walked the earth and ultimately forged divine weapons. Moreover, the divine weapons forged at that time were not limited to just 36, but later some unknown calamity happened. As a result, only 36 divine weapons remained, each safeguarding one of the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms, forming the current situation. Thousands of years ago? Ancient godly being? Lin Yuan stroked his chin, deep in thought. To Lin Yuan, these so-called ancient godly beings were nothing more than powerful evolvers. However, why this ancient godly being would create these sentient divine weapons was beyond anyone's understanding. And since that time, the ancient godly being who created the divine weapons disappeared without a trace, never to be seen again. This was something that greatly puzzled Lin Yuan. Such a powerful being, even if at the end of his lifespan, would at least leave behind some specific legends. If one could capture a divine weapon and perform a soul search. A thought struck Lin Yuan's mind. Since the divine weapons had developed spiritual wisdom, they possessed consciousness and a soul. And soul search was a technique that used one's powerful mental force to forcibly scan the memories of another. But this idea was quickly dismissed by Lin Yuan. Based on his current understanding of the divine weapons combined with the historical instances when the divine weapons had revived, Lin Yuan deduced that each of the divine weapons guarding the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms had nearly 4th-rank power. Such strength was beyond Lin Yuan's current capability to confront. Perhaps at the Heavenman realm stage, achieving perfection, he might reach close to 4th rank. Even so, he would be at the same level as the divine weapons. To capture a divine weapon would certainly cause a massive upheaval and attract the attention of other divine weapons. At that time, Lin Yuan could be facing a situation where 36 sword divine weapons were against him alone. How is the investigation into the Defying Divine Society going? Lin Yuan casually asked. The Defying Divine Society was an extremely secretive underground organization. It was active throughout the entire Central Plains' 36 kingdoms. If it were not for the intelligence network established by Lin Yuan, which once caught traces of the Defying Divine Society, it would have been difficult to uncover information about this organization. The aim of the Defying Divine Society was to overthrow the rule of the divine weapons. For thousands of years, the divine weapons had reigned supreme, using all living beings as their sustenance. It was bound to provoke resistance from certain people. However, the power of the divine weapons was unmatched. These people could only hide in the shadows, establishing the Defying Divine Society and waiting for an opportunity. And Lin Yuan intended to use the Defying Divine Society to gain specific information about the divine weapons. As an organization that had opposed the divine weapons for thousands of years, it surely held many secrets about them. And these were precisely what Lin Yuan needed. To know both your enemies and yourself is the only way to win. The more Lin Yuan understood about the divine weapons, the more confident he could be. Your Highness, we have pinpointed the general area of the Defying Divine Society's main headquarters in the Greater Yan Dynasty. Within half a month, we should be able to ascertain its exact location. The eunuch answered respectfully. The following day, early in the morning, the Imperial Guard arrived outside the Eastern Palace. Your Highness, the Emperor has summoned you. The head of the Imperial Guard said respectfully. Father Emperor is okay, isn't he? Lin Yuan immediately got up upon hearing this. Emperor Lu Shi had his children late in life. When Lin Yuan was born, Lu Shi was already almost 50 years old. 26 years had passed, and Lu Shi was now over 70 years old. In his youth, Lu Shi had paid a heavy price in the struggle for the throne, acquiring many hidden injuries in the process. Now that he was old, these injuries naturally began to manifest more severely. This condition was something Lin Yuan had noticed over 10 years ago. He had even specifically studied medical texts and formulated several treatment plans for Lu Shi. However, injuries to the Bodis origin source required extensive time to heal, compounded by old age, and in recent years Lu Shi had increasingly withdrawn from handling state affairs. There shouldn't be any issues, Lin Yuan thought to himself. With the treatment plans he had devised for Lu Shi, while they might not extend his life indefinitely, They should at least slowly mitigate the internal injuries. As long as no major complications arose, living to 100 would not be a problem. Of course, the symptoms common to the elderly, like lack of energy, were inevitable. It's not that Lin Yuan couldn't solve these issues. But because of the existence of the divine weapons, Lin Yuan couldn't utilize his true power. Inside Qingtian Hall, Lin Yuan saw Emperor Lu Shi. Lu Shi was in fairly good spirits, sipping on his medicinal broth. Yuaner, seeing Lin Yuan come in, Lu Shi quickly waved him over. Father Emperor. Lin Yuan walked over. My health and spirit are in decline, and I am no longer capable of handling the multitude of state affairs. Lu Shi's gaze shifted to the ministers beside him. These ministers were all high officials of the court, and they had arrived before Lin Yuan. Therefore, I wish to abdicate and become the retired emperor, and leave Greater Yan in Yuaner's hands. What do my loyal subjects think? Lu Shi looked at the ministers. The ministers exchanged glances. They had anticipated this day for a while and weren't surprised at all. Father Emperor. Lin Yuan looked at Emperor Lu Shi. My son should be the sage monarch. Emperor Lu Shi didn't say much more but patted Lin Yuan's shoulder, his expression showing a trace of relief. In the year 3625 of the Greater Yan calendar, the new Emperor Lu Yuan ascended to the throne. Chapter 73 Only a divine weapon can counter a divine weapon. The new emperor ascended the throne. All under heaven celebrated. All 35 states of the Central Plains sent envoys to offer congratulations. Lin Yuan responded to each one without showing the slightest unfamiliarity. Although he had just ascended, for the past 10 years, Lin Yuan had been the crown prince serving as regent. The military and political power of the state were in his hands. Compared to a true emperor, he lacked nothing but the title. Half a month later, inside Qingtian Hall, Lin Yuan, dressed in a dragon robe, fell into deep thought. After officially taking the throne, the true secrets of the Greater Yan dynasty unfolded before him, mainly concerning the divine weapons. The nation-protecting divine weapon of the Greater Yan dynasty, its true name was the Sun and Moon Spear. In more than 3,600 years of Greater Yan's history, the divine weapon Sun and Moon Spear had revived 3 times, each time because of the disturbance caused by the evil soldier, leading to the suffering of the people, and then the warriors would act, mobilizing the divine weapon to suppress everything. Evil soldier? Lin Yuan stroked his chin. To force a divine weapon into action, the so-called evil soldier must possess strength far surpassing that of a martial saint. Defying divine society. Lin Yuan pondered internally. According to the information possessed by the Greater Yan dynasty, the defying divine society always had an ambiguous connection with the evil soldier. Every time the evil soldier caused chaos, the shadow of the defying divine society was behind it. Therefore, the Greater Yan dynasty, more accurately, the Central Plains 36 kingdoms, whenever they encountered someone from the defying divine society, it was always kill without mercy. There was no need even for capture. This was also the will of each nation protecting divine weapon, which no one dared to defy. Seems like this defying divine society holds great secrets. Lin Yuan's expression hinted at a deep thought. His forces were now close to pinpointing the location of the headquarters of the defying divine society, within the Greater Yan dynasty. Whatever secrets the defying divine society held would soon be unveiled before Lin Yuan. Atop the royal court, Lin Yuan sat on the dragon throne. The Minister of Rights stepped out from the ranks and respectfully said, Your Majesty, having succeeded to the great rule, should promptly visit the divine weapon ancestral grounds to offer sacrifices to the divine weapon. The 36 kingdoms of the Central Plains shared many traditions. One of these was the sacrificing to the divine weapon. Every newly ascended emperor needed to quickly visit their respective divine weapon ancestral grounds to offer sacrifices to the divine weapon. This tradition was quite normal. After all, the nation protecting divine weapons, for each kingdom, represented an existence as supreme as the heavens themselves. Sacrificing to the divine weapon was essentially no different from sacrificing to the heavens. Sacrificing to the divine weapon? Lin Yuan looked towards the Minister of Rights. The divine weapon ancestral grounds was not located in the capital, but hundreds of miles away from it. Lin Yuan had always been wary of the divine weapon ancestral grounds, even though he was sure that most of the time, the divine weapon Sun and Moon Spear was in a dormant state. He was reluctant to get close to the divine weapon ancestral grounds. Not long ago, Lin Yuan had advanced to the Heavenman realm and, to ensure nothing went wrong, purposely left the capital to break through in a location far from the divine weapon ancestral grounds. I have been recently unwell. Let's postpone the sacrifice to another day. Lin Yuan found a casual excuse to brush it off. Sacrificing to the divine weapon was a tradition established by the ancestors, and even the emperor could not change it. But being unable to change it didn't mean it couldn't be delayed. Lin Yuan was not refusing to go, just that due to his ailment, he planned to go after some time had passed. Who could say anything about that? Yes, the Minister of Rites helplessly retreated. Unwell? Nonsense. Others might use this excuse, but the reigning emperor using it. The Minister of Rites was an old official who had served through 2 dynasties. He naturally knew that Lin Yuan was determined by imperial physicians at birth to possess the strongest constitution and physical strength ever seen in the history of the Greater Yin dynasty. Even if there was some exaggeration involved, it definitely had some basis. The retired emperor had always disfavored flattering subordinates, so the imperial physician's conclusion back then must have been based on some factual elements. Under these conditions, when Lin Yuan said he was unwell, the Minister of Rites definitely didn't believe it. But not believing it did no good. Continue to admonish? If it were the normal ascendance of a new emperor, he, the Minister of Rites, would dare to do so. After all, a new emperor in the early periods of his reign definitely had to listen to the advice of his ministers to stabilize the court. But Lin Yuan, over so many years, the Minister of Rites had some understanding of this prince who had been crown prince for over 20 years before smoothly ascending to the throne. If he truly insisted on continuing his admonishment, playing that old tune silly, the emperor might just indulge him. Not only that, the emperor would considerately include his family, and even his 9 clans, to join him below. Forget it. Let's just delay it. The Minister of Rites opened his mind. He was merely following protocol, and just needed to mention it periodically. He didn't believe the emperor could delay it for 20 or 50 years. Wuxian City. This was a city in the southern part of the Greater Yin dynasty. Backed by the vast mountains of Dashan, it was quite prosperous. In the dense forest more than 10 miles from Wuxian City, unbeknownst to anyone, over 20 figures had appeared. These 20-some figures, although standing there, vaguely exuded surging vital energy, all evidently at the level of blood-refining martial saints. Blood-refining martial saint was the limit ordinary people could reach. Further up were the various weapon bearers. And the weapon bearers, considered messengers of the divine weapons, were no longer human. The over 20 blood-refining martial saints were already comparable to the collective might of the 36 states of the Central Plains, rivaling the number of martial saints in the slightly weaker dynasties. Apart from the more than 20 martial saints, many other powerful figures were converging from a distance. That dense forest should be the headquarters of the Defying Divine Society. The master mentioned, capture all remnants of the Defying Divine Society. Do not kill them, do you understand? The leading martial saint's lips did not move, but his words carried along the fluctuations of vital energy and traveled through the air into each martial saint's ears. Understood. Got it. Capture only, that's right. Many martial saints nodded, showing no objections. The battle ended smoothly. Under the onslaught of more than 20 blood-refining martial saints, hundreds to thousands of organ refinement innate martial masters and marrow refinement grandmasters, the headquarters of the Defying Divine Society was swiftly flattened. Sikong Luan, the leader, hadn't even had time to escape through the secret tunnels before he was blocked by 3 blood-refining martial saints. Then everything before his eyes went dark, and he knew no more. By the time Sikong Luan regained consciousness, he shockingly found himself inside a luxurious carriage. All the meridians in his body were sealed, incapable of mobilizing even a trace of vital energy. To put it simply, Sikong Luan was now a cripple. Even an ordinary person with a knife could kill him, that type of cripple. Who exactly is it? Tumultuous waves surged in Sikong Lun's heart. As the leader of the Defying Divine Society, viewed as a rat crossing the street by the 36 states of the Central Plains, Sikong Luan was very clear in his mind. He was certainly no match for the 36 states equipped with nation-protecting divine weapons. That's why he had placed great emphasis on concealment when establishing the headquarters of the Defying Divine Society. And beneath the headquarters he had dug layers of tunnels, so that even if a trace of evidence was detected, he could swiftly escape through the tunnels, preserving his strength. But just now, Sikong Luan couldn't help feeling a chill. More than 20 blood-refining martial saints, wantonly exerting their vital energies' oppressive force. Thousands of organ refinement innate martial masters and marrow refinement grandmasters taking action swiftly. Under such suppression, not even he, the leader of the headquarters, got away, let alone the other members. Which power made the move? The Greater Yan Dynasty, or one of the other 35 states? No, Sikong Luan frowned deeply. If he had fallen into the hands of the 36 states of the Central Plains, how could he possibly still be alive? The 36 states of the Central Plains always dealt with the likes of their Defying Divine Society remnants by killing them outright, leaving no troubles behind. As for severe torture to extract information about other remnants' whereabouts, the Defying Divine Society was very strict in its structure, and as such a leader, he had other means within his body. If anyone dared disclose vital secrets, they would immediately die explosively, and ordinary members wouldn't know much, so there was no point in interrogating them. Despite racking his brains, Sikong Luan couldn't figure out which force had targeted him. This place should still be Wuyan City. Sikong Luan barely lifted the curtain and glanced outside. Forget it. Whether I live or die, I can't decide. Sikong Luan had no thoughts of escaping. What a joke. A mysterious force that could mobilize over 20 martial saints. Could he possibly escape from the carriage? About half an hour later, the carriage finally stopped. Sikong Luan immediately perked up. Then the carriage door opened, and a man invited him to step out. Sikong Luan took one look at the man. He seemed familiar, and he quickly recognized him. This man was one of the more than 20 blood-refining martial saints who had acted earlier. With the status of a blood-refining martial saint in the 36 states of the Central Plains, he was now serving as his coachman. Sikong Luan took a deep breath. He gained a deeper understanding of the means of the person behind the scenes. Stepping down from the carriage, Sikong Luan followed the martial saint coachman into the residence before them. To call it a residence was an understatement. It was more like an imperial palace. Inside, the layout was intricate, filled with various palaces. In the deepest part of one palace, Sikong Luan met the person behind the moves against the Defying Divine Society. This was a young man, radiating an unspeakably noble air. Mere sitting there made Sikong Luan feel somewhat ashamed. You may leave now. Lin Yuan looked up, waved his hand, and dismissed the coachman martial saint. Yes, master. The coachman martial saint respectfully left the grand hall. Master. Sikong Luan swallowed hard. A mighty blood-refining martial saint acknowledging this young man as his master? If it hadn't been for witnessing it with his own eyes, Sikong Luan would never have believed it. After a silence, Sikong Luan steadied his mind and took the initiative to speak. May I ask, sir, for what reason you have captured me? At this moment, Sikong Luan also realized that he must be of some use to this young man. Otherwise he wouldn't be standing before him. I want to know. What exactly does your Defying Divine Society use to contend against the 36 nations nation-protecting divine weapons? And what is this evil soldier? Lin Yuan asked. Upon hearing this, Sikong Luan displayed a look of astonishment. He had thought that the other party wanted to learn about the other headquarters of the Defying Divine Society. Sikong Luan had been prepared that should Lin Yuan inquire about these matters, he would immediately trigger the mechanism within his body, dying by his own hand. But he hadn't expected this question. Divine weapons reign supreme. How could we mere mortals confront them? Sikong Luan paused for a moment, as if organizing his thoughts. Since ancient times, only a divine weapon can contend against another divine weapon. That is an iron law. Chapter 74. Since we're here already, only a divine weapon can combat another divine weapon? Lin Yuan's expression remained calm. There was nothing wrong with this statement. For thousands of years, under the covert influence of the divine weapons, the martial arts system of this world had become deformed, merely honing the physical body and enhancing the vitality. Even if there were extremely talented individuals, they would still only reach the stage of a blood refinement martial saint, becoming delicacies in the eyes of many divine weapons. The blood refinement martial saint corresponds at most to the second layer's ultimate level. The divine weapons, at the very least, are on the brink of the fourth rank. The gap between the two, if measured by the ranks of the main world, spans at least a dozen realms. Are you saying that these so-called evil soldiers are also divine weapons? Lin Yuan asked with interest. Indeed, that is the case, Sikong Luan nodded and said. Given your status, it shouldn't be difficult to know that all divine weapons originate from 10,000 years ago. 10,000 years ago, an ancient godly being sacrificed mountains and rivers, melted the seas, and forged many divine weapons. All the divine weapons of the present age come from that era. Lin Yuan's thoughts fluctuated, yet he continued to gaze calmly at Sikong Luan. Feeling the pressure of Lin Yuan's gaze, Sikong Luan felt a great deal of pressure and continued. 10,000 years ago, the divine weapons forged by the ancient godly being were far more than 36. But something happened later. Most of the divine weapons were shattered, leaving only 36 intact divine weapons. Those shattered divine weapons were later declared evil soldiers by the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms. Sikong Luan said all this in one breath. This information was extremely confidential even within the Defying Divine Society, known only to leaders like him. However, these secrets did not touch on the foundation of the Defying Divine Society, so he had the authority to disclose them. So that's how it is. Lin Yuan resolved many doubts in his heart. Sir, although I do not know which power you belong to, the 36 nation protecting divine weapons regard us, the human race, as pigs and dogs, consuming a great number of living human sacrifices periodically. Who can tolerate such actions? Sikong Luan spoke up immediately when Lin Yuan remained silent. The Defying Divine Society had managed to survive the siege of the 36 nations by relying not only on some evil soldiers for protection, but also because the divine weapons practice of consuming humans easily ignited the rebellious spirit among many of the human race. As long as the truth is known, a significant number of people, if not joining the Defying Divine Society, at least would not stand in opposition to it. After all, you might not resist the rule of the divine weapons, but there is also no need to obstruct the Defying Divine Society. After all, should the Defying Divine Society ever overturn the divine weapons one day, as a member of the human race, you too would benefit. Do you want me to join the Defying Divine Society? A flicker of unusual expression crossed Lin Yuan's face. He indeed had thoughts about the Defying Divine Society, but it was not about him joining them, but rather making them serve him. Bring an evil soldier here, and I will consider it. Lin Yuan contemplated for a moment before speaking. So far, Lin Yuan was still no match for a fully empowered divine weapon. But if he couldn't handle a divine weapon, couldn't he handle an evil soldier? Evil soldiers, being shattered remnants of divine weapons, retained only 1% of their strength, and with years of hiding and not being able to consume a large amount of living humans' vitality and soul, their strength was at most slightly stronger than a martial saint, roughly equivalent to a weakened version of a martial god. In such cases, Lin Yuan started pondering the study of evil soldiers. Regardless of how weak, after all, they were once divine weapons, and with his against heaven's understanding, perhaps he could uncover the weaknesses of the divine weapons from them. Consider it. Sikong Luan's pupils slightly contracted. His earlier words were meant to evoke Lin Yuan's pity, thereby sparing his life. Unexpectedly, Lin Yuan was seriously considering it. It's known that the rationale of divine weapons consuming living beings rarely affects real powerful figures. After all, these powerful figures stand at high positions, and even if divine weapons truly consumed humans, it wouldn't affect them personally. And in Sikong Luan's eyes, Lin Yuan was undoubtedly among the most powerful of figures. Fine. But I need to return to the headquarters. There There is a fragment of a divine weapon that no one else but me can find. Luan decisively agreed. He could think of no reason for Lin Yuan to deceive him. Even though evil soldiers are fragments of divine weapons, they possess their own consciousness. Let alone 20 martial saints, not even 200 could contain an evil soldier. Under Lin Yuan's command, Luan successfully left the imperial palace. If such a major figure really joins the Defying Divine Society, Luan felt elated. Although Lin Yuan had never revealed his true identity throughout, from the destruction of the Defying Divine Society's headquarters by various powerhouses, one could sense his formidable and inscrutable power. With the support of such a character, the future days of the Defying Divine Society would undoubtedly be much better. Thinking this, Luan's pace quickened once again. Defying Divine Society headquarters. This place had already been razed, but a few still guarded it. Returning here, Luan felt a mix of emotions and also brought Lin Yuan's orders. Soon, Luan reached the deepest part of the underground. This was a stone chamber, completely empty. Luan approached a corner, muttered a few words, then dribbled a few drops of blood. Thunder rumbled. A stone door slowly opened. Seeing this, Luan let out a slight sigh of relief. The open stone door meant that the evil soldier had not left. It's known that each evil soldier possesses its own consciousness. If the Defying Divine Society headquarters was destroyed, it was only natural for the evil soldier confined here to have left. Entering the stone gate, Luan walked up to a stone platform. His expression respectful, he spoke softly. I have seen the superior. On the stone platform rested a fragment. It seemed to be a part of a mirror. Oh, wasn't this Defying Divine Society wiped out? How are you still alive? A wave of spiritual fluctuation emitted from the fragment on the stone platform. The tone carried a hint of interest. It's like this. Luan shared everything he knew. There was no choice. If he wanted to bring the evil soldier to meet Lin Yuan, he needed the evil soldier to be willing. So that's how it is. The spiritual fluctuation of the fragment slowly transmitted. You want this seat, when meeting that person, to directly take control of him? The fragment continued to inquire. The fragment was a part of the divine weapon Saint Heart Mirror. Even though broken, it still possessed the ability to confuse and enslave the hearts of men. However, this ability should be used as infrequently as possible, for it too burdens the fragment itself. The most critical issue was the evil soldier's actions emitting fluctuations could easily be caught by real divine weapons, thus leading to the awakening of the nation-protecting divine weapons. This was also the reason why the Saint Heart Mirror fragment did not act when the Defying Divine Society headquarters was destroyed. Of course, this probability was very small, but for the evil soldier, it couldn't be ignored. However, that was in relation to enslaving ordinary people. If the Saint Heart Mirror fragment could control Lin Yuan, such a significant figure, then the gains would far outweigh the risks. Not to mention, just amongst Lin Yuan's subordinates, the more than 20 martial saints, if the Saint Heart Mirror fragment could consume 10 of them, then it would greatly heal the original damage of the Saint Heart Mirror fragment. In the Central Plains 36 kingdoms, each kingdom has its nation-protecting divine weapons, which can consume a large number of living human sacrifices periodically. But an evil soldier like the Saint Heart Mirror fragment does not enjoy such treatment. Are you sure what you're saying is true? The Saint Heart Mirror fragment once again emitted spiritual fluctuations. Superior, every word I said is true. Luan solemnly stated. If you want the evil soldier to make a move, it is impossible without a price. Good. Take me there. The Saint Heart Mirror fragment floated up and landed in Luan's hand. Luan, carrying the Saint Heart Mirror fragment, soon returned to the outside of the imperial residence. Such a deeply missed scent. The Saint Heart Mirror fragment, hidden within Luan's embrace, emitted faint spiritual waves. Just standing at the doorway, it sensed 7 or 8 martial saints' presences. Blood refinement martial saints. Even for genuine nation-protecting divine weapons, these were rare to encounter, and not every time available for consumption, let alone in the eyes of an evil soldier like the Saint Heart Mirror fragment, treated as a street rat. The Saint Heart Mirror fragment could not remember the last time it tasted a blood refinement martial saint. 200 years ago? 300 years ago? Or 500 years ago? With a sentiment of reminiscence and excitement, the Saint Heart mirror fragment moved closer to the grand hall in the depths, along with Sikong Luan. The fleeting aura flashes along the way further excited the Saint Heart mirror fragment. At this moment, the Saint Heart mirror fragment had only one thought, which was to control Lin Yuan as soon as possible. Then, through ordering Lin Yuan, have these blood refinement martial saints be consumed one by it. Shortly after, Sikong Luan stopped in front of the grand hall at the deepest part. It was in this grand hall that he had met Lin Yuan, who must still be inside waiting for him. Superior, we have arrived. Sikong Luan touched his chest, reminding the Saint Heart mirror fragment. I know. The Saint Heart mirror fragment emitted an impatient spiritual fluctuation. However, out of caution, it still subconsciously used the residual power of the divine weapon to sense inside the grand hall. What is this? The mind of the Saint Heart mirror fragment instantly boiled. Through the close sensing of the divine weapon, it instinctively perceived an extremely dangerous aura. What's going on? The Saint Heart mirror fragment was puzzled and shocked. Under the heavens, only true divine weapons could pose a threat to it. And through the connection between divine weapons, it confirmed that there were no divine weapons inside the grand hall. No divine weapons, yet such a deadly threat. The Saint Heart mirror fragment found it incomprehensible. Forget it. This place is not suitable for a long stay. After a few breaths of thought, the Saint Heart mirror fragment decided to retreat. Its spiritual fluctuation reluctantly swept over the nearby blood refinement martial saints one last time before it completely withdrew them. Whoosh! A streak of light flew up from Sikong Lun's chest. Looking closely, one would see that at the core of this light, there was the appearance of a fragment of a mirror. Let's go. The Saint Heart mirror fragment flew toward the outside of the imperial residence. Just then, a voice came from inside the grand hall. You've come all this way, won't you come in and take a look? In an instant, the power of heaven and earth within several miles boiled. The power of Taiyin and the power of Taiyang merged, forming a great black and white hand that seemed to grasp a chicken. It caught the escaping Saint Heart mirror fragment in its palm, and then swiftly shrank toward the inner hall. Chapter 75. The battle 8,000 years ago outside the Great Hall. Sikong Lun's mind was like mush. He had not yet recovered from the act of the Saint Heart mirror shard escaping in the midst of battle. Then he saw a colossal hand that was half black and half white, effortlessly yank back the Saint Heart mirror into the hall, as if snatching a chicken. Sikong Luan saw clearly, just as the colossal hand of black and white stretched out. The Saint Heart mirror shard suddenly burst forth with a profound black radiance, its aura shaking heaven and earth. Yet under the might of that colossal hand, the profound radiance was like fire meeting water, dissolving in an instant. This, Sikong Lun's heart trembled. That was an evil soldier, and a true divine weapon shard. Without the emergence of divine weapons, their shards are invincible, impenetrable by human force. That is an ironclad rule. But now, Sikong Luan discovered that the divine weapon shard was not as strong as he imagined. At least before that colossal hand of black and white, it seemed remarkably fragile. That's not right. A shock suddenly pervaded Sikong Lun's heart. It wasn't that the divine weapon shard was frail. Instead, that colossal hand of black and white was far too powerful. In this world, how can there be something so powerful? Sikong Luan was in utter disarray, and his thoughts briefly turned to Lin Yuan, whom he had seen not long ago. That colossal hand of black and white must have been Lin Yuan's doing. But Lin Yuan was neither a divine weapon nor a weapon wielder. So how could he possibly possess the strength to overpower a divine weapon shard? According to the many years of intelligence gathered by the Defying Divine Society, all weapon wielders are deeply influenced by the divine weapons, inherently bearing an aura that is cold, indifferent, and aloof. And on this point, Lin Yuan clearly did not fit. Inside the Great Hall, Lin Yuan was sitting casually in front of a desk. Before him, a fragment that resembled a mirror was floating. Are you human? No. How could a human cultivate to your extent? The Saint Heart Mirror shard sent out waves of terrified spiritual thought. Compared to its perception outside the Great Hall, now in front of Lin Yuan, the shard was deeply shocked by Lin Yuan's vast and ocean-like aura. While still not on par with a fully awakened divine weapon, it was far superior to a divine weapon shard like itself. In the eyes of the Saint Heart Mirror shard, this was utterly inconceivable beyond all reason. The cultivating system of this world has its ultimate endpoint at the blood refinement martial saint. Beyond that there's simply no path to tread, no way to advance. But Lin Yuan, this is the essence of divine weapons. A strange glint crossed Lin Yuan's face, as the Saint Heart Mirror shard before him appeared to be nothing more than a mere fragment. But through Lin Yuan's eyes, it seemed like the most perfect thing in the world. Observing the Saint Heart Mirror shard was like observing a part of the heavens and earth. No, it was like observing a part of the heavens and earth laid bare, revealing its essence. Your perception defies the heavens. You gaze upon a part of the world's fundamental laws, should you comprehend something. Your perception defies the heavens. You gaze upon a part of the world's fundamental laws, should you comprehend something. Your perception defies the heavens. You gaze upon a part of the world's fundamental laws, should you comprehend something. So-called divine weapons, are they an external manifestation of the laws of this world? Lin Yuan mused thoughtfully. As his strength continuously advanced further at the third rank level, Lin Yuan began to vaguely sense the fundamental laws that support the heavens and earth, sustaining the operation of the world. Even in the main world, Lin Yuan felt this sensation. Although the fundamental laws there were exceptionally powerful, even with all effort to comprehend, his gains were minuscule, much like the time Lin Yuan tried to perceive the endless cosmos. The progress was excruciatingly slow, and to understand the arcane rules governing the operation of the endless cosmos, even sitting in meditation for 10,000, 100,000, or 1,000,000 years may not suffice. Having arrived in this world, although the essence of the world is far inferior to the main world, trying to perceive the fundamental laws here is still far from easy. After all, any world, no matter how weak, has formed a perfect cycle. All fundamental essences are concealed within, making it incredibly difficult to perceive them. Yet now, as Lin Yuan looked at the Saint Heart Mirror shard before him, his gaze lit up with fervent excitement. Divine weapons like the Saint Heart Mirror are manifestations of the world's essence, which is why they could develop spiritual wisdom and be innately powerful. As such, because they represent the external manifestation of the world's fundamental essence, observing these kinds of divine weapons is far easier than directly perceiving the fundamentals of the heavens and earth. Especially so for the Saint Heart Mirror itself, having shattered, the fundamental laws revealed within are even clearer. Merely by observing and contemplating for a while, Lin Yuan managed to perfect the martial Tao cultivation system slightly, saving a day or two of work. What exactly do you intend to do? This seat is a divine weapon of heaven and earth, indestructible. Seeing Lin Yuan staring at himself with fervent eyes, the Saint Heart Mirror shard felt somewhat uneasy. With your strength in the eyes of those 36 old fellows, you are no doubt a highly sought-after delicacy, the most delicious meal in thousands of years. If you release this seat, I will teach you a secret technique that can hide from the perception of those 36 old fellows. How about that? The Saint Heart Mirror shard immediately began to negotiate terms. The 36 old fellows it referred to were naturally the 36 complete nation-protecting divine weapons. Indestructible? Lin Yuan sent a portion of his consciousness to size up the Saint Heart Mirror shard up and down. Indeed, as a manifestation of the laws of heaven and earth, at least in this world, the Saint Heart Mirror shard was indestructible. Of course, indestructible here meant completely indestructible, not even leaving behind fragments. As for going from a complete divine weapon to being shattered, that was still achievable. Indestructible are only the divine weapons themselves. But as for the consciousness of spiritual wisdom, that can still be worn down, right? Lin Yuan countered with a smile that was not quite a smile. At this remark, the Saint Heart Mirror shard was immediately alarmed. How do you know? The Saint Heart Mirror shard couldn't believe it. When the original Saint Heart Mirror was shattered, its original consciousness had already vanished. The current Saint Heart Mirror shard was merely a new consciousness that had been born over a long time from the fragment itself. And not only this shard of the Saint Heart Mirror, but other shards had similarly given birth to new consciousness. It was precisely because of this reason that shards like the Saint Heart Mirror, which were considered evil soldiers, feared the true complete divine weapons. They were worried about falling into the hands of the others and then having their consciousness erased. However, such matters had always been a secret among the divine weapons. Other divine weapon shards wouldn't possibly divulge this to mere mortals. As for the secret technique, I don't need you to tell me. I can obtain it myself. Lin Yuan's eyes faintly displayed an inexplicable vortex, with the black and white marks of Taiji spreading and pervading, as tremendous spiritual otherworldly forces and soul powers abruptly descended toward the Saint Heart Mirror shard for suppression. Lin Yuan planned to soul-search the Saint Heart Mirror shard. Since the Saint Heart Mirror shard had given birth to its own consciousness, it was considered a living being and could have its memories forcibly accessed. This kind of soul-search secret technique was something that Lin Yuan had created after observing various soul and spirit evolution paths. Similar secret methods existed in the main world, and they likely served more or less the same purpose. What exactly do you want to do? The Saint Heart Mirror shard suddenly shrieked. Its body once again lit up with dark-colored light. Alas, under the suppression of Lin Yuan's Taiji field, all of the dark-colored light rapidly dissipated, and a vast and invisible force invaded deep into the shard. Through the method of soul search, Lin Yuan browsed through the other's memories as if he were looking at flowers while riding past on horseback. Since the Saint Heart Mirror itself had already shattered, many memories were incomplete. But Lin Yuan still found the information he wanted. According to the description in the memories, it was an event that occurred 8,000 years ago. Atop the 9 heavens, violent winds swept through that could easily tear apart a blood refinement martial saint. This place was a forbidden zone for life. But at this moment, there stood over 100 terrifying presences. The sources of these terrifying presences were unmistakably various weapons of war: blade, spear, sword, halberd, bell, cauldron, and so on. What is that? Through the memories, Lin Yuan saw a long spear. It seemed as if all the light of heaven and earth was converging upon that spear. The body of the spear was engraved with the sun and moon, surrounded by an extremely sharp force. The sun and moon spear. It was the nation-protecting divine weapon of the Greater Yin dynasty. It was also one of the 36 complete divine weapons of the current age. Chapter 76. 50 years. Are all of these 100 weapons divine weapons? Lin Yuan looked around, his expression slightly somber. Through the memories of the Saint Heart Mirror shards, Lin Yuan quickly confirmed the total number of weapons, including the source of Lin Yuan's current perspective, that is, a divine weapon resembling a mirror. Complete divine weapon, the Saint Heart Mirror. So 10,000 years ago, the total number of divine weapons was actually 100? Lin Yuan thought to himself. For over 20 years, he had been collecting information about divine weapons. The numerous pieces of intelligence he had obtained all mentioned that in ancient times, the number of divine weapons exceeded 36. Later, due to some unknown event, most of the divine weapons had disappeared. However, there was no specific information on how many divine weapons there were. Only now, by viewing the memories through the Saint Heart Mirror shard, had Lin Yuan confirmed the total number of divine weapons. 100. 100 divine weapons. Just as Lin Yuan continued to observe these divine weapons, boom! The central-most tower-shaped divine weapon stirred. Its tremendous power exploded, affecting the other divine weapons. This caused the other divine weapons to be forced into action. The spear engraved with the sun and moon gently thrust forward, its sharp aura converging, directly piercing through a fan-shaped divine weapon. A melee ensued among the 100 divine weapons. Heaven and earth were in turmoil. If the battlefield had not been in the 9 heavens, far from the ground, there probably wouldn't have been anything left of the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms by now. The melee lasted for several months. In the end, most of the divine weapons were shattered, turning into fragments scattered across the 4 corners of the world. Only 36 divine weapons still stood in the arena. These 36 divine weapons included the nation-protecting divine weapon Sun and Moon Spear of the Greater Yin Dynasty today. The aura emanating from the Sun and Moon Spear at that time was somewhat unstable, but it was clearly the victor. The melee among the divine weapons, Lin Yuan thought to himself. As for the cause of the melee, Lin Yuan could roughly guess it. The divine weapons needed to consume the human race in order to grow slowly, but the number of humans was limited. With the appetite of 100 divine weapons, the human race of the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms could not satisfy them. That was what ultimately led to this great battle. Only the most powerful divine weapons were entitled to enjoy the blood feast. As for the weaker divine weapons, they were directly shattered to extinction. In front of the desk, Lin Yuan set down the Saint Heart mirror shard he was holding. His expression turned ponderous. This time he had traveled from afar, leaving the capital, coming to Wuxia City. It was indeed the right decision. He had not only acquired a divine weapon shard that could be described as a manifestation of the essence of the rules, but had also learned about that great war 8,000 years ago, not recorded in any book. The great battle among 100 divine weapons. Master. Master, spare my life. From the desk, the Saint Heart mirror shard emitted a faint spiritual fluctuation. While forcibly conducting a soul search, Lin Yuan also casually refined the mirror shard. If it had been a complete divine weapon, Lin Yuan would not have been able to refine it, but as it was only a shard, it naturally could not withstand Lin Yuan. After refining the Saint Heart mirror shard, Lin Yuan then had absolute control over its consciousness. Even if he could not destroy the shard, erasing the consciousness within it was merely a matter of thought. The Saint Heart mirror shard was also aware of its predicament, completely shifting from its previous negotiating stance, directly addressing Lin Yuan as master. Spare your life. Lin Yuan glanced at the Saint Heart mirror shard. He realized the essence of the rules within the Saint Heart mirror shard, which had nothing to do with its consciousness. Even if the consciousness were to vanish, as long as the shard itself existed, the essence of the rules would remain, not impeding Lin Yuan's realization. However, now the survival or destruction of this consciousness was within a single thought from Lin Yuan. So there was no need to erase it so quickly. Otherwise, who knows how many years it would be before another consciousness emerged. Moreover, a divine weapon shard with its own consciousness indeed had some use for Lin Yuan. At least it could revive spontaneously, without Lin Yuan having to stimulate it. Outside the Grand Hall, Sikong Luan was somewhat at a loss. As soon as the Saint Heart mirror shard was forcibly pulled into the Grand Hall, Sikong Luan realized that his most significant support might have fallen. At this moment, Sikong Luan felt both joy and anxiety. The way Lin Yuan effortlessly suppressed the evil soldier gave Sikong Luan a tinge of ambition he shouldn't possess. For thousands of years, the human race had been mere food for the divine weapons. Never had anyone been able to counter the divine weapons, even just a divine weapon shard. However, Lin Yuan's arrival disrupted this balance. Yet, what Lin Yuan's origins truly were, and whether he was indeed a human, or if he would stand on the side of the divine weapon, remained unclear to Sikong Luan. Time slipped away. While Sikong Luan became lost in his chaotic thoughts, a voice resounded silently by his ear. Come inside as well. Yes. Sikong Luan took a deep breath. As if facing judgment, he stepped inside the great hall. The interior of the hall was just as Sikong Luan remembered it. The only difference was a casually placed fragment of a mirror on the table where Lin Yuan sat. A mirror fragment? Sikong Luan swallowed hard, realizing that it wasn't just any piece of mirror, but rather a revered and worshipped evil soldier of their defying divine society. My lord! Sikong Luan fell to his knees with a thud. Lin Yuan glanced at him casually. From today onward, I want your defying divine society to submit to me completely. Can you do that? Lin Yuan asked indifferently. The influence of the defying divine society spanned all of the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms. The branch where Sikong Luan was located was merely one headquarters within the Greater Yin Dynasty. Such a headquarters was one of 35 others, all hidden within the other 35 kingdoms. Lin Yuan's implied command was for Sikong Luan to subjugate the other 35 headquarters of the Defying Divine Society, to bring the entire Defying Divine Society under Lin Yuan's command. Facing Lin Yuan's words, Sikong Luan fell silent. If it had been anyone else who spoke to him like this, Sikong Luan would have refused without a second thought. The Defying Divine Society represented the last line in opposing the rule of the divine weapons. Even if they worshipped an evil soldier, it was only to bolster their courage against the true divine weapons. Sikong Luan could die, but the Defying Divine Society must never perish. Otherwise, all of the human race in the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms would forever become mere fodder for the divine weapons. I just want to know one thing. Sikong Luan stared at Lin Yuan and asked desperately, "Are you human, and how do you view the divine weapons?" Human. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. He looked at Sikong Luan, who was ready to face death, and slowly said, "I am indeed human, and as for those divine weapons, I've disliked them for quite some time." Upon hearing this, Sikong Luan felt an immense relief. "Going forward, the Defying Divine Society will follow your lead," Sikong Luan said respectfully. Having received the answer he sought, Sikong Luan's heart finally relaxed completely. To preserve the spark of hope for the human race, the Defying Divine Society was even willing to worship a former divine weapon as an evil soldier. How much more so for Lin Yuan, who was a human? The capabilities Lin Yuan demonstrated provided Sikong Luan with hope of resisting the divine weapons. Thus, leading the rest of the Defying Divine Society to pledge allegiance to him was only natural. After subjugating Sikong Luan, Lin Yuan issued his first command. It was to report all known intelligence about the evil soldiers possessed by the Defying Divine Society. For Lin Yuan, each evil soldier represented an external manifestation of the world's essential laws. Observing their essence held great benefits and could significantly enhance the martial path evolutionary path, aiding Lin Yuan to advance sooner to the 4th rank. And not just to the 4th rank, but it also elevated the effect on the martial path evolutionary path. Does my lord intend to continue subjugating those evil soldiers? Sikong Luan immediately discerned Lin Yuan's intentions. You must be cautious, my lord. These evil soldiers are not easily subdued, Sikong Luan said softly. Though Lin Yuan had overwhelmingly suppressed the fragment of the Saint Heart Mirror, there is a difference between a divine weapon and its fragments. Some fragments, being larger and containing more of the full divine weapon, possess greater power. Even if they still can't defeat Lin Yuan, if one were to escape, it could still cause future troubles. No matter. Lin Yuan waved his hand dismissively. With his current strength, no divine weapons could emerge, and he could instantly suppress any number of fragments. Time slipped away. Another 50 years had passed. Chapter 77 Disaster of War for the Central Plains 36 Kingdoms. With their history of thousands of years, 50 years did not amount to much. To most ordinary people, it probably wasn't any different from the past. However, the royal families of the 36 kingdoms subtly perceived the slight abnormalities of the past 50 years. It mainly involved the remnants of the Defying Divine Society, whose actions were growing increasingly bold. The Defying Divine Society, as an underground organization expelled and wanted by the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms, was always like a rat crossing the street. To recruit new members, they always operated in a stealthy manner. Yet in recent years, these remnants of the Defying Divine Society became more arrogant, even daring to pull in people on the streets. The most shocking thing for the royal families was that every time they launched an encirclement campaign, the remnants of the Defying Divine Society seemed to receive advanced warnings, managing to escape coincidentally. This made the royal families realize that the Defying Divine Society had come prepared. As a result, the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms stepped up their suppression of the Defying Divine Society even further. In fact, 36 and 19 years ago, the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms even deployed divine weapon masters, aiming to harness the power of the nation-protecting divine weapons to deal a heavy blow to the Defying Divine Society. Unfortunately, the divine weapon masters of the Evil God Association intervened in time. Tying up the divine weapon masters of the 36 kingdoms allowed most of the elite members of the Defying Divine Society to leave in advance. The Central Plains' 36 kingdoms possessed nation-protecting divine weapons. By leveraging the power of nation-protecting divine weapons, they could train divine weapon masters. Although the Defying Divine Society did not have complete divine weapons, they possessed many divine weapon fragments. These were known as evil soldiers. Evil soldiers were essentially divine weapons in their essence. Provided an evil soldier's completeness met a certain standard, it was possible to train a divine weapon master. Of course, the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms referred to such masters as evil soldier masters. In direct combat, evil soldier masters naturally did not match up to divine weapon masters. But the former could slightly interfere with the latter. Unless the divine weapon master invoked the full awakening of their divine weapon, it was difficult to capture an evil soldier master. In general, a divine weapon master would not allow a divine weapon to fully awaken, because doing so meant their lifespan would be drastically reduced. The soul essence drawn by a fully awakened divine weapon would reach a horrific level. Every time a divine weapon fully awakened, the divine weapon master would live 10 years less. In a secret underground square, a towering man sat cross-legged in the very center. Around him were scattered dozens of weapon fragments. If there were an evil soldier master from the Defying Divine Society present, they would be horrified to discover that these weapon fragments were indeed evil soldiers. Evil soldiers, the fragments of divine weapons. Although far less powerful than divine weapons, they too transcended the limits of the mundane. Yet at the moment, these supreme evil soldiers were treated like ordinary items, carelessly strewn across the ground. 50 years. The towering man Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes. For the majority of those 50 years, he was cultivating, contemplating the essential nature of the laws within the divine weapon fragments. As for the many state affairs of the greater Yin dynasty, over 40 years ago, Lin Yuan had specially selected a group of capable and loyal officials, establishing the cabinet to handle state matters on behalf of the emperor. Lin Yuan only needed to return from time to time to check on things. As an emperor, the most taboo thing is to micromanage everything. How many matters can one country have? If one were to inquire into each one, wouldn't it be exhausting to death? Of course, like Lin Yuan's long periods of disengagement, this was rare and typically a major taboo for emperors, as it easily led to being sidelined. But with Lin Yuan's strength, who could afford to sideline him, as he held immense force in one body? 4th rank. Lin Yuan looked towards the divine weapon fragments around him, his face falling into brief contemplation. With Lin Yuan's speed of cultivation, he had reached the completion of the Heaven Man realm 20 years ago. And the completion of Heaven Man realm, if placed in the main world, would be considered just short of 4th rank. But to break through further, to formally step into 4th rank, Lin Yuan was somewhat hesitant. The transition from 3rd rank to 4th rank, even in the main world, was a major bottleneck in shackles. Any evolver who could cultivate to the extreme pinnacle of 3rd rank was 1 in a million, 10 million, or even 1 in 100 million, a prodigy. Even so, to cross this major bottleneck in shackles, one would need at least hundreds of years, with many dying old at the extreme pinnacle of 3rd rank. This was under the premise of having a complete evolution path for guidance. For someone like Lin Yuan, who was carving out an evolution path, every step taken on a completely unknown road, breaking through to 4th rank was going to be 1,000-fold or even 10,000-fold more difficult. Of course, this 1,000-fold or 10,000-fold is relative to Lin Yuan's current strength at the extreme pinnacle of 3rd rank. If it were a higher-level evolver, such as at 5th rank or 6th rank, overseeing from a high level, carving out an evolution path would naturally be much easier. In fact, even with the 1,000-fold or 10,000-fold difficulty, with Lin Yuan's unreasonable against heaven's understanding, he should have broken through to 4th rank by now. But Lin Yuan kept hesitating. 4th rank and 4th rank are also not the same. For example, a heavenly master who ascended through the power of Taiyin or Taiyin is naturally of a different concept from one who ascended through the Tao of Taiji. This time, ascending to the 4th rank, Lin Yuan wanted to ascend through the essence of the rules contained within the divine weapon fragments. Ascending to the fourth rank in this way would definitely be the kind with the greatest potential. Over the past 50 years, Lin Yuan had collected dozens of divine weapon fragments, integrating their essence of rules into the martial Tao cultivation system. But these fragmented essences of rules were still too few for Lin Yuan. They weren't enough to support his ascension to the fourth rank. Divine Weapon Master. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Over the years, the Defying Divine Society had helped him collect divine weapon fragments that were naturally weaker. There was no help for it, for divine weapon fragments had their own consciousness. Even if Sikong Luan borrowed help and coaxed, he could only fool those ordinary divine weapon fragments. As for the truly powerful divine weapon fragments, the Defying Divine Society wasn't able to track them. Usually, these fragments had already cultivated their own weapon masters and lay dormant within them. The Defying Divine Society and these evil soldier masters tended to have a cooperative relationship. Neither could command the other. Each time the Defying Divine Society asked these evil soldier masters to take action, a great price had to be paid. Even so, the Defying Divine Society and these evil soldier masters, under the suppression of the Central Plains 36 kingdoms, were considered to be in the same camp. Evil soldier masters answered to evil soldiers, but evil soldiers were the losers of that war of 100 divine weapons 8,000 years ago, broken by the strongest 36 divine weapons, scattered across the world. Therefore, evil soldiers had a natural grudge against the 36 divine weapons, their positions inherently opposed. As for the Defying Divine Society, it was a power made up of people who wished to rebel against the rule of divine weapons. They, too, were opposed to the 36 divine weapons. An enemy's enemy is a friend. Therefore, the Defying Divine Society and the evil soldiers naturally had an alliance. The previous Anti-God Association headquarters of Sikong Luan was suppressed by fragments of the Martial Saint realm. It was just that Lin Yuan had sent over 20 martial saints to trample that headquarters, a task completed too swiftly. So quickly that the Martial Saint realm fragments didn't even react before the fight was over. As Lin Yuan was deep in thought, sequence of faint footsteps grew closer from afar. Greeting the master. The person arriving was Sikong Luan. 50 years had passed, and Sikong Luan had aged much, with many white hairs on his head. Lin Yuan glanced at Sikong Luan and nodded slightly. Over the years, Sikong Luan had done quite well, continuously traveling between the Central Plains 36 kingdoms. Now many Anti-God Association headquarters were obedient to Lin Yuan, and Sikong Luan's efforts were indispensable. After all, Lin Yuan was immersed in cultivation, and, to avoid attracting the attention of the real divine weapons, he made very few appearances. State your business. Lin Yuan spoke bluntly. After 50 years of acquaintance, he knew Sikong Luan quite well, and understood that the other wouldn't come here without an important reason. Master. Those evil soldier masters wish to meet with you to discuss the matter of a decisive battle with the 36 kingdoms of the Central Plains. Sikong Luan hesitated for a moment before speaking softly. Decisive battle? Aren't they afraid of another calamity of soldiers? Lin Yuan frowned slightly. Calamity of soldiers referred to disasters caused by battles between divine weapons. 8,000 years ago, when the War of 100 divine weapons ended, the situation was clear. The 36 divine weapons each dominated a kingdom, feasting on the lifeblood of the living. But why does the history of the Greater Yin dynasty span only over 3,600 years? It wasn't just the Greater Yin dynasty. The histories of the other 35 states of the Central Plains were also 3,000 to 4,000 years old. The cause lies in the great decisive battle initiated by many evil soldiers and the Defying Divine Society, 3,000 to 4,000 years ago. That decisive battle enraged the 36 nation protecting divine weapons. All 36 divine weapons awakened and began suppressing the evil soldiers, who had regained significant strength at that time. Their battles affected the lands of the Central Plains, leading to the downfall of dynasties and the lamentation of all beings. The 36 divine weapons suppressed on one hand and harvested the blood, spirits, and souls of the people on the other. It resulted in a major setback for the human race, which only recovered after several hundred to 1,000 years. But the effects of the battle continued. Old dynasties fell, and new 36 kingdoms were established. This was the origin of the Greater Yan Dynasty and the other 35 states. This period was later referred to as the Calamity of Soldiers. Chapter 78. Lords of the Evil Soldiers. Few knew of the calamity caused by the weapons. Even within the royal families of the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms, very few were aware. At least the Greater Yan Dynasty had no records of it. Lin Yuan had learned about this extremely dark history from the ancient volumes of the Defying Divine Society. The 36 divine weapons revived began to harvest lives without limits. It was a dark period, almost like an apocalypse. I'm not sure either. Sikongluan was also puzzled, although he didn't understand as clearly as Lin Yuan. But he knew that the current Defying Divine Society and wielders of the evil soldiers were far from being a match for the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms. Even though the Defying Divine Society's influence had grown significantly over the past 50 years with Lin Yuan's covert support, making the royal families of the 36 kingdoms extremely troubled. But there was still a gap in their pinnacle combat power. What could the Defying Divine Society use to confront the fully revived 36 divine weapons? If they couldn't, there was a high likelihood of repeating the weapon calamity from 3,000 to 4,000 years ago. Could it be? Lin Yuan's expression shifted slightly. Even Sikongluan sensed something was amiss, so the evil soldier wielders must have thought of it too. Even though the evil soldier wielders obeyed their respective evil soldiers, the evil soldiers weren't fools and would weigh the pros and cons. If a weapon calamity occurred, it would mean a heavy loss for those evil soldiers, possibly even erasing their own consciousness. Unless they had an irrefutable reason to wage a decisive battle. Lin Yuan's thoughts fluctuated, leading him to two possible reasons. One was that the evil soldiers had acquired some means to boost their confidence, such as recovering other fragments of themselves, giving them the confidence to confront the real divine weapons. The second was that the evil soldiers sensed that if they didn't initiate a decisive battle now, they would never have another opportunity to do so. Upon further contemplation, it was plausible that in the upcoming times, the 36 divine weapons would undergo some kind of transformation. Once this transformation was complete, there would no longer be any chance for many evil soldiers to survive. Transformation. Lin Yuan's face turned contemplative. 8,000 years ago, the 36 divine weapons were already near 4th rank. After 8,000 years of slumber, continuously harvesting the vital energies and souls of living beings, could these divine weapons possibly take that step and advance to the 4th rank? It could only be this reason that made the evil soldiers disregard everything and wage a decisive battle. Because they knew that if they waited for the 36 divine weapons to advance to the 4th rank, they would have no chance whatsoever. Thus they would exert all their power to start a decisive battle. The purpose of the battle, even if they couldn't defeat the 36 divine weapons, was to halt or even fail their transformation. So be it. Let's go meet those evil soldier wielders then. Lin Yuan spoke slowly. Whether it was the need for more fragments of divine weapons, or the earlier speculations, Lin Yuan found it necessary to meet those evil soldier wielders. A month later, in the far south, this place was a miasm-filled jungle, rarely visited by humans, where ordinary hunters would just glance from afar and dare not approach even slightly. For hundreds, perhaps thousands of years, countless people had died within this jungle. Those miasmas, once inhaled, meant almost certain death. Over the years, this jungle became a forbidden area for nearby hunters. Yet beneath this jungle stood the Qingshi Grand Hall. In the center of the Grand Hall, there were 18 stone thrones. At this moment, all 18 stone thrones were occupied. Their expressions were cold, their auras profound, seeming to connect to some great existence, far surpassing the blood refinement martial saint in every move. These 18 individuals were all wielders of evil soldiers. Each had an evil soldier behind them, and even as mere fragments of divine weapons, their powers were beyond ordinary mortals to gauge. What background does that master of the Defying Divine Society have for the Defying Divine Society to obey him so submissively? A man wearing a green robe spoke up. Before this master of the Defying Divine Society appeared, the Defying Divine Society was utterly respectful to them as wielders of evil soldiers, as well as to all evil soldiers. But now everything had changed. The defying divine society even dared to negotiate terms with them. It is said that this master of the defying divine society possesses the power to suppress fragments of divine weapons, even rivaling the power of divine weapons himself. Another evil soldier spoke up. Nonsense. As soon as these words were uttered, several wielders of the evil soldiers displayed a mocking look. Since ancient times, the power of divine weapons had been superior to all creatures, and the fragments of divine weapons were no exception. Human strength. How could it possibly contend with the power of divine weapons? This point was clearer to wielders of evil soldiers than to anyone else. Perhaps the individual behind the leader of the defying divine society also stands with an evil soldier, and is himself a user of an evil soldier? An evil soldier user spoke up. This statement indeed garnered approval from most of the evil soldier users present. Regardless of that, just then, the figure seated at the main seat spoke. When we meet the new leader of the defying divine society, if he's just like us, an evil soldier user, then let it be. We can discuss the matter of the decisive battle slowly, as the evil soldier behind him likely won't refuse. If he's not. At this, a hint of cruelty crept into the voice of the figure in the main seat. While evil soldier users are also of the human race, under the influence of the evil soldiers, they gradually begin to see others as mere ants. No problem. Qinggu brother is right. Let's do as brother Qinggu says. The words of the figure in the main seat, Qinggu, were not refused by any evil soldier user present. Even among evil soldier users, there are strengths and weaknesses. The nature of an evil soldier is a fragment of a divine weapon, and the size of this fragment, which occupies a certain portion of the original divine weapon, naturally determines the power of the evil soldier. Thus, there are 5 levels of evil soldier users. An evil soldier with a completeness of 30%. An evil soldier with a completeness of 40%. An evil soldier with a completeness of 50%. An evil soldier with a completeness of 60%. An evil soldier with a completeness of 80%. The higher the completeness, the closer the power of the evil soldier to a genuine divine weapon. And Qinggu's evil soldier commands an astonishing 90% completeness. This evil soldier's true strength is thus extremely close to that of a real divine weapon, which is why in the presence of other evil soldier users, it has an exceptional status. This time, the evil soldier users decided to initiate a decisive battle. Not only because the 36 divine weapons were about to make their final step, but also because Qinggu's evil soldier, with its rare completeness of 90%, ensures them a measure of self-defense, even in a decisive battle against the 36 divine weapons. After all, their purpose in initiating the decisive battle was not to defeat the 36 divine weapons, but to interfere with them, preventing them from making their final step. Once the battle begins, their primary focus would naturally be on preserving their own lives. Suddenly, the 18 evil soldier users seated on the 18 stone seats shifted slightly in their expressions. They sensed an aura slowly making its way into the Qingshi Grand Hall from the entrance. Is it the leader of the defying divine society? How bold of him to come here alone. The 18 evil soldier users were slightly startled, a playful look emerging on their faces. A moment later, a young man appeared at the entrance of the Qingshi Grand Hall. Are you the leader of the defying divine society? The 18 weapon wielders remained seated, showing no intention of standing to greet their guest. Buzz. The power of heaven and earth converged. In the vague mix, a huge black hammer emerged from the air, smashing down towards Lin Yuan. An evil soldier user could not restrain themselves and made a move to test Lin Yuan. Too disappointing, Lin Yuan sighed lightly. Under the astonished gazes of the 18 evil soldier users, he merely waved his hand and the black hammer's shadow shattered. Before the evil soldier users could even react, you evil soldier users are quite impolite. Lin Yuan took a step forward, appearing next to the 18 stone seats. He then stepped forward again, and Qinggu, who was seated in the main seat, exuding a serious demeanor with an evil soldier at 90% completeness, was pulled out by an invisible force, tossed aside like trash and smashed onto distant Qingshi rocks. Still sitting. Lin Yuan glanced over the remaining 17 evil soldier users. As soon as his words fell, the 17 evil soldier users on the 17 stone seats were all forced to stand up. During this, some evil soldier users tried to resist, even summoning the power of their evil soldiers, causing bursts of terrifying aura, but it was all suppressed within an inch around them. The normally earth-shaking power of the evil soldiers was now like a docile kitty. All the evil soldier users seated on the stone seats stood up. Seeing this, Lin Yuan then slowly took his seat in the main seat. Chapter 79. Splitting Heaven Acts Qingshi Grand Hall. Silence reigned. All the haughty evil soldier envoys stood up, staring blankly at the young man seated in the place of honor. All right, you may sit down as well. Lin Yuan waved his sleeve. Instantly, the force that had compelled the evil soldier envoys to stand dissipated. The entire Qingshi Grand Hall reverted to normal, and if it hadn't been for the change of the person sitting in the main seat, many an envoy would have thought the preceding events were an illusion. The various evil soldier envoys exchanged glances, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. At this moment, whether to sit, to stand or to flee, none seemed appropriate. Not sitting. With a smile in the corner of his mouth, Lin Yuan looked towards the envoys. In an instant, it felt as if a great mountain was pressing down upon them. All the envoys felt an immense force bearing down on their shoulders, their faces turning deathly pale and their legs trembling as they took their seats on the stone chairs. That's more like it. A satisfied expression appeared on Lin Yuan's face. The other evil soldier envoys, however, were caught in a maelstrom of emotion. Since Lin Yuan had entered the Qingshi Grand Hall, it had only been the span of a few breaths. But in this short period, he had suppressed all the envoys to the point where they hadn't even been capable of a smidgen of resistance. It wasn't that the envoys hadn't tried to resist. It was that they had resisted, to no avail. How could this be possible? Even more incredible to the envoys was the fact that they hadn't felt the slightest hint of a divine weapons aura from Lin Yuan. Meaning Lin Yuan wasn't an envoy of the divine weapons. He wasn't an envoy, yet possessed power that surpassed the envoys. Such a scene, defying all logic, made the hearts of the envoys shiver. Who are you exactly? Atop the Qingshi Grand Hall, Qinggu, who had been thrown from the main seat by Lin Yuan, barely managed to climb up, his eyes filled with dread as he looked towards Lin Yuan. That throw had nearly shattered all his bones and internal organs. Had it not been for the protection of the power of his evil soldier, he would be dead beyond dead by now. Did I speak to you? Why are you intervening? Lin Yuan glanced at Qinggu. Boom. A tremendous force descended. Qinggu's face turned scarlet, and with a thud, he knelt on the ground. This pitiful sight sent shivers down the spines of the other envoys. Compared to Qinggu kneeling on the ground, they, the evil soldier envoys, were at least seated on stone chairs. Albeit also compelled, it at least appeared far more dignified. I ask a question and you answer it. If there's anything else to add, feel free to do so. Lin Yuan casually spoke as he adjusted his sleeve. Next, Lin Yuan paid no heed to the thoughts of these envoys. He asked directly, "Why have you instigated this decisive battle?" Although Lin Yuan had his suspicions, he still wanted to hear what these envoys would say. "It's like this," one of the envoys, unable to bear the pressure, spoke out. What a joke. Although up to this point, all 18 of them were alive. But with Lin Yuan's recently displayed overwhelming strength, the envoy had no doubts that Lin Yuan had the power to kill them all completely. In such a situation, none of the envoys would display a stance of defiance unto death. Some of them had already attempted to communicate with their internal evil soldiers, seeking to revive them. Even if they still couldn't defeat Lin Yuan, at least there was hope for a full retreat. But aside from the beginning, when the evil soldiers attempted to release power to oppose Lin Yuan, right now, all the evil soldiers within the envoys seemed to have vanished, completely disregarding the pleas of the envoys. This was the will of the evil soldier lords. The evil soldier lords told us that within 100 years, those 36 divine weapons will take that one step, reaching the domain of the Father God. Therefore, we must exert our full strength, whatever the cost, to prevent this event from happening. Otherwise, there will be no place for us in the heavens or on the earth. The multitude of envoys started speaking one after another, revealing roughly everything they knew. It matched pretty closely with what Lin Yuan had surmised. After 8,000 years of nurturing and slumber, those 36 nation-protecting divine weapons were indeed on the cusp of reaching the 4th rank. This also highlighted the difficulty of advancing from the 3rd to the 4th rank. Those 36 divine weapons were the external manifestations of this realm's fundamental rules. Yet even so, to step into the 4th rank was arduous. What more for ordinary beings? Ancient godly being. Lin Yuan pondered with a contemplative look. Father God, as mentioned by the envoys, referred to the ancient godly being. 10,000 years ago, an ancient godly being offered mountains and rivers, smelted the 4 seas, and eventually forged 100 divine weapons. This was the origin of all the current divine weapons. Therefore, whether it's the complete divine weapons or the fragmented evil soldiers, they all refer to that ancient godly being from 10,000 years ago as Father God. For decades, Lin Yuan had been trying to uncover more information about this ancient godly being, and had found very little. Even when forcibly seizing information from an evil soldier, due to their fragmented essence, he could only obtain a few glimpses from after 10,000 years. As for the memories related to that ancient godly being from before 10,000 years, and how the divine weapons were forged, it all remained exceedingly vague. The evil soldiers only knew Father God was great, but the more specific, detailed memories were absent. Lin Yuan was quite curious about that ancient godly being. In his view, that ancient godly being was at least a powerhouse at the 4th rank, or even someone who had advanced far within that tier. Yet how could such a formidable being leave not a trace of information, even if they couldn't live for 10,000 years? Gathering his thoughts, Lin Yuan's gaze once again fell upon the envoys. I need your help with something. Lin Yuan spoke in a gentle tone, smiling as he said so. This speech left all the evil soldier wielders present scratching their heads. With the strength that Lin Yuan had revealed so far, it wasn't a stretch to say that he could match a real divine weapon. So what could possibly require their help? Please go ahead, sir. The evil soldier wielder who first answered Lin Yuan's questions spoke cautiously. I would like to borrow a look at the evil soldiers within your bodies. Lin Yuan said calmly, his gaze steady. With these words, a hush fell over the crowd once again. Then audacious. How dare you? Mortal, you're courting death. Terrible fluctuations of spiritual force burst forth from each of the evil soldier wielders. One by one, the phantom images of evil soldiers emerged, especially the Qinggu, kneeling in the grand hall, within whom a nearly complete giant axe phantom loomed. The divine weapon-splitting heaven axe. Lin Yuan's gaze lingered on the phantom of this giant axe for a moment. During the great battle of 100 divine weapons 8,000 years ago, this splitting heaven axe was second only to those 36 most powerful divine weapons. Even in defeat, it had retained most of its original body. Initially, these evil soldiers intended to avoid Lin Yuan's sharp edge after sensing his strength, which explained why none of them had responded despite the evil soldier wielders calling out to them. But who could have imagined that Lin Yuan would be so audacious as to want to borrow a look at them? Not bad at all. Lin Yuan's gaze turned slightly fervent. He had specifically come here not just to confirm his suspicions. His main objective was to collect more complete evil soldiers. If Lin Yuan planned to ascend to 4th rank by the essence of the rules, he had to comprehend a great number of evil soldiers, perhaps even real divine weapons. Thus, the more powerful these evil soldiers were, the better. Outside the Qingshi Grand Hall, Xikong Luan looked worried, pacing back and forth. The Lord has been impulsive again, Xikong Luan fretted. After he and Lin Yuan arrived at the location as per the evil soldier wielder's guidance, Xikong Luan planned to enter the hall with Lin Yuan. After all, compared to Lin Yuan, Xikong Luan, had plenty of experience communicating with those evil soldier wielders. Knowing what the evil soldier wielders wanted, even if negotiations broke down, he and Lin Yuan still had a chance to leave unscathed. At worst, they would pay a price. But Lin Yuan had asked him to wait outside, and went in alone. This only made Xikong Luan more anxious. He was aware of Lin Yuan's strength, strong enough to easily suppress evil soldiers. But the evil soldier wielders inside the Qingshi Grand Hall, which one of them was easy to deal with? Those gathered here, their evil soldiers had an integrity of over 50%, far surpassing that piece of the Holy Heart Realm fragment from before. There was even an evil soldier with 90% integrity, extremely close to a divine weapon. With such power, yet Lin Yuan had walked in so boldly. What if negotiations went south? It would surely lead to a great loss. Xikong Luan admitted Lin Yuan's abilities, but didn't believe that Lin Yuan would be able to gain any advantage in front of so many powerful evil soldier wielders. There shouldn't have been a fight. Xikong Luan let out a slight sigh of relief. Given Lin Yuan's methods and the strength of the evil soldier wielders, if a real battle had ensued, it would have been earth-shattering, not this quiet. This was a small comfort to Xikong Luan, but only a small one, because Lin Yuan had yet to come out. Not coming out. It meant there was still uncertainty. A great battle could still occur. As Xikong Luan anxiously waited, a figure slowly emerged from the entrance. Sir. Xikong Luan was overjoyed. Thankfully, the worst hadn't happened. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, a smile on his face indicating his good mood. Take care of the people coming out behind me. After Lin Yuan finished speaking, he departed straight away. Take care of what? Xikong Luan was somewhat confused. What people? He remembered that Lin Yuan had gone in alone. There were no others in the entire Qingshi Grand Hall besides Lin Yuan, and those powerful evil soldier wielders. Just as Xikong Luan was puzzled, the evil soldier wielders, led by Qinggu, stepped out from the entrance, their faces pale and their bodies trembling. Having the evil soldiers forcibly extracted was tantamount to extracting their bone marrow and muscles. If it weren't for Lin Yuan thinking that the souls and spirits of the evil soldier wielders were innately strong and might be useful later, they wouldn't have survived. Seeing these evil soldier wielders, Xikong Luan put together their demeanor, and realized that the ones Lin Yuan wanted him to take care of were these evil soldier wielders. This, Xikong Luan swallowed hard. With his intelligence, he, of course, understood that if Lin Yuan asked him to take care of them, it meant these evil soldier wielders had already submitted. Otherwise, even if he wanted to, they would not have allowed him to do so. But this, Xikong Luan felt a profound shock. He had just been worried about Lin Yuan's safety, concerned about Lin Yuan being at a disadvantage against the evil soldier wielders. And now, seeing the ashen-faced 18 evil soldier wielders, Xikong Luan looked up at the departing figure of Lin Yuan like one looks up to a god. Chapter 80. Let's go. Let's go worship the divine weapon. The essence of the rules contained in the evil soldier, like the splitting heaven axe, allowed Lin Yuan to advance further toward the 4th rank. To continue increasing the strength of the defying divine society, Lin Yuan bestowed the divine weapon fragments he had previously obtained. He granted them all. They were used to nurture new divine weapon masters. These divine weapon fragments, which were completely comprehended by Lin Yuan, had no further significance if kept by his side. Moreover, the bestowed divine weapon fragments were also refined and completely obeyed Lin Yuan's commands. The divine weapon masters cultivated with these evil soldiers naturally would not be unruly, but were completely loyal to Lin Yuan's command. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, another 5 years had gone by. The capital of the Greater Yin Kingdom, 100 Flowers Hall. This place was once the palace where the Empress Dowager of Greater Yin stayed as a concubine. Although as the Empress Dowager, she should have moved to a higher standard palace, Wang Shangfeng did not do so. She had lived in the 100 Flowers Hall for over 10 years, and had grown accustomed to it. On this day, Lin Yuan came to visit his mother. Since his ascension, Lin Yuan mostly focused on cultivation, visiting only once every 6 months or even a year. Yuan, how do you feel about those concubines I selected for you last time? Wang Shangfeng, though over 90 years old, looked only 45, her complexion rosy and her spirit very good. In this world system of cultivation, the blood refinement martial saint, though comparable to the pinnacle of the 2nd layer, was of no use in terms of extending lifespan, even for a martial saint, who could at most live just over 100 years. Lin Yuan speculated that this was also influenced by the divine weapons. After all, the longer one lived, the more likely one could research a level surpassing that of martial saint. Most of the 36 divine weapons were always dormant, naturally not allowing such control-exceeding incidents to occur. Thus, their lifespans were directly limited. Even powerful blood refinement martial saints reaching this stage would mostly be 70 or 80 years old, with weakening vitality and nearing the end of their lifespan. Where would they have the energy to research the realm beyond martial saint? Wang Shangfeng was not a martial saint, and at her age was still lively, naturally owing to the marrow cleansing performed on her secretly by Lin Yuan. For Wang Shangfeng, the marrow cleansing performed with Lin Yuan's current power was akin to an immortal pill. According to Wang Shangfeng's current health, living to 200 years old was not a problem. It's okay, Lin Yuan replied nonchalantly. Ascending the throne for 50 or 60 years, Lin Yuan had not sired any children. Mainly because there was no need. Lin Yuan was not the retired Emperor Luxia. An emperor needs heirs primarily to determine the crown prince and confirm the successor to the dynasty. But Lin Yuan did not need these. With his lifespan, even if he had children, it would definitely be the crown prince who would pass away first. Remaining in this world for at least 160 years was enough to outlive any blood refinement martial saint. Even if he really needed to leave descendants, he would consider it only in the last 20 or 30 years of his extended stay. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's response, the Empress Dowager Wang Shangfeng immediately knew her son was just placating her. But now Wang Shangfeng had no way to deal with Lin Yuan. Under Lin Yuan's rule, the Greater Yan dynasty was now almost comparable to the strongest few nations among the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms. And Lin Yuan's prestige also surpassed that of previous emperors, becoming the most accomplished emperor since the founding of the Greater Yan dynasty. By the way, your father has not been feeling well recently, Yuan. You should find time to visit him, Wang Shangfeng said softly as if thinking of something. All right, Lin Yuan nodded and replied. Leaving the 100 Flowers Hall, he was greeted by a member of the royal family who came to see him. Your Majesty, our Greater Yan dynasty has not produced any weapon masters for over a decade. This member of the royal family was also one of Lin Yuan's elders, now aged and frail, reminding Lin Yuan. For the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms, the most important task was cultivating weapon masters. Everything else was secondary. Only with a weapon master could they suppress the nation's foundation. And the last generation weapon master, Lin Yuan's elder sister, had passed away over a decade ago. Since she had never revived a divine weapon or even stimulated one, she lived longer compared to other weapon masters. Weapon masters. In front of Lin Yuan's eyes appeared the image, from 50 or 60 years ago, of his elder sister running up to him to see him one last time, her eyes reddening with tears. After becoming a divine weapon master, one was bound to the divine weapon, and unless Lin Yuan's power overwhelmingly surpassed, it was difficult to sever the bond between them. This matter is not urgent, Lin Yuan said indifferently. Yes. The royal descendant hesitated to speak and then stopped, finally saying nothing. After dismissing this royal descendant, Lin Yuan soon met the retired Emperor Luxia. Compared to Wang Shangfeng, Luxia's condition was much worse. His hair and beard were all white, skin wrinkled. That was the case because Lin Yuan had never performed the marrow cleansing on Luxia. As a former emperor of the Greater Yan dynasty, Luxia had performed multiple rituals with the nation-protecting divine weapons. The marks of the divine weapons had long been planted on him. Should Lin Yuan use his own power to perform marrow cleansing for Luxia, it was highly likely to alert that nation-protecting divine weapon of the Greater Yan dynasty. Father Emperor. Lin Yuan and the retired Emperor Luxia talked for a long time. Mainly, it was Luxia speaking and Lin Yuan listening. Luxia also had heard about the current state of the Greater Yan dynasty. His own son had become the most accomplished sage monarch in the history of the dynasty. Luxia was naturally joyful from the bottom of his heart. Yuaner, I'm afraid I must depart. In this lifetime the thing I, Luxia, regret the least, is handing over Greater Yan to you. Luxia spoke for a while, then felt spiritless and closed his eyes to sleep. It's about time. Upon leaving the palace where retired Emperor Luxia resided, Lin Yuan looked up towards the due north. There lay the ancestral grounds of the divine weapons of the Greater Yan dynasty. 5 or 6 years ago, Lin Yuan had already reached the edge of 4th rank, not weaker than the divine weapons. Now, having absorbed the foundational laws from many evil soldiers like the splitting heaven axe, his strength had increased once more. The next day, in the court, the civil and military officials of the Greater Yan dynasty were excited, because this morning Lin Yuan would participate, discussing state affairs with the ministers. For the ministers, this was undoubtedly thrilling. After all, this generation's emperor of the Greater Yan possessed abilities esteemed as the best among his predecessors, his only fault being his reluctance to appear in public. Many new ministers in the court had never seen the emperor in person. The countless citizens of the Greater Yan dynasty regarded Lin Yuan as the most respected figure in their hearts. If it weren't for Lin Yuan, how could the dynasty have achieved such great governance today? Upon the dragon throne, Lin Yuan sat casually. The ministers below one by one stood out, presenting their reports on state affairs. As the court meeting was about to end, the Minister of Rights finally stepped forward. Your Majesty has been on the throne for over 50 years. According to ancestral customs, you should proceed to the divine weapon ancestral grounds for the ritual. The Minister of Rights spoke as per the text, harboring no expectation of a direct response. For over 50 years since Lin Yuan's accession to the throne, there had been 3 ministers of rights. All 3 ministers of rights had always brought up the matter of urging the emperor to proceed to the divine weapon ancestral grounds for the ritual at each morning court meeting. But the emperor had never replied, and the 3 ministers of rights did not dare to insist, only taking the chance to mention it whenever possible. And this had become a habit for all 3 ministers of rights. Or perhaps a hope. Yet this time, when the current Minister of Rights had finished speaking, Lin Yuan, seated on the dragon throne, slightly nodded and stood up to say, "Indeed, it's time to go to the ancestral grounds for the ritual." The current Minister of Rights, hearing this, immediately was stunned. Then his eyes began to moisten. After more than 50 years, the emperor was finally not ill anymore but was planning to go to the ancestral grounds for the ritual. Chapter 81. Isolating Heaven and Earth Divine Weapon Ancestral Grounds. These are places dedicated to the worship of nation-protecting divine weapons. In the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms, there are 36 nation-protecting divine weapons, and naturally, 36 divine weapon ancestral grounds exist. For the royal families of the 36 countries, worshipping divine weapons is even more important than honoring ancestors or past emperors. It was only because Lin Yuan made an independent decision in the Greater Yan dynasty Tiangang, withstanding pressure from the court, that he managed to delay the worship of divine weapons for 50 to 60 years. Even so, the number of living sacrifices sent to the divine weapon ancestral grounds each year hadn't reduced in the slightest. Lin Yuan turned a blind eye to this. With matters like the succession of the throne, divine weapons might not pay attention. However, if there was even a slight shortfall in the living sacrifices, it would surely attract the notice of the divine weapons. At that time, the divine weapon would awaken and proactively seek out sacrifices. The consequences of this would be difficult for the Greater Yan dynasty to bear. After all, when a divine weapon awakens on its own, the number of sacrifices it requires is much greater than when it slumbers. Therefore, before accumulating enough strength to suppress the divine weapon, maintaining the status quo to gain more time to grow stronger is the correct choice. At least Lin Yuan could be in control and choose when to take action. Like now, Lin Yuan thought now was a good opportunity to make a move. Taking the opportunity of the worship ceremony, he would lure out the divine weapon and strike when it fed. Divine weapon. After Lin Yuan agreed to the worship of the divine weapon, the Minister of Rights and many other ministers hurriedly started preparing the various rituals needed for the ceremony. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, returned to Qingtian Hall, pondering the matter of divine weapons. Having decided to take action against the divine weapon, Lin Yuan was, of course, fully prepared. After studying the memories of numerous evil soldiers, Lin Yuan gained a deep understanding of the 36 divine weapons. In terms of combat power alone, Lin Yuan was confident he was not inferior to any divine weapon. What Lin Yuan needed to be wary of was the divine weapon's final trump card, merging with heaven and earth. Whether it's a divine weapon or an evil soldier, at its core, it is the external manifestation of the essence of the rules of heaven and earth. Since it is an external manifestation, in times of need, it can naturally merge back into it. The essence of evil soldiers is shattered, no longer intact, so they cannot return to heaven and earth. But divine weapons are different. If a divine weapon wishes, it can surely merge into heaven and earth. In such a state, even if Lin Yuan were 100 or 1,000 times stronger, unless he could destroy heaven and earth, he could do nothing about it. Of course, if it weren't a last resort, with no other options, divine weapons would not choose to return to heaven and earth. Because by doing so, the divine weapon's own consciousness would be washed away by the consciousness of heaven and earth. Simply put, it would be formatted. Centuries later, even if it emerged from heaven and earth again, that divine weapon would no longer be the original divine weapon, because its inner consciousness would have changed. Nevertheless, having chosen to make a move against the divine weapon, Lin Yuan certainly wouldn't just watch it return to heaven and earth. One of his main purposes in taking action was to suppress the divine weapon in order to comprehend the essential rules it contained. Over decades, the essence of rules within the fragments of many evil soldiers provided Lin Yuan with a tremendous help. This was only from evil soldiers, that is, fragments of divine weapons. What if it were a complete divine weapon, with its full essence of rules? How much help could it bring to Lin Yuan? At the very least, it could elevate him to the 4th rank. Not just an ordinary 4th rank, but a 4th rank founded on the essence of rules. Since divine weapons can merge into heaven and earth, then I will just cut off heaven and earth completely. Lin Yuan's eyes were calm. In his 80 years in this realm, with against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan had contemplated many fragments of evil soldiers, and developed a secret technique to isolate from heaven and earth. Using 81 pieces of evil soldiers as the core, he could completely seal off a certain area. That is, cutting it off from heaven and earth. However, such sealing had its limits. Heaven and earth have the ability to repair themselves, and with Lin Yuan's methods, he could seal it for at most an hour. That is, cut off from heaven and earth for an hour. The matter of the Flame Emperor going to the ancestral grounds to worship the divine weapons became a top priority in the court. Since it was a worship ceremony, a large number of sacrifices would be prepared. The sacrifices for worshipping divine weapons are, of course, living people, and particularly cultivators with abundant blood and energy. Since Lin Yuan's ascension to the throne, although he hadn't reduced the number of sacrifices, he tried as much as possible to select those sentenced to death or life imprisonment. If there still weren't enough, he would recruit from the populace as much as possible. Those who volunteered to be sacrifices would have their parents, children, and so on taken care of by the state. The elders would be supported by greater yen in their old age, and their descendants would have priority in education, entering politics, or enlisting in the army. This policy once sparked controversy in the court. Many ministers thought it unnecessary, insisting that the honor of sacrificing for the divine weapons should be reserved for the peasants. After all, implementing such a policy would definitely put a strain on the state treasury. Yet, under Lin Yuan's firm stance, the policy was still enforced. The process of offering sacrifices to the divine weapon was very cumbersome. Numerous ministers had been busy for most of the day before they began the final offering. As the emperor, Lin Yuan walked at the forefront, heading toward the center of the underground palace in the ancestral grounds. Several hours later, Lin Yuan's gaze was deep as he looked towards the center of the altar. In his perception, a vast and mountainous aura was almost bursting forth. This aura was ferocious and majestic, sharp and overbearing, surpassing any evil soldier Lin Yuan had ever encountered. Even the splitting heaven axe, which was 90% intact, paled in comparison to this aura. For 8,000 years, those evil soldiers had made no progress. However, the 36 nation-protecting divine weapons continuously devoured the life force, blood, and souls of living beings, slowly improving, and over 8,000 years, dripping water had worn through stone, their strength naturally surpassing that of the past. Not to mention, these 36 nation-protecting divine weapons were strongly fought for in the great battle of 100 divine weapons 8,000 years ago, and they were the strongest 36 out of those 100. The Sun and Moon Spear. A trace of a strange color flashed across Lin Yuan's face. This nation-protecting divine weapon of the Greater Yan dynasty, the Sun and Moon Spear, was one of the divine weapons most adept at offensive powers among the 36. In that battle of divine weapons, the Sun and Moon Spear had pierced through at least 7 or 8 other divine weapons, its fierce might nothing short of awe-inspiring. All right. You all may leave now. I have something to say to the divine weapon. Lin Yuan sensed that the Sun and Moon Spear was about to appear, devouring the offerings. He immediately turned back to look at the various ministers and the imperial lineage. Yes. Then we shall depart first. Everyone was already somewhat breathless. After all, as the aura of the Sun and Moon Spear gradually moved, facing such an aura as vast as heaven and earth, ordinary people found it difficult to endure. And Lin Yuan's reason was very sufficient. The Greater Yan imperial family was the spokesperson chosen by the divine weapons. And as the emperor, the highest in the royal family's status, being alone with the divine weapon was only natural. Soon, apart from Lin Yuan, everyone respectfully departed. For a moment, the vast and enormous altar was left with only Lin Yuan, and the living sacrifices kneeling in the distance. The living sacrifices for this offering were all death row inmates from various places. To ensure the smooth progress of the offering, these inmates were already unconscious. Lin Yuan stood in place, quietly waiting for the divine weapon to appear. At this time, Lin Yuan's aura was contained. Even the divine weapon could not detect any anomaly. Otherwise, with the strength of Lin Yuan's physical blood, the Sun and Moon Spear would have gone crazy by now. Why would it dawdle as it was doing now? Rumble. Under Lin Yuan's watchful eyes, 100 Zhonglong divine dragon with the sun and moon revolving around it slowly flew out. A dragon? Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. It wasn't a dragon. The so-called divine dragon was nothing but a phantom image transformed by the aura of the divine weapon. Lin Yuan saw at the core of the divine dragon phantom a hazy long spear undulating. The divine weapon, the Sun and Moon Spear. Lin Yuan's expression became slightly solemn. This was not the first time he had seen a divine weapon. In perusing those evil soldier memories, he had seen many divine weapons. He had even seen numerous scenes of the Sun and Moon Spear making its thrust. But scenes were just scenes after all. In comparison to the actual Sun and Moon Spear, it was like the light of a firefly vying with the bright moon. The Sun and Moon Spear trembled lightly. The 100 Zhonglong divine dragon phantom opened its huge mouth and slightly sucked in the direction of the sacrifices. Suddenly, a massive amount of life force, vitality, and souls were devoured into the dragon's mouth. These offerings are not bad. The Sun and Moon Spear emitted a vast spiritual fluctuation, clearly somewhat satisfied. Are you the new emperor? The Sun and Moon Spear seemed to sense something, emitting another spiritual fluctuation. Indeed, Lin Yuan nodded. In that case, the body of the Sun and Moon Spear shook. An indescribable aura descended. Each emperor, during the offering to the divine weapons, would be branded with a divine weapon mark. It was both a deterrent and a restriction. Lin Yuan had to this day not undergone the marrow cleansing for the retired emperor, precisely because he was wary of this divine weapon brand. Wait a moment. Lin Yuan immediately spoke up. As Lin Yuan pronounced the word wait, he lifted his right foot and took a step forward. By the time Lin Yuan finished saying wait, his right foot landed, and with the altar as the center, the surrounding heaven and earth had already been isolated. Chapter 82 The Ancient Godly Being Cutting Off Heaven and Earth. For Lin Yuan, it was not only about preventing the divine weapon from returning to the world. More importantly, it was to block the fluctuations of qi generated during his fight with the divine weapon. In the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms, each capital had a divine weapon in command. All 36 divine weapons emerged from that great war 8,000 years ago. They jointly divided the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms. These 36 divine weapons, remaining so peacefully, must have made some secret agreements. Like watching over each other, perhaps? If the other 35 divine weapons sensed that Lin Yuan was suppressing the Sun and Moon Spear, he might face the siege of all 36 divine weapons. Even without any agreement to watch over each other, upon seeing Lin Yuan, such a powerful member of the human race, Whether it was to share the spoils or to eliminate future troubles, the other 35 divine weapons would also take action. Even if Lin Yuan managed to escape the encirclement, after the 35 divine weapons witnessed Lin Yuan's strength, they would surely develop a deep sense of wariness, and were likely to accelerate harvesting lives to advance to the 4th rank level sooner. After all, according to the intentions of other evil soldiers, the 36 divine weapons were already very close to the 4th rank. Waiting for what? The sun and moon spear didn't notice the change in heaven and earth. It had just awakened from its slumber, so its perception was somewhat dulled. Recently, there was an evil soldier named Splitting Heaven Axe. Lin Yuan casually picked a topic to divert the sun and moon spear's attention. That one. The sun and moon spear was slightly taken aback, its tone laced with disdain. 8,000 years ago, the Splitting Heaven Axe was not its match, let alone now. The sun and moon spear was about to discuss matters, when it saw Lin Yuan raise his right hand and slowly clench it towards the spear. A terrifying pressure filled every inch of the air. What the sun and moon spear had morphed into, the divine dragon, directly disintegrated. Lin Yuan's figure moved nearly 1,000 meters in an instant, appearing in front of the sun and moon spear, and then his outstretched right hand grasped the body of the spear. How dare you? The sun and moon spear instinctively raged. For so many years, even during that gruesome battle 8,000 years ago, no divine weapon had dared to come so close to it, let alone be held. Apart from the Father God who had forged it, no other living being had ever done this. The formidable aura of the divine weapon exploded suddenly, sharp to the extreme, a force almost tearing the air, thrusting towards Lin Yuan. Too late. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. A smile appeared on his face, as if he hadn't yet come close to or grasped the sun and moon spear. With the power of a divine weapon, it could indeed struggle with him for a while. But now, he had already locked down the true body of the sun and moon spear. No matter how it thrashed, it was futile. And this was Lin Yuan's ultimate scheme. If he had acted directly against the sun and moon spear, aside from whether he could handle it, he probably wouldn't even know where its true body was. Moreover, once he revealed his strength and raised the sun and moon spear's vigilance, it would become even more difficult. Only by taking advantage of the ritual did he make the sun and moon spear let down its guard. Then, as a spokesperson, Lin Yuan was able to get close to the sun and moon spear. In this way he could, like now, instantly seize the crux of the divine weapon's life. Indeed, about to approach the 4th rank. Feeling the sun and moon spear's struggle in his hand, Lin Yuan grew more solemn. At that moment he seemed to be holding a 2-meter-long lance, but it felt as though he was pressing down on a flood dragon that roamed the clouds and rain. How is this possible? How is this possible? Who exactly are you to possess such strength? The sun and moon spear was utterly panic-stricken. After several counterattacks, all suppressed by Lin Yuan, the sun and moon spear quickly realized its predicament. This was trouble. Real trouble. With its true body suppressed, no matter how great its divine skills and capabilities were, a rebound seemed very difficult. Taiji. In Lin Yuan's eyes, a faint black and white vortex appeared. In just a moment, the sun and moon spear felt the pressure it was under skyrocket by several, or even dozens of times. The two extreme powers of Taiyin and Taiyang, flowing along the body of the spear, continuously invaded its consciousness. You forced my hand. The spiritual fluctuations of the sun and moon spear exploded. The body of the spear began to become ethereal, clearly intending to return to the world. Although this method would cause its consciousness to vanish, it was better than falling into Lin Yuan's hands. Besides, faced with the suppression from Lin Yuan's Taiji power, faced with that perfectly balanced extreme force, the sun and moon spear would barely last even without returning to the world. Rather than that, it was better to return to the world. Hundreds of years later, I will make your descendants from the greater Yin dynasty endure the torment of the sun and moon. The sun and moon spear inwardly swore, embedding this resolve deep within its body. That way, even if the sun and moon spear reappeared in the world in the future, giving birth to a new consciousness, it would hold a strong aversion to the descendants of the greater Yin dynasty. However, just when the sun and moon spear was halfway through the fusion process, The originally illusory spear shaft began to solidify once more. What? The sun and moon spear was shocked. Its process of merging with heaven and earth had actually been interrupted. You actually separated heaven and earth? The spirit of the sun and moon spear felt heavy, separating heaven and earth. It sounds simple, but to achieve it is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Boom boom boom. Accompanied by the further crushing of the Taiji grinding disc, the consciousness of the sun and moon spear began to gradually fall into darkness. A great success. Lin Yuan exhaled lightly. At this point, the time limit for separating heaven and earth for an hour was drawing very near. Thankfully, there had been no accidents. A complete divine weapon. Lin Yuan looked at the sun and moon spear before him, now suppressed to the size of a palm. Even so, the sun and moon spear still emitted a faint oppressive force, which was the essence of heaven and earth's rules. Take. With a slight thought from Lin Yuan, the fragments of the evil soldier previously arranged around the ancestral grounds returned to his side. With the disappearance of the evil soldier, the separation from heaven and earth was restored. However, at this moment the great battle had ended, so naturally, there was no problem. After suppressing the sun and moon spear, Lin Yuan immediately returned to his underground palace. This place was built in a secluded corner of the Greater Yin dynasty, difficult for outsiders to detect. Sun and moon spear. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, gazing at the palm-sized spear before him, momentarily captivated. To behold a complete divine weapon, Lin Yuan's first impression was perfection, as if it encompassed the sun, moon and stars, all external things of heaven and earth. Every structure and every part fitting together flawlessly. Several days later, Sikong Luan came to the underground palace. He held a wooden box in his hand, inside which lay a fragment of a weapon. It was indeed an evil soldier. Lin Yuan had long ago ordered the Defying Divine Society to collect various evil soldiers. The evil soldier in the wooden box, though not having birthed a consciousness, was indeed a fragment of a divine weapon and met Lin Yuan's requirements. However, as Sikong Luan approached the palace, and saw Lin Yuan seated in the center of the palace, with the floating spear before him, he was momentarily stunned. That spear, which evil soldier is it? Sikong Luan had a look of puzzlement. Among the many evil soldiers he had collected for Lin Yuan, there were very few that were spears. Furthermore, Sikong Luan noticed that the spear before Lin Yuan was extraordinarily complete. Seeming. Sikong Luan's gaze gradually turned vacant, his heart stirring with shock and disbelief. Because he felt, with extreme caution, that the spear didn't seem to be an evil soldier. Instead, it was a divine weapon. A complete divine weapon. But how could that be? Divine weapons in this world are predestined. 36 divine weapons oversee the world below. How could there suddenly be an additional divine weapon? Is it the sun and moon spear, the one from the Greater Yin dynasty? Sikong Luan trembled inwardly. A divine weapon of great stature, now submissive before Lin Yuan. This was simply. Although Sikong Luan knew that Lin Yuan had once single-handedly suppressed multiple evil soldier wielders, but evil soldiers are evil soldiers. What are they compared to a true divine weapon? My lord. Sikong Luan's legs went weak, suddenly not daring to approach any further. In the center of the palace, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. After thoroughly suppressing the sun and moon spear, Lin Yuan attempted to browse through its memories. Boom boom boom. A vast spiritual force began to invade. The memories of the sun and moon spear spanning 10,000 years gradually unfolded before Lin Yuan. Compared to the other evil soldiers, the sun and moon spear, as a complete divine weapon, held unbroken memories. Lin Yuan's expression was solemn, and it didn't take him long to browse through the memories from 10,000 years ago. The memories from 10,000 years prior were something Lin Yuan had never encountered, for the physical forms of the other evil soldiers had shattered, having lost this segment of memory long ago. Boom. With the memories of the sun and moon spear, Lin Yuan seemed to arrive at a time 10,000 years before. It was a vast world, and Lin Yuan looked around. He quickly saw an enormous figure. Imposing and radiant with endless light, it was an ancient godly being. Chapter 83. The sun and the moon. Thousands of years before, There was no concept of a nation. At that time, the human race lived in tribal forms, consuming raw flesh and blood, dwelling in all corners of the world. In that incredibly distant ancient times, there appeared an ancient godly being. They walked among the worlds, observing all things. Ultimately, they sacrificed mountains and rivers, merging and refining the four seas. Forcefully, in between heaven and earth, they forged 100 weapons of war. These 100 weapons were a manifestation of the intrinsic laws of the universe, wrested by that ancient godly being from the world itself. Without that ancient godly being, the 100 weapons could not possibly have broken free from the control of the universe and become separate entities. And these 100 weapons were what later became known as the ultimate divine weapons. You be the eldest, you be the second, you be the third. The face of the ancient godly being was blurred as they looked at the 100 weapons floating between heaven and earth, emitting vast spiritual fluctuations. At that moment, Lin Yuan's point of view originated from a long spear. The Sun and Moon Spear. The Sun and Moon Spear was the 18th weapon that the ancient godly being had forged. So it was also called Old 18. Who knows how much time passed? That ancient godly being once again came before the 100 divine weapons. I am leaving. From now on, you will be the only ones left in this world. After saying those words, the ancient godly being vanished. Years flew by like a shuttle afterward. The ancient godly being never appeared again. And the spiritual wisdom of the 100 divine weapons became increasingly perfected. Until one day, they discovered that the chi and spirit of the human race were of great use to their growth. Therefore they began harvesting humans. However, later, the leading tower-shaped divine weapon realized that at the rate the 100 divine weapons were consuming the human race, it wouldn't take many years before the humans on this land would become extinct, and afterwards, all divine weapons would have no humans to consume, causing their growth to revert to an exceedingly slow phase. So this tower-shaped divine weapon began to curb the other divine weapons. This action won the approval of some divine weapons, and the opposition of others. In the end, the 100 divine weapons still reached an agreement to pen all the humans within a certain area, and select a portion of them to consume at regular intervals. This was the rudimentary form of what would later become the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms. Another 1,000 or 2,000 years passed. Some divine weapons found that certain divine weapons were consuming more humans than the rest. This uneven distribution led to a great battle among the 100 divine weapons. In that battle, 64 divine weapons were shattered. The most powerful 36 divine weapons enjoyed all the humans. Within the underground palace, Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Having browsed the memories of the Sun and Moon Spear, Lin Yuan had gained a certain understanding of that ancient godly being. It was clear. The strength of the ancient godly being was at least 4th rank to start, and perhaps even at the peak of 4th rank. As for why they ventured over mountains and rivers, roamed the world, and contested with heaven and earth to forge those 100 divine weapons, Lin Yuan speculated that they too were after the intrinsic laws of this world. In forging the 100 divine weapons, the ancient godly being was also comprehending the myriad laws within the weapons. Although the ancient godly being's comprehension certainly couldn't compare to Lin Yuan's, time was on their side. The ancient times that began 10,000 years ago lasted for at least several thousand years. Over such a prolonged period, combined with the ancient godly being's position as the forger of the weapons, they surely benefited tremendously. True divine weapons indeed. With thoughts tumbling, Lin Yuan's gaze once again fell upon the Sun and Moon Spear. Even though the Sun and Moon Spear was currently suppressed by Lin Yuan, with its consciousness in a deep slumber, its innate resistance alone was enough to shatter hundreds or thousands of blood-refining martial saints. Of course, such resistance was insignificant for Lin Yuan. The Sun and the Moon. Lin Yuan reached out, gently touching the spear, feeling its textures and laws, as countless sparks of inspiration burst forth in his mind. Your comprehending nature is defying, observing and touching the complete intrinsic laws of this world. And you have touched upon the rules of the Sun and the Moon. Your comprehending nature is defying, observing and touching the complete intrinsic laws of this world. And you have touched upon the rules of the Sun and the Moon. Your comprehending nature is defying, observing and touching the complete intrinsic laws of this world. And you have touched upon the rules of the sun and the moon. In just a brief moment, Lin Yuan felt the path ahead became much clearer. Worthy of being a divine weapon, Lin Yuan couldn't help but express his admiration. Compared to those damaged evil soldiers, the help from the divine weapon was akin to a qualitative change. Especially the essence of the sun and moon contained within the sun and moon spear matched perfectly with Lin Yuan's Taiji Dao. The sun and the moon were parts of Taiyin and Taiyang. Understanding the essence of the sun and the moon also had a significant effect on supplementing the Taiji Dao. It's a pity there is only one divine weapon. Lin Yuan looked at the sun and moon spear, but his mind was on the other 35 divine weapons. How wonderful it would be if all the divine weapons were laid out before him for enlightenment. But Lin Yuan also knew that for now, that was just wishful thinking. As for imitating the method used to suppress the sun and moon spear, and continuing to suppress other divine weapons, it was nearly impossible. The 36 divine weapons were mutually responsive to each other. Lin Yuan had isolated heaven and earth to suppress the sun and moon spear, indeed avoiding detection by the other divine weapons. But once the aura of the sun and moon spear completely disappeared, and the other divine weapons could no longer sense its presence over a long period, they would certainly become vigilant. If Lin Yuan continued to act, it'd be bad enough to come up empty-handed, but there was a good chance he would fall into the trap set by the other 35 divine weapons. Beware not to underestimate the spiritual wisdom of a divine weapon. With the growth of 10,000 years, their intelligence may not be on par with that of the main world's smartest brains, but it's infinitely stronger than that of ordinary people. But one divine weapon is enough. The essence of the laws it contains is enough to push me to the 4th rank. Lin Yuan felt very satisfied. Being able to successfully suppress the sun and moon spear had met his expectations. After pondering for a while, Lin Yuan's thoughts stirred, and he put away the sun and moon spear, his gaze glancing towards the outside of the palace. At the moment, Sikong Luan was still waiting respectfully outside. Without an order from Lin Yuan, he dared not step into the grand hall. "Come in," Lin Yuan said aloud. His voice was not loud, yet it rang clearly in Sikong Luan's ears. "Yes." Sikong Luan took a deep breath and walked into the palace. "My lord, this is an evil soldier. Following your previous instructions, to collect as many evil soldiers as possible." Sikong Luan held out the wooden box in his hand with increased reverence. "I understand." Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Now that he had a divine weapon in hand, he naturally looked down on mere evil soldiers. But even the smallest mosquito was still meat. While the rule essence contained in the evil soldiers was fragmented, it was still somewhat useful to Lin Yuan. "Then I shall take my leave." Sikong Luan left the wooden box behind, ready to retreat respectfully. "After all these years you must know who I am, right?" Lin Yuan suddenly spoke. It had been decades since he subjugated Sikong Luan, but Lin Yuan had never revealed his identity to him. Upon hearing this, Sikong Luan's heart jolted. If previously he had only suspected in his heart, then just now, upon seeing Lin Yuan handling the sun and moon spear, originally one of the greater Yin dynasty's nation-protecting divine weapons, Sikong Luan was almost 90% certain. He confirmed that his lord was indeed the emperor of the greater Yin dynasty. Although such a conjecture was incredibly unbelievable, as the Flame Emperor was the spokesperson chosen by the divine weapons, not subject to consumption like ordinary civilians. "I've seen your majesty." Sikong Luan steadied his spirit and said respectfully. "Correct." Lin Yuan nodded slightly. For Sikong Luan to guess his identity was not a difficult task. In the years past, the Defying Divine Society had often cooperated with the Greater Yin dynasty in secret. Outsiders were unaware of these matters. Even the royal descendants were oblivious, but Sikong Luan, who was in charge of the Defying Divine Society, had some awareness. Next, incite a decisive battle based on the ideas of those evil soldiers. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged on the ground and said indifferently, to completely resolve the issue with the remaining 35 divine weapons, he needed to draw all of them out. If he dealt with them one by one, once the other divine weapons observed Lin Yuan's true strength, they would surely refrain from appearing. And with one divine weapon seeking to hide, with its ability to blend into heaven and earth, Lin Yuan would have no solution. His time in this world was limited. He couldn't afford to wear down the divine weapons indefinitely. Even though Lin Yuan could isolate heaven and earth, his range was limited. Lin Yuan's plan was to have the Defying Divine Society and many evil soldier wielders shake the rule of the Central Plains 36 kingdoms, thereby forcing the 35 divine weapons to act. After all, the Central Plains 36 kingdoms were the divine weapons' breeding grounds. If the Defying Divine Society rebelled, those divine weapons would undoubtedly be the first to be intolerant. Good. Sikong Luan nodded. If it were in the past, he would not have held any hope for such a decisive battle, fearing a recurrence of the calamity of arms from thousands of years ago. But having seen Lin Yuan handle the Sun and Moon Spear just moments earlier, a sliver of extravagant hope suddenly rose in Sikong Lun's heart. Additionally, bring in some people with strong souls. I will personally train some evil soldier wielders. Lin Yuan spoke again. This time, the evil soldier wielders he aimed to train would be top tier with at least 90% integrity of the evil soldiers. Evil soldiers, being fragments of divine weapons from the past, cannot heal themselves, which explains why no evil soldier has been restored to a complete divine weapon in 8,000 years. Yet while evil soldiers couldn't heal themselves, Lin Yuan could. With the many evil soldiers currently at his disposal, Lin Yuan could completely assemble 2 to 3 complete divine weapons. Of course, the assembled divine weapons, with their combat power far lesser than the present 36 divine weapons, would still pale in comparison to their peak during the ancient times because they had just recovered from grave injuries. Add to that, the current 36 divine weapons had further strengthened their power over 8,000 years, by reaping the growth of countless lives. But complete evil soldiers could at least sweep all formidable beings below divine weapons. They even had the potential to force the remaining 35 divine weapons to appear. Chapter 84. In heaven and on earth, he is the Lord of Warriors just after Lin Yuan suppressed the Sun and Moon Spear. Inside the divine weapon ancestral grounds of the other 35 states of the Central Plains, to be exact, massive spiritual fluctuations were reviving. Where is Old 18? Why has Old 18's presence disappeared? What exactly happened? Could it be that Old 18 actively isolated his own presence? Could there have been some accident? We divine weapons, looking down upon all beings, what accident could there be? Tens of huge divine weapon consciousnesses, through the connections in the unknown, began to communicate. Divine weapons originate from the rules of heaven and earth, so as long as they wish, they can naturally sense the presence of other divine weapons effortlessly, provided that the divine weapon doesn't actively isolate its presence. No matter what happened, this period is critical for us to take that step. Even if you consume sacrifices, be careful, and try not to reveal your true body as much as possible. A massive spiritual fluctuation came through from a tower-shaped divine weapon. This tower-shaped divine weapon was the first ever forged by an ancient godly being in bygone years. Among 36 divine weapons, or even among 100, it is considered the strongest. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years had gone by. Compared to the past, this decade could truly be described as stormy. The conflict between the Defying Divine Society and the Central Plains 36 kingdoms further escalated, and the truth about beings being domesticated by divine weapons also began to spread widely in the world. Originally, divine weapons using beings as sacrifices as food had already caused many in the world to be dissatisfied. After all, how were they any different from the livestock they raised? But under the strong suppression of the Central Plains 36 kingdoms, this dissatisfaction could only be deeply buried in their hearts. There was no way around it. Without a leader to stand up, no matter how dissatisfied or unwilling, they could not come together. But this time, the Defying Divine Society took the initiative to be the leader, calling for beings to stand up in resistance, and no longer be mindless livestock. Great Xia Dynasty. Capital. Inside a tavern, a storyteller was speaking passionately. Ladies and gentlemen, the Central Plains 36 kingdoms regard us as livestock raised by divine weapons, but why should this be? We do not care, for we are already old, but our children, our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren, should they also live like this? By what right? Why should divine weapons remain high above while we are relegated to being food? Why can divine weapons look down upon all beings while we are looked down upon by them? Why can divine weapons decide everything, while we are the ones being decided for? The storyteller was naturally a person from the Defying Divine Society. He came here to propagate the ideas of the Defying Divine Society and awaken the spirit of resistance in the people of the world. Good. Yes, by what right? I was born a human. Why should I become food? The guests in the tavern suddenly became animated. If it were just them, it might have been nothing, but for generations to come, their descendants, all would live a numb existence like cattle. This was simply unbearable. We must resist. Resist the divine weapons. A young man stood up excitedly. His name was Suchong. Not long ago, his father had been forcibly conscripted by the Great Xia dynasty and had become a sacrifice. Actually, he himself should have been the sacrifice, but his father resolutely took his place in death. Hearing these words now, he was immediately overcome with anger and stood up to echo the words of the storyteller. Not just Suchong, but others felt the same way. After long-standing grievances, there were definitely many who were dissatisfied with the divine weapons. Meanwhile, atop the platform, the storyteller scanned his surroundings. Inside him, an evil soldier that was 70% intact began to rapidly sense the environment. It's that person, an innate with a strong spirit. He should be suitable to become the master of an evil soldier. The evil soldier's gaze locked onto Suchong. Good. The storyteller slightly nodded. He remembered Suchong's appearance. Not good, not good. The officials are coming. Just then, someone rushed into the tavern in a hurry. Don't panic, everyone. The storyteller immediately stood up. There's a secret passage under the platform. If you're worried about encountering the officials, you can leave through this passage. With a wave of the storyteller's hand, a 1-meter-tall entrance appeared. Suddenly, many guests began to leave through the secret passage. What a joke. Slogans promoting the Defying Divine Society sounded pleasant indeed. But if caught by the officials, one would undoubtedly be designated as a sacrifice to be fed to the divine weapons next time. I was impulsive, so impulsive. Suchong quickly walked out of the secret passage, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Only then did he realize that responding to that storyteller had been unwise. No matter how powerful the Defying Divine Society was, the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms were the absolute rulers now. The actions he had just taken, if leaked, would bring trouble to his entire family. I cannot die. I still have my mother to support, and my sister is not yet married. Suchong kept thinking on and on. However, the words I said just now, they really felt thrilling. Suchong suddenly had this thought cross his mind for some reason. Just as Suchong steadied his mind, planning to return home, a figure emerged from the shadows ahead. Suchong looked closely. It was the storyteller from earlier. Young friend. Upon seeing Suchong, the storyteller's face revealed a smile. Would you like to join us in overthrowing the rule of the divine weapons? Entrance to the underground palace. Sikong Luan, looking at the dazed Suchong, nodded slightly and said, "Come with me inside." Okay, Suchong nodded. Even now, he still felt as if he were dreaming. Ever since the storyteller stopped him and asked if he was willing to help overthrow the rule of the divine weapons, Suchong had, as if possessed by a ghost, agreed. Without even thinking, he had agreed right away. Then he had been led away by the storyteller, turning and twisting, until they arrived here. My mother and my sister. Walking behind Sikong Luan, Suchong couldn't help but ask. Don't worry, your mother will be well taken care of, and don't fret about your sister. Now that you have joined the Defying Divine Society, all these worries will be addressed. Even if in the future. Sikong Luan paused for a moment before continuing. If the Defying Divine Society loses, wiped out by the encirclement of the 36 states, your parents and family will not be implicated. That's good. Upon hearing this, Suchong breathed a sigh of relief. For some reason, He believed everything Sikong Luan said. The two made their way along the dark passage of the underground palace, heading deeper inside. "Milord." Not knowing what to call Sikong Luan, Su Chong addressed him as Milord. "Where are we going now?" Su Chong voiced his confusion. The storyteller had only told him they were going to meet an important person, but hadn't revealed who exactly it was. "I'm taking you to meet someone." Sikong Luan did not hide anything, adding, "To meet the most important person in the defying divine society, who without him would still be hiding like rats in the sewers." "Ah." Su Chong, startled, asked instinctively, "So he must be very powerful." "Naturally very powerful," Sikong Luan said matter-of-factly. In all the lands under heaven, Sikong Luan hadn't seen anyone stronger than Lin Yuan. "I see." Su Chong nodded, half understanding, and tried asking again, "Is he a weapon master?" In Su Chong's understanding, in the 36 states of the Central Plains, aside from the divine weapons, the weapon masters were the strongest. Weapon masters could operate divine weapons, harnessing their power, and even the powerful blood refinement martial saints, faced with a weapon master, were as vulnerable as ants. "Weapon master?" Sikong Luan halted, a hint of mockery surfacing on his face. In Sikong Luan's eyes, the so-called divine weapon masters and evil weapon masters, to Lin Yuan, they were all insignificant, easily wiped out. If one must associate Lin Yuan with the divine weapons or the evil weapons, then, in heaven and on earth, he is the master of weapons. Chapter 85. I've been waiting for you guys for a long time. Soon Su Chong met Lin Yuan. Compared to the towering presence of those lofty weapon bearers, Lin Yuan seemed very ordinary to Su Chong, even inferior to the blood refinement martial saint. If it weren't for Sikong Luan's repeated emphasis to maintain the utmost respect, Su Chong would have probably struggled not to look up and scrutinize him. Not bad in aptitude. Lin Yuan looked at Su Chong and gave a slight nod. In terms of spiritual strength, Su Chong ranked in the top 10 among those Lin Yuan had seen. Here, those he had seen referred to the people Lin Yuan had encountered since his arrival. The cultivation system of this world focused purely on honing the physical body. As for empowering the spirit and soul, there was practically no development. Even the blood refinement martial saint was merely vigorous in vitality. "This splitting heaven axe is now yours." A palm-sized black axe flew out with a slight thought from Lin Yuan. Before Lin Yuan suppressed it, the splitting heaven axe was already a nearly complete evil soldier at 90% integrity. Over the years, Lin Yuan had gathered the remaining fragments of the splitting heaven axe and restored it to its entirety. The completed splitting heaven axe was no longer an evil soldier, but a true divine weapon. Even though it still wasn't on par with the sun and moon spear and the other 36 divine weapons, it was still superior to other evil soldiers. "What is that?" Su Chong hadn't recovered from the shock. Before he knew it, he watched the splitting heaven axe flying towards him. Finally, it merged into his forehead, leaving a black axe imprint there. "Me." Su Chong just felt something new within his body. A giant axe as big as a mountain faintly appeared in his mind. Try to familiarize yourself with the power of the divine weapon as much as possible, Lin Yuan said indifferently, looking at Su Chong. He had already mastered the inherent rules contained within the splitting heaven axe. Keeping it with him was of no further use. Of course, though Lin Yuan had bestowed the splitting heaven axe to Su Chong, since he had refined it, he could reclaim it with a single thought. Rather than saying Su Chong was the wielder of the splitting heaven axe, it was more accurate to say he was just someone operating it on behalf of Lin Yuan. A divine weapon? Was that just now a divine weapon? Su Chong looked bewildered. How could he have imagined that the black axe was the legendary divine weapon? And furthermore, such a lofty divine weapon, just given away by Lin Yuan like that? Wasn't it said that all divine weapons had their own consciousness, noble and inviolable? But what was happening now? Next, I will leave this place, Lin Yuan continued, not minding Su Chong's astonishment, and turned his gaze to Sikong Luan. After meditating on the sun and moon spear for 10 years, Lin Yuan could step into the 4th rank at any moment. During this time, Lin Yuan wanted to emulate the travelings of the ancient godly being from 10,000 years ago, crossing rivers, surpassing the 5 mountains, and wandering in this world. Yes, Sikong Luan said, seemingly wanting to ask something more but then swallowing his words, he respectfully agreed. Lin Yuan naturally saw Sikong Lun's hesitation and shook his head. If you confront an irresistible force, just cry out Flame Emperor, and that will suffice. As the Flame Emperor of the Greater Yin Dynasty, Lin Yuan could naturally be called the Flame Emperor. Understood. Sikong Luan felt a small sense of relief in his heart. With Lin Yuan's words, he felt he had a source of confidence. Flame Emperor? Su Chong silently repeated to himself and carefully stole a glance at Lin Yuan, etching the title deeply into his mind. Before setting out on his journey, Lin Yuan returned to the Greater Yin Imperial Palace once more. The retired Emperor Lu Shi was in good spirits. After Lin Yuan suppressed the Sun and Moon Spear, he had performed the marrow cleansing for him several times. The old man was revitalized and would probably live for another 100 years. Yuan, no matter what you want to do, go ahead with courage, Lu Shi said, looking at his most satisfactory son. In recent years, the world had been turbulent, with the Defying Divine Society clashing continuously with the 35 states of the Central Plains. Yet the Greater Yin Dynasty remained quiet. Having been an emperor himself for decades, Lu Shi was aware of the underlying issue and speculated that Lin Yuan might have reached some agreement with the Defying Divine Society. The Defying Divine Society, insistent on overthrowing the rule of divine weapons, was essentially opposed to the imperial households of the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms. Any collusion between Lin Yuan and the Defying Divine Society would certainly be taboo. But Lu Shi trusted his son and believed there must be a reason for his actions. Besides, it was just collusion without any substantial evidence. What could the 35 other states do even if they suspected? Lu Shi could never dream that his son was not merely colluding with the Defying Divine Society, but was the mysterious leader of it, responsible for much of the recent turmoil in the world. Time passed. 10 years later. The Central Plains' 36 kingdoms. Daqi Dynasty. The Daqi Emperor's face was gloomy. An angry scowl spread across his visage. Those remnants of the Defying Divine Society, how dare they? How dare they? The Daqi Emperor bellowed as he abruptly stood up, while the many ministers below bowed their heads in silence, not daring to respond. Over the past decade, the Defying Divine Society had mounted a significant resistance against the 35 states of the Central Plains. What started as a spark soon ignited a flaming prairie fire. Initially, the Defying Divine Society was suppressed, but as time passed, their ideals spread, and the discontent among the people of the nations boiled over. Merely within a decade, 7 of the 35 states' powers were overrun by the Defying Divine Society. The nation-protecting divine weapons of these 7 dynasties had vanished as if they never existed, never making an appearance from start to finish. And now the Daqi Emperor had just learned that the Damo dynasty, neighboring the Daqi dynasty, had recently had its capital breached. Damo bordered on Daqi territory. With the fall of the Damo dynasty, the next target would naturally be the Daqi dynasty. In the Daqi court, the Daqi Emperor took a deep breath, and then looked towards the dignified middle-aged man seated beside him. What does the divine weapon have to say? The Daqi Emperor asked, attempting to appear calm. Chapter 86. Been waiting for you a long time. _2 The middle-aged man with a stern face was none other than the divine weapon master of the Daqi dynasty. 8 years ago, the nation protecting divine weapons of 35 countries left their ancestral lands as if by agreement, disappearing without a trace. According to the message left by the divine weapons for the divine weapon masters, they said they were about to take the final crucial step. Now, 8 years had passed, and apart from the divine weapon masters occasionally being able to communicate with them, no one else, including the emperors of the nations, could sense the slightest presence of the divine weapons. The divine weapons have said they are nearly done with that step and will return to the world soon. The man with a stern face said, unable to hide his excitement. Although the divine weapons had left a trace of their power within them before they left, ensuring that the divine weapon masters were not completely powerless, it was still far inferior to directly motivating the divine weapons, to the extent that those evil soldier masters could confront them head-on. Very good, very good, very good. The Emperor of Daki said, repeating the word good 3 times. In these years, had it not been for the loss of the divine weapons, how could they have been beaten back step by step by the defying divine society? Fortunately, this difficult time was about to pass. The nation protecting divine weapons would soon reign supreme once more. And as the legitimate dynasty, they would surely return to their previous dominant position. If that's the case, then I will join forces with the other dynasties, fight a decisive battle with the defying divine society, and then suppress them with the divine weapons, wiping out all their remnants at once. The Emperor of Daki, having ruled for decades, immediately thought of a solution that would resolve the issue for decades, or even centuries to come. The remnants of the defying divine society, like rats in a sewer, could never be completely eradicated. With the defying divine society's reputation at its peak, they would surely pull out all their tricks. If at this moment they could crush everything about the defying divine society with an overwhelming stance, then for a long time to come, the defying divine society would not be able to recover their primordial chi. On the contrary, if the news that the divine weapons were about to return was leaked, the defying divine society would surely be frightened away, quickly retreating and hiding back in their lairs, coveting the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms with envious eyes. Faced with these 2 methods for dealing with the defying divine society, the Emperor of Daki naturally chose the former. In the central location among the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms, the vast region of the 5 peaks was turned into a battlefield, where the forces of the defying divine society and the remaining armies of the 35 countries were arrayed against each other, both sides with incalculable numbers. On the side of the defying divine society, so the 35 nations have decided to battle us so readily? Su Chong sat in his chair with a frown, pondering aloud. After 10 years, Su Chong was no longer the ignorant youth of the past. Through countless battles, he had grown into a qualified divine weapon master. With the full power of the splitting heaven axe in his control, he could even suppress the divine weapon masters of the 35 nations. Even though those divine weapon masters seemed unable to directly draw upon the power of the divine weapons, Su Chong's fierce combat achievements were still renowned throughout the world. Could it be? Su Chong's expression shifted slightly as a thought occurred to him. If the 35 nations were so boldly seeking battle, was it possible that their divine weapons had returned? No matter. If the 35 nations dare to engage in battle, then so shall we. Sikong Luan, seated at the main seat, fell into silence for a while before speaking. All right. Let's fight. Everyone else in the gathering immediately rose to their feet, looking toward the side of the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms, their eyes brimming with the desire to fight and a thirst for battle. They had been waiting for this day for far too long. On the battlegrounds of the 5 peaks, the 2 sides suddenly began to engage in fierce combat. With an unspoken accord, common soldiers fought common soldiers, cultivators fought cultivators, and divine weapon masters fought divine weapon masters. Die! Su Chong grasped a massive black axe and swung it down fiercely. Immediately, he forced back several divine weapon masters who had surrounded him, and then with a swift motion, his black axe came down, severing one of them. The scene was exhilarating. After all, it was rare for divine weapon masters on the side of the 35 nations to fall, even when their 8 dynasties were breached by the defying divine society. The divine weapon masters and emperors had managed to flee in time. One should know that in other times, the divine weapon masters of the 35 kingdoms were invincible. At that moment, the other battlefields surged with morale, driving the forces of the 35 nations into a continuous retreat. Elsewhere, the emperors of the 35 nations were all gathered in the distant rear. They watched the battlefield from afar, noting their side's ongoing defeat without any change in expression. It's about time. The defying divine society should have no other moves left. It's time for the divine weapons to take action. The Emperor of Daki exchanged a glance with the other emperors, having reached a decision in their hearts. On the battlefield. Thrilling. Su Chong wielded his black giant axe, the force from the divine weapon splitting heaven axe boiling and surging. Suddenly. No good. Those old fellows have arrived. The consciousness of the splitting heaven axe was suddenly shocked, quickly informing Su Chong. What old fellows? Su Chong had not yet reacted when he was startled. You mean the 36 nation protecting divine weapons? Where are they? Su Chong looked around, not retreating easily. Over the years he had also realized that the splitting heaven axe in his possession was already complete, a true divine weapon, and he felt it was not much weaker than those 36 divine weapons. Even facing them, he would not be scared into a panicked flight. How could they be so strong? This is troublesome. They have taken that step. The splitting heaven axe's consciousness trembled, emitting waves of spiritual energy that revealed a sense of despair. Where exactly? Su Chong stood his ground, with no one daring to attack him. They are in the sky. The consciousness of the splitting heaven axe recovered slightly and informed Su Chong. In the sky. Su Chong looked up to the heavens. Above the clouds, unbeknownst to Wen, stood warrior weapons, one after another. Chapter 87. Been waiting for you a long time. 3 These military arsenals were majestic and grand, totaling 35 in number, currently perched high in the heavens, overlooking the mortal realm. The 35 colossal armaments suspended in the sky had an aura as vast as the universe itself. This was also the reason Su Chong had not noticed them, because their presence was too overwhelming. It's like being in an endless, vast ocean, where you would definitely notice ships sailing above and the occasional islands. As for the ocean itself, it tends to be overlooked. They. Su Chong's teeth were chattering. In his numerous preconceptions, wielding the splitting heaven axe with his strength, even if he couldn't match the 36 divine weapons, the difference wouldn't be too significant. Yet now, having seen the 35 divine weapons with his own eyes, Su Chong realized from the depths of his heart that there was a gulf-like gap between the splitting heaven axe and the former. Accompanied by Su Chong looking up to the sky, more and more people on the battlefield also began looking up to the heavens. It's divine weapons. The divine weapons of my Daqi dynasty. And those of the Great Chu dynasty. Ha 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 ha. The end is near for those remnants of the defying divine society. Countless people from the 35 nations were exhilarated. Some even knelt down on the ground to welcome the descent of the divine weapons. In contrast, the scene at the defying divine society was one of utter despair, especially those wielders of the evil soldiers, who felt an even deeper sense of heavenly, overwhelming pressure coming from the clouds. At the same time, above the clouds, the 35 divine weapons emitted tremendous mental fluctuations. So much flesh and souls, simply delicious. And those losers just right to be dealt with this time. This breakthrough, though successful, has greatly depleted my primordial chi, urgently needing flesh and souls for replenishment. Wait, why haven't I seen the old 18 for such a long time? Perhaps the old 18 is also hiding somewhere transforming. He's not done transforming yet. Never mind, I'll enjoy these flesh and souls first. The 35 divine weapons dispersed, their terrifying might enveloping the entire battlefield of the 5 peaks. Begin to feast. In an instant, a divine weapon gently inhaled, and tens of thousands of soldiers from the 35 nations side below turned instantly into skeletons. For the divine weapons, be it the 35 nations or the defying divine society, both were merely food on the plate. Now, due to their breakthrough transformation, they needed flesh and souls, and they wouldn't distinguish whether the food was farmed by them or not. What? Su Chong, looking at the 35 divine weapons above the clouds, was filled with despair. At this moment, as the 35 divine weapons spread out and took positions in all directions, they completely sealed off the battlefield, leaving him no route for escape. It's over. Su Chong was resigned, feeling as if there was no way out for him today. In such a situation, Su Chong subconsciously began to reflect on his life, from his birth as well as his dad and mom, and his sister. Unfortunately, she was later taken away by that storyteller, struggling against the rule of divine weapons. For some reason, Su Chong's thoughts wandered back to that night 10 years ago. Back then, Sikong Luan had led him into the underground palace, where he met the master of the defying divine society, who also bestowed upon him the splitting heaven axe. Su Chong's memories became progressively clearer, and he seemed to remember the final words that the master of the defying divine society had said, that if he encountered an insurmountable situation, he could shout Flame Emperor. Thinking of this, Su Chong, for some reason, instinctively looked up, gazing straight at the 35 divine weapons above the clouds, took a deep breath and shouted angrily, Flame Emperor. In order to shout these two words, Su Chong burned his blood essence, even harnessing the power of the splitting heaven axe. In an instant, the words Flame Emperor spread in all directions, echoing throughout the entire Five Peaks battlefield. The world suddenly fell into silence. Why the hurry? At that moment, another voice came through. Everyone looked up to see a young emperor in a dragon robe, composed and calm, stepping onto thin air, arriving with a gaze sharp as a torch and an aura of authority. The young emperor ascended into the heavens step by step, reaching a position level with the 35 divine weapons. Lin Yuan suspended in the air and looked towards the 35 divine weapons. I've been waiting for you for a long time. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.